Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
Nithyanandam, we welcome all the Paramashivoham Level 2 participants to the first session of the day, Nithyananda Yoga. Let us all now settle down on our yoga mats in a comfortable cross-legged position with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Close your eyes and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we chant the Sadguru Vandanam.
Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Next, we are going to invoke Paramashiva's presence by chanting the Shiva Mula Mantra Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha 11 times. Please follow along internally.
Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha.
Next up is the Tadvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Now take your Panchapatan and Udani, a cup with a spoon and some water for the ritualistic cleansing, and keep your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra in the shape of a cow's ear. Take one Udani, 1 spoon of water, and pour it into your right hand. And each time the word Swadha is chanted, sip the water from the bottom of your palm and take another Udani of water for a total of 3 times.
Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Sudha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Sudha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Sudha.
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchavatam. And wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your right thumb as you chant.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
Then wash your hand again. With your index, middle and ring finger joined together, touch above your upper and below the lower lip. Then wash your hand again. With your index finger and thumb joined together, touch the right nostril and the left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb, touch your right eye, your left eye, your right ear, and your left ear. Then wash your hand again. With your little finger and thumb, touch your navel, your right chest, and your left chest. And with the tips of all your fingers joined together, touch the crown of your head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder, and your heart center. Then wash your hand again. Now place the right hand over the left and place your hands on the right thigh. Close your eyes and set a sankalpa, a conscious resolution, your declaration for what you want to manifest in today's Nithyananda Yoga ritual as you chant the sankalpa mantra.
Shivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Yes, Nithyanandam. Sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now enter into the sankalpa mantra as you place your right hand over the left and place your hands on your right thigh. Close your eyes and set your sankalpa, what you want to manifest in today's Nithyananda Yoga ritual as we chant the sankalpa mantra.
Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshayadvara Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhatithau Purana Arogya Yukta Dradagatra Yogiga Sharira Siddhyartham Paramashiva Shakti Avishkaranartham Nithyananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye.
Now wash your hand once more with the water from the Panchapatam.
Om Apaupasprisya.
And keep your Panchapatam and Adani aside out of harm's way so we can safely enter into the ritual of Nithyananda Yoga. Now sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra with index fingers and thumbs together. Gaze forward as you visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. Form Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply into your navel region and hold the breath, visualizing fire being kindled in your stomach, rising up your spine. Perform Mahamudra Bandha, which is a combination of the Mula Bandha, the root lock, contracting your perineal floor and pulling it up, the Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock, pulling your stomach in and up towards the spine as you contract the stomach muscles, and the Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, tucking your chin to the chest, internally contracting your throat muscles, locking the throat. Again, this forms Mahamudra Bandha, to which we are going to refer various times throughout this sequence. Finally, we have the Japa Soham. Visualize the Japa rotating around your throat in a circular way as you continuously repeat the Japa in your inner space. In the first asana of the sequence, Sukhasana.
Tatsukhasanamityuktam ashaktastatsamacharet asanam vijitam jena jitam tena jagatrayam.
Next up is Parvatasana. Now place your feet on top of opposite thighs and join your hands in Anjali Mudra. Raise them up above your head and keep your elbows straight as you visualize yourself as Mount Kailash engaging all three bandhas.
अथ पक्षे महादेव पर्वतासन मंगलम यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्.
Next up is Halipavasana. Extend your feet out in front of you and bring the soles of the feet together. Then interlock your fingers behind your back in Parashu Mudra. Lean forward and down. Bring your forehead on the ground behind the heels. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji.
पूरवविधियाहु मे जानो उभयपगथली सम्पुटठानो पिष्टपछेदोवो करल्यावो दक्षिणकरसो वामगहावो.
Next up is Nagi Pavasana. With the soles of the feet together in front, extend your arms out, cup your palms and place them on the ground in front of the feet as you bring your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Gaze to your nose, engage all the bandhas and visualize yourself as a snake.
पूरवविधि परि आगाने नीचौहौ वीकहूणि फणास्यो लगाई. हाथ आगाने धरती लगावे पसारी दोबू हाथ की अंजुली करे.
Next up is KAILASA. With your index and middle fingers together, holding on to the little and ring fingers with your thumbs in Prana Mudra. Hold on to the big toes, extend your legs forward and up, and then cross them into Padmasana as you lean forward and down onto your elbows. Engage all three bandhas and visualize yourself as a bird in KAILASA.
अथान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवे नरः अकस्माद्वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च.
Now, stack your knees and ankles, hold on to opposite elbows and start rotating your arms in a circular motion. Gaze to the nose, engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space, and every once in a while change the direction of the movement.
गोड़ा बावा पाद की आशमाहिली सोज तछ चरण को वार लोता परिकुल्फ समोज.
Next up is Gajasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground and raise your hips up high. Scoop your head and chest forward and down again and again as you pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as an elephant in Gajasana.
निब्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भूया मस्तकाग्रे निधाय नितम्बम् ऊर्ध्वमुन्नमय्य नाभिलक्ष्यं भूमौ नासिकामानीय.
Next up is Vrikshasana. From the same posture, now press one heel to the mat and lift the other heel up, alternating again and again. With Uddiyana Bandha engaged, visualize yourself as a bear in Vrikshasana.
एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति.
Now rise up. Stand on the tips of the big toes, if you can. Bring your hands in front of the chest in Hridaya Mudra with index, middle and ring fingers joined together. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha in Vaishyasana.
केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वादिष्टे दधोमुखः अथ वैश्याः वक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्.
Next up is Urdhva Janukarana. Now stand in Arimandi. Heels together, toes pointing outwards and your knees bent. Bring your hands to the chest and then raise one knee up along the center of your body in a circular motion. Follow along with the respective hands again and again. Next up is Bala Lingasana. Now interlock your fingers from the outside in Sarva Shankari Mudra. Raise one knee towards your chest. Pull it close with your hands as you engage all three bandhas and visualize yourself holding a baby.
एकं जानुरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Next up is Padapidanasana. Now pull the foot behind towards your buttocks with both hands interlocked in Padasha Mudra. Engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
Move on to Natarajasana. Now hold the sole of the foot from the inside as you kick your leg back and up, leaning forward with your hand extended in Bindu Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Balalingasana on the other side. Now pull the other knee towards your chest with your fingers interlocked in Sarva Shankari Mudra. Engage all the bandhas and visualize yourself holding a baby.
एकं जानु उरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Next up is Parapittanasana on the other side. Pull the foot behind towards your buttocks with both hands interlocked. Engage all the bandhas and visualize Swamiji.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
Now hold the sole of the foot and kick your leg back and up. Lean forward with the hand extended in Bindu Mudra, index finger and thumb together. And visualize yourself performing the cosmic dance as Lord Nataraja.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
The next karana of the sequence is Ardha Karana. From Arimandi position, heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Bring your hands towards the chest and step the right foot behind the left. Swing your right arm back and forth like a pendulum, gracefully moving the fingers one by one. Place a hand over the nose, uncross your ankles and repeat the movement on the other side. Next up is the skeleton dance. Now visualize yourself as a skeleton and shake your body intensely. Hold the visualization of your bone structure. There's no muscles, no tissue, just bones. Shake the bones intensely. Next up is Katichinna Karana. From Arimandi position, cross your arms over top of your head with the palms facing back. Now turn your body to one side, open up your arms above the head, cross them back to the center. Repeat the movement on both sides again and again. Next up is Tadasana. As you stand on the tips of your toes, raise your arms up parallel above your head and engage all three bandhas. Contract the perineal floor, pull your stomach in and up and tuck your chin to the chest as you visualize yourself as a palm tree and internally chant the new japa Shivoham in Tadasana.
महामुद्राबद्धकोनो ताडासन विभेदकान्विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीवति प्रिया.
Now lean forward and down. Place your hands flat on the ground if you can. Lean down as low as possible and then bring your head towards the knees. Engage all the bandhas and visualize Swamiji in Uttanasana.
महामुद्राबद्धकोनो ताडासन विभेदकान्विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीवति प्रिया.
Next up is Tarakshvasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground and step your feet back into a plank position. As you tuck your chin to the chest and lock your throat in Jalandhara Bandha, start rotating your head from side to side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नयेत्.
We move on to Bhujangasana. Lower your body down onto the mat. Keep your hands at the side of your hips and open your mouth wide as you raise your head and chest by the strength of your lower back. Inhale through the hollow of your throat in Bhujangani Mudra as you visualize yourself as a cobra in Bhujangasana.
अङ्गुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधो भूमो विनिन्यसेत् कराभ्यां तधरां धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षफणीवहि.
Next up is Shashasana. Now push your body off the mat, back into the plank position as you alternate, pulling your knees in towards your chest. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe through your nose. Lead the prana along your spine and hold your breath on and off in a calm manner in Sahadra Kumbhaka in Shashasana.
गजासन संस्थितो जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च्य वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
Now step one foot in between the two hands, then jump the front foot back as you simultaneously bring the other foot to the front. Visualize yourself as a chariot in Rathasana.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
The next asana is Vidavajrasana. Now Keep one foot at the front and step the other foot far back, with the back toes facing sideways. Bend the front knee at a 90-degree angle as you raise your arms up above your head. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra in Virabhadrasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Exchange the position of your feet and repeat Virabhadrasana. Raise your arms up parallel above your head. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
The next asana is Vrikshasana. Now, raise one foot towards the inner opposite thigh with the heel close to the perineum. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head with the elbows straight. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a tree.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च यां यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Next up is Garudasana. Now join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest as you bring the raised foot on top of the opposite hip. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली.
Now repeat Vrikshasana on the other side. Raise the other foot towards the inner opposite thigh with your hands in Anjali Mudra. Above the head with the elbows straight. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a tree.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च यां यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Now repeat Garudasana. Bring the raised foot on top of the opposite hip and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली.
The next asana is Trikonasana. Now step one foot forward and keep the other foot far back with the back toes facing sideways. Extend your arms parallel to the ground. Lean forward and down. Bring the front hand to the foot and raise the other hand up towards the sky. As you gaze up along the raised arm, visualize yourself as a triangle.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Bring your arms parallel to the ground, lean forward and down to the other foot as you repeat Trikonasana, the triangle posture on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Nikuttaka Karana from Arimandi. Raise one heel off the ground and bring your hands in front of your chest with the palms facing each other. Stomp the raised heel down, lift the other heel up, and exchange the position of your hands again and again. We move on to Angushthasana. Now squat down and raise your heels off the ground. Balance on your toes as you sit down on the raised heels. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. As you keep the knees together, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and start buzzing like a bee on the in and exhalation in Brahmari Kumbhaka as you internally chant the new japa Sadashivoham.
कबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च अङ्गुष्ठमुष्टिकं ज्ञेयं ब्रह्मप्रासादितं तथा.
Next up is Saurasana. Now extend one leg forward as you keep your hands at the side of the body with the palms facing forward in Varamudra, your fingertips barely touching the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Saurasana.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Next up is Vidunanasana. Now, from the same position, hold onto the big toe of the front foot and the back heel with the other hand. Balance in this posture as you visualize Swamiji in Vidunanasana.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृशेत् तत्करेण.
Next up is Saurasana on the other side. Now extend the other leg forward Keep your hands at the side in Vana Mudra, palms facing forward, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Next up is Vidunanasana. Lean forward and down, hold onto the big toe in Prana Mudra and hold onto the back heel with the other hand as you visualize Swamiji.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
The next asana is Brahma Dhrudankushasana. Now step both feet in and sit on raised heels. Separate your knees as you place your hands on top with the palms facing up. Lock your throat in Jalandhara Bandha and gaze through the gap between the knees as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो फणा पानी होए वैसे एड़ी दो गुदा निवैसे कोरबग दलियां की माहिली आयस माहेरा शेमिली.
Now place your knees down to the ground. Sit on the raised heels. As you keep your toes tucked, place your hands on your thighs, gaze to your nose, pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha, and visualize yourself as sage Kapila Muni in Kapilasana.
उभय पगतली समटहरावे तिनको माहिली कोर मिलावे.
Next up is Bhadra Gudakasana. From the same posture, just shift your gaze up towards your third eye and change your visualization to Swamiji in Bhadra Gudakasana.
दो पगतली संपट करे कोरवारली भू पर इधरे कोरवारली राखे ऐसे तापरी मूल द्वार टिकी बैसे.
Next up is Suryasana. Now raise your knees off the ground and bring the soles of the feet together. Balance on the tips of the toes as you bring your thumbs and little fingers together and open up your palms in Padma Mudra, the Lotus Mudra, as you raise your arms up over top of your head. Gaze through the gap between the palms and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha as you visualize Lord Surya in your inner space.
एड़ी दो गुदा तरियाणे फणा पानी बैठक पुनिठाने.
Now place your knees back down on the ground and bring your feet flat in Mandukasana as you place your hands on the knees. Gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a frog and breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशे जानुयुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेन्मण्डुकासनम्.
From the same posture, now cross your arms behind your back, holding onto opposite shoulders. Pull your stomach in and up, gaze to your third eye. Keep visualizing yourself as a frog with your tongue pressed flat against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra in Uttana Mandukasana.
मंडूकासन मध्यस्थं कूर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः एतद्भेकवदुत्तानम् एतदुत्तानमण्डुकम्.
Next up is Simhasana. Now cross your feet and sit on the heels. Place your hands on the knees, gaze to the tip of your nose, and stick your tongue out, forcefully exhaling through your mouth again and again as you visualize yourself as a lion in Simhasana.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन ततेतरं हस्तौश्च जान्वो संस्थाप्य साङ्गुलीश्च प्रसार्य च.
Next up is Padrasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together. As you sit on the heels and cross your arms behind your back, holding on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. Lock your chin to the chest and gaze to the nose and return to buzzing like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
We move on to Kakabhushandi Asana. From the place your feet flat on the ground and bring your arms in and around the raised knee. As you bring your hands behind your back, try to reach for opposite hands and interlock your fingers in Padusha Mudra as you gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a crow in Kakabhushandi Asana.
प्रथमे वेसकौकटठाने द्वौहातपगमी च आने.
Next up is Karnipavasana. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. As you lean forward, lift your feet off the ground and balance on your arms. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you keep buzzing like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka.
आसन को गुण आशीतुष्टा होई तो आछी होई.
The next asana is Kapali Asana. We request all the participants to please take precautions. If you suffer from any neck, spine, or any other injuries that could cause problems with this asana, if you have high blood pressure or you are currently a pregnant woman, please don't perform any of the inverted postures before consulting your doctor whether it is safe for you to perform these asanas. Now place your hands shoulder width apart on the ground and bring the top of your head on the ground. Raise your hips up high, bring your knees onto your elbows, and then bring your hips over top of your shoulders and extend your legs up into the headstand Kapali Asana. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji.
शीशा शीशा धरती टेकी पकड़ो वो मिलिबा ऊंचा कुकरे.
Gently lower your body down.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nithyanandam. Sorry for the technical glitch. We are back. Let us now enter into the next asana of the sequence, Parshvamayurasana. Squat with your knees raised and place your hands on the ground shoulder width apart. Twist your body to one side and align your knee and your hip with your elbows. Lean forward and lift your legs off the ground, extending them to the side. Balance on your arms. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as a peacock.
मयूरं दंडवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दंडनामकं कुर्यान् मायूरं पार्श्वाभ्यां मायूरपार्श्वनामकम्.
Twist your body to the other side and start performing the Rechaka Kumbhaka, exhaling all the way and holding your breath after fully exhaling. Now lift your legs off the ground to the side as you gaze up and visualize yourself as a peacock in Parshvamayurasana on the other side.
मयूरं दंडवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दंडनामकम्.
Now place your hands flat on the ground and step your legs back into a plank position. Then bring one foot outside the respective shoulder in between the two hands. As you push your hips forward, gaze to the third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana.
आसन को गुण पीती जाई.
Now exchange the position of the feet. Step the front foot back and bring the back foot outside the hip in between the two hands. Push your hips forward, gaze up, visualize Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana.
आसन को गुण पीते जाइए.
Step the front foot back and bring your forearms to the ground, still in a plank position. Raise your hips up high and walk your feet slightly forward. Try to bring your heels to the mat. Feel that deep stretch in your calf as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Unmukha Pitasana.
भून्यस्तौ जानुनि हस्तौ चतुष्पदम वाङ्मुखम् उत्थापिताङ्घ्रियुगलकटिस्थलमभिरुकाम्.
The next asana is Vasishthasana. Now rise back up onto your hands and rotate your body to one side. Raise your arm up over top of your head. Point the hand to the sky and gaze up along the raised arm as you visualize yourself as Sage Vasishta in Vasishthasana.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचहलमत्स्यकम्.
Now place your hand on the ground, rotate your body to the other side. Gaze up. Visualize yourself as Sage Vasishta in Vasishthasana on the other side.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचहलमत्स्यकम्.
Now come to a seated position with the legs extended forward. From this position, now place your hands underneath the buttocks with the palms facing up. Fix your gaze at the tip of your nose and tuck your chin to the chest. Lock your throat in Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman as you internally chant the Nujapa Mahasadashivoham in Anjani Asana.
दोवु करकी उभय हथेली कोरवारली मैले भेली.
Next up is Paschimottanasana. Now lean forward and down and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. Engage all Tribandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
जानु परिललाटन्तु पश्चिमं ताणमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुखं धार्यं च जायते.
Next up is Ugrasana. Now separate your feet and interlock your fingers around your neck. As you lean forward and down, bring your head between the knees, your elbows outside the legs. Squeeze your core intensely as you engage all Tribandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, and visualize Kali in your inner space in Ugrasana.
स्वपाणिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानुपरि शिरोऽन्यसेत् आसनोऽग्रमिदं प्रोक्तं भवेदनिलदीपनम्.
Next up is Marichyasana. Now step one foot in towards the perineum. With the knee raised, bring your arm in and around the raised knee and interlock your fingers behind your back as you lean forward and down all the way, visualizing yourself as Sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Mahamudrasana. Drop the raised knee to the side. Keep the heel against the perineum and lean forward and down. Catch a hold of the front foot with both hands. Firmly pull yourself down towards the floor as you engage Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Mahamudrasana.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः.
Now extend both legs forward. Bring the other foot in towards the perineum. Interlock your fingers behind your back. Bring your head towards the knee as you visualize yourself as Sage Marichi in Marichyasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now drop the raised knee to the side. Keep the heel against the groin. Lean forward and down. Hold on to the front foot. Gaze to your nose. Visualize Swamiji. Exhale all the way and hold your breath. Perform Mahamudra Bandha in Mahamudrasana.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः.
Now join the soles of your feet together in front of your body with your heels close towards your perineum. Interlock your fingers around the toes and push your knees down to the ground as low as possible. Try to touch the ground with your knees as you gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji and exhale deeply and hold your breath again and again in Bhadrasana 2.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
Next up is Gvalipavasana. Now extend your feet away from the body as you keep the soles of the feet together and your hands on the respective knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose and tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in Gvalipavasana.
पूर्व चरपट चौक कख्यो सोजी वाही विधि जो कीजे सोजी.
Next up is Joni Asana. Now bring your feet back in towards your perineum and hold the soles of the feet with all 10 fingers. As you lean forward and down, gaze to your nose and visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti in Joni Asana.
दोबू पकदली संपुट करे एड़ी मेड़ के ढिंग धरे.
Now rise back up, extend your feet away from the body. Keep only your heels together, extend your toes out to the sides. As you extend your arms to the sides, lean forward and down and place your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Midaki Pavasana.
पूरव विधि परिपकथली संपुट शोल एड़ी मिली राशे.
Rise back up, bring your feet back in towards the body with the toes together and the heels separated. As you bring your arms below the shins with the palms facing forward and rest your face on the ground in front of the feet with the toes touching your throat. Gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Siddha Samadhi Asana.
दोबू पकदली संपुट करे 16 मेढ़ आगा में धरे अंगुल 8 अंतरो राशे एड़ी को ऐसे विधि दाशे.
Next up is Chinaki Pavasana. Now bring the heels together and the toes apart as you hold onto the feet and open them up like a book while pressing your elbows onto your thighs. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Chinaki Pavasana.
दो पका की एड़ी धरती मगिवा मेढ़ लगावे.
Next up is Chadapada Chokasana. Bring the soles of the feet together and place your hands on the respective knees as you gently push them down towards the ground. Open up your hips intensely. Gaze up towards your third eye. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and visualize Swamiji in Chadapada Chokasana.
दोवो पकदली संपुट धारे आगा ने करे जारे पसारे गोड़ा भूसो लगता राशे हाथ दो वो गोड़ा परिदाशे.
The next asana is Bhaidavasana. Now hold onto your feet and rotate them so the heels are raised off the mat and the toes are touching the ground. Try to bring your knees to the mat as you place your hands on top in Bindu Mudra with index fingers and thumbs together. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
गुल्भो संपीड्य चान्योन्यं व्युत्क्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः जान्भोः पार्श्वगतो हस्तौ दण्डवद्भैरवासनम्.
Next up is Samanasana. Now keep one heel against your perineum and lift the sole of the other foot against your chest with both hands. Gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Exhale all the way and hold your breath in the Muladhara Chakra in Samanasana.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
Next up is Apanasana. From the same position, lift the leg over top of your shoulder and extend the opposite leg forward and up. Keep your hands at the side for balance as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोपे यत्नतः.
Now bring the other heel against the perineum and lift the sole of the opposite foot against your chest. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Samanasana on the other side.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
Now lift the leg over your shoulder, extend the opposite leg forward and up as you gaze to your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in Apanasana.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोपे यत्नतः.
Now stack your knees in front of your body, keep the heels at the outside of the hips. Interlock your fingers on the top knee, gaze to your nose, visualize the face of a cow, breathe in Siddhkari Kumbhaka with your tongue flat against the palate of your mouth without touching the teeth. Hiss through your teeth as you inhale. As you internally chant the new japa Om Nithyanandoham in Gomukhasana.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्भं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजये दक्षिणे अपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा.
Now hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you maintain the posture. Gaze to your nose and pull your stomach in and up towards your spine in Uddiyana Bandha, visualizing yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana.
दक्षिण गोड़ों नीचे उठाने बाबों ताके ऊपर आने.
Now interlock your fingers behind your back, gaze to your nose and bring your nose to the mat. As you lean forward and down, Bring your chin over the knees and visualize Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana 2.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि.
Next up is Garudasana 2. Now place the right foot flat on the mat and bring the left heel against your perineum. Place your hands on the respective knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 2.
डाबो पगमोडी एडी माहिलो गुल्फमूल द्वारिणी चैदे.
Now raise your perineum onto the heel, interlock your fingers around your neck, and twist your elbows outside the raised knee as you gaze to your third eye, visualizing yourself as Sage Narada and Nardasana.
पिष्टिज वाम पगतली केरी भूपरिता ही लगा वे फेरी गोड़ा सुदोपनो है जोजी दछिपा शितीरा शेषो जी.
Now bring the left foot onto the right thigh and hold on to the shin of the right leg with the left hand and catch the big toe of the right foot in Prana Mudra with the right hand. Gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, in Matsya Pitakasana.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तु गृहीतं मध्य पीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रातुपरि दक्षिणम्.
Now again stack your knees in Gomukhasana with the other knee on top this time. Keep your heels outside the hips, hands interlocked on the top knee, gaze to the nose and visualize the face of a cow.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
Now hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra, gaze to your nose and pull your stomach in and up in Anasuyasana on the other side.
दक्षिण गोड़ों नीचे उठाने बाबों ताके ऊपर आने.
Interlock your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down. Place your nose on the ground if you can in Anasuyasana 2.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि.
Now rise up, bring the left foot flat with the knee against your chest, the right heel against your perineum, hands on your knees, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 2.
डाबो पगमोडी एडी माहिलो गुल्फमूल द्वारिणी चैदे.
Now raise your perineum onto your heel, interlock your fingers around your neck, twist your elbows outside the raised knee, gaze up, visualize yourself as Sage Narada in Nardasana on the other side.
पिष्टिज वाम पगतली केरी भूपरिता ही लगा वे फेरी.
Now bring the right foot onto the left thigh. Keep the left knee raised, hold onto the left shin with the right hand. As you hug the raised knee, hold onto the big toe in Prana Mudra with the left hand. Gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तु गृहीतं मध्य पीठकम्.
Next up is Matsyendrasana. Now extend your legs out in front. Bring the left foot onto the right thigh. Raise the right knee and place your right hand on the ground behind you as you twist your left elbow around the raised right knee. Bring your hand by the neck and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Sage Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga in Matsyendrasana.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्.
Now extend the front hand down to the foot and hold on to the big toe of the front foot in Prana Mudra. As you place the other hand on your ear, gaze up towards your third eye, twist your spine and visualize yourself as a camel in Kupasana.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Next up is Matsyendrasana 2. Place the hand from your ear onto the ground behind you, gaze to your third eye, and visualize Sage Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga in Matsyendrasana 2.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रूपमण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now extend your legs forward. Place the right foot onto the left thigh and lift the left knee as you repeat Matsyendrasana with a right elbow around the raised knee, hand by the neck, the other hand on the ground behind you. Gaze up. Visualize the master of Hatha Yoga, Sage Matsyendranath, in Matsyendasana.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्.
Now extend the front hand to the foot, hold onto the big toe in Prana Mudra. As you place the other hand on your ear, gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as a camel in Kubasana.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Now place your hand on the ground behind you, gaze up towards your third eye, and visualize Sage Matsyendranad in Matsyendasana too.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now place your feet onto opposite thighs in Padmasana. Keep your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose, pull your stomach in and up, contract the perineal floor, and tuck your chin to the chest in Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva. Gaze to your nose. Press your tongue against the palate of the mouth. Press your tongue against the teeth and hiss through your teeth as you inhale. Internally chanting Om Nithyananda Mahasadaशिवोहम in Padmasana.
आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now cross your hands in front of your body and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Lord Shiva. Keep the Mula Bandha engaged in Padmasana too.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरू संस्थौ प्रयत्नतः.
Now bring your hands through the legs. Place your hands on the ground and lift your knees up towards your chest, finally lifting your entire body off the ground. Balance on your arms as you visualize yourself as a rooster, calmly breathing through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka in Kukkutasana.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्बोरोरन्तरे करो.
Next up is Baddha Asana. Now rise up onto your knees and place your hands on the mat. With the fingers pointing towards your body, bend your elbows, bring them towards your navel, and balance on your elbows as you lift your knees off the ground. Visualizing Swamiji in Baddha Asana.
धरामष्टभकरद्वयेन तत्कूर्परिस्थापितानाभिपार्श्वः.
Now extend your legs back into Mayurasana. With your elbows bent, close to the navel, lean forward, find balance, and lift your legs off the ground straight, visualizing yourself as a beautiful peacock.
अथ पक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now relax, lay down on your stomach, place your forehead on the ground, and interlock your fingers around your neck. Turn your feet so the toes are pointing to the side and the heels are touching the ground as you visualize yourself as a crocodile in Makarasana.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानो.
Next up is Shalabhasana. As you lay on your stomach, place your hands on the ground next to your shoulders and raise your legs off the mat. Hold them in the air as you visualize yourself as a locust.
अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमवशभ्यकरयोस्तलाभ्याम्.
Now bend your knees, hold onto the feet and pull them outside your hip to the ground. Try to touch the ground with your heels as you visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम्.
Next up is Dhanurasana. Keep holding onto the feet and kick your legs back and up as you raise your head and chest. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow.
प्रसार्य पादौ भुजदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्.
Now come to a kneeling posture. Keep your heels outside the hips. Sit in between the heels with the toes touching behind your back. Place your hands on the knees. Gaze up towards your third eye. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, breathe calmly through your nose and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Bhagasana.
उल्टा मोड़ी पाव दो वैसे बहुरो जुगती करे एक ऐसे.
Next up is Gohi Asana. This is going to be another inverted posture. So set yourself up in front of a wall if you need a wall as a support. Now place your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart. Interlock your fingers in Padusha Mudra. Rest your head on the ground and support it with your hands. Raise your hips up, walk your feet forward, and lift your legs off the ground, pulling your knees in towards your chest. Try to touch your chin with your knees. As you squeeze your body into a ball, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Gohi Asana.
दो हाथ की कहुनी जोजी पुनः कलाई जाने दो जी.
Now extend your legs up straight into Shirshasana, the headstand, as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः.
Now gently lower your body down and come to a seated posture with the legs extended forward. Get ready as we are entering a sequence of rapid exhalations in Bhastrika Kumbhaka. Push the air out of your lungs by contracting your abdomen again and again. Without inhaling, just let the air flow back into your lungs naturally. This is the Kumbhaka we're going to perform throughout the next few asanas, so keep rapidly exhaling. Now catch a hold of your calves and raise your legs up vertically in front of your face as you visualize Swamiji in Podhyasana.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने गोड़ा तरे काक सीठाने.
Now bring your hands behind your back, hold on to opposite shoulders as you extend your legs forward and up. Gaze to your third eye in Parighasana.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य.
Now extend your arms out in front of you. Raise your legs at a 45-degree angle. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana.
उत्तानशयनं कुर्पराभ्यां भूमिं अष्टभ्याम्.
Keep rapidly exhaling as you pull your feet towards your chest with the hands scooped below, the knees separated. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana.
पकतले संपुट करी हाथस्य उपक ऊंचाई.
Okay, breathe calmly now and lay down on your back. Place your feet flat, keep your knees raised off the mat. Place your hands on the ground just behind the heels. Push your hips up high. Lock your perineal muscles and lock your throat in Jalandhara Bandha as you perform Murcha Kumbhaka. Forcefully push the air upwards, but prevent it from escaping your lungs by locking your throat tightly in the Jalandhara Bandha. This is the Mocha Kumbhaka that brings about a state of swooning in the yogi as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Unmukha Pitasana too.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा.
Now lay down flat on your back. Keep your hands at the side of your body with the palms facing up. Completely relax from any movement internally or externally. Forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as you visualize that your body is dead and Swamiji is liberating you. In Shivasana, internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं. शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Now, slowly, return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull the knees up towards your chest and circle them with your arms and rock your body from side to side. As you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the first 108 asanas of this sequence, which form the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, the first asana sequence. Let us now get ready to continue the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the second asana sequence. Just quickly go and grab some water and immediately settle down again on your yoga mat, as we are going to continue the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama in just a few moments.
Nithyananda, thank you for watching, and if you found the video enlightening,
please give it a like, share it with your loved ones, and subscribe to stay connected with us.
don't forget to click the bell icon to receive the notifications.
Yes, now please settle down on your mat, as we are going to continue the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama sequence with the next asana, which is Yathasa Nishthasana. Now sit in a comfortable posture with your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra, index fingers and thumbs together. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe in Samana Mudra, Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale into your navel region and visualize the flame rising up your spine in Yathasa Nishthasana.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यथसंसं यथास्थितिः.
Next up is Samasana. in a cross-legged position with your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. Inhale and exhale as deeply as possible as you visualize Swamiji.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
Next up is Muktasana. Now bring your left heel against the perineum and the right foot on top of the left foot. Keep your hands flat on the knees as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the supreme pontiff of Hinduism.
निपीड्य सीविनीं सूक्ष्मं दक्षिणेतरगुल्फतः.
Next up is Siddhasana. Now gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थानसंयमितेन्द्रियोचलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Now shift your gaze to the ground in front of you and engage Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Swamiji in Siddhi Asana.
वामपादके इडीजानो श्रीवनिमन्दितासुकोठानो.
Now place your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra, index fingers and thumbs together. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana too.
वामचरण परिदक्षिण राखे एकजुगति ऐसे विदिदाखे.
From the same posture, shift your gaze to the nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature in Santadhunasana.
आसन की गुण मन की चंचलता मीट.
Now cup your palms in front of your navel, one hand over the other, in Samputa Mudra, resembling a closed lotus flower, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddhasana too.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितं प्रसार्य भूयपादौ तु दोर्भ्यामङ्गुष्ठमादरात्.
Next up is Bandha Yoni Asana. Now set the Sankalpa to manifest the womb through the womb of creation and get ready to enter Shanmukhi Mudra. Inhale all the way and hold your breath. Then lock all your senses with your hands in the face. Close the mouth with the little fingers, the nostrils with the ring fingers, eyes with middle and index fingers, and your ears with your thumbs in Bandha Yoni Asana.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु यत्कृत्वा खेचरो भूत्वा विचरेदीश्वरो यथा.
Next up is Virasana. Now place the right foot onto the left thigh and the left foot below the right thigh. Keep your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra and embody the state and space of bravery.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः इतरस्मिन् सता चोरुं वीरासनमुदीरितम्.
Next up is Valmikasana. Now maintain the posture but shift your gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize sage Valmiki, the great poet and author of Ramayana, in Valmikasana.
डावा पग की पगथली पुनि एड़ी है जोज.
We move on to Joni Mudrasana. Now place your hands flat on your knees. Fix your gaze on the tip of the nose as you visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti herself.
वामपाद की पगथली जाहि माहिली कोर.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Nithyananda, sorry for the interruption. Let us now enter into the next asana, which is Yoni Asana. Sit with the right foot on the left thigh and the left foot below the right thigh. Keep your hands flat on your knees and gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti in Yoni Asana.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले नीलं तत्कालफललं तावत् खेचरो यावदेव हि.
Now bring the soles of the feet together in front of your body, heels close towards your perineum. Interlock your fingers around the toes, pull your feet close and pull the knees down towards the ground. As you gaze to the nose, perform Uddiyana Bandha, pull your stomach in and up and visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra in Bhadrasana 3.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
Now place your left hand on the left knee, cover your mouth with your right hand, close the left nostril with your index finger. As you gaze to your third eye, inhale through the right nostril, then close both nostrils, hold your breath, exhale through the left, and then again inhale through the left, inverting the breathing flow in Abhyanta Kumbhaka as you forcefully bring your tongue back and up in Kechari Mudra and visualize yourself as an Agori in Agorasana.
पूर्व कहो भिश्रिका जो जी वाही विधि जो की जैसो जी.
Now separate your heels and place your elbows down on the heels. Rest your chin on the hands, gaze to the tip of the nose. Pull your stomach in and up, exhale, and hold your breath in the exhaled state in Harichaka Kumbhaka as you visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kanari Pavasana.
ग्वाली पाव आसन कख्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विदित से.
Next up is Padasana. Now gaze to the tip of the nose and scoop your hands below the feet, lifting them against your chest. As you interlock your fingers in front, visualize Swamiji in Padasana.
ततोर्ध्वं रेचयेत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्.
Now interlock your fingers around the toes from the top. As you gaze to the tip of the nose and embody the state and space of a king in Gopi Chandasana.
पूरव विधिपका का अंगूठा कंठ को पराशे.
Next up is Uddadasana. Now again, scoop your hands below the feet and interlock the fingers around the toes from below as you pull your feet against your chest, rest your chin on the fingers, gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize your body free from any defects in Uddadasana.
दो पगदली संपुट ठाने उभय हस्त करियोरद हिताने.
The next asana is Vishishtasana. From the same position, now lift your feet even higher in front of your face. Visualize yourself excelling in everything.
दो पगदली जोड़ी संपुट करे.
Next up is Bhujasana. Now lift your legs over top of your shoulders and bend your elbows upwards to interlock your fingers around your neck. Visualize yourself as a cobra in Bhujasana.
शिरासनं तो विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनमिहोच्यते.
Now bend your elbows down, keep your legs over your shoulders, bring your hands behind your back and interlock your fingers if you can. As you gaze to the tip of the nose, lift your feet off the ground and balance, visualizing yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana.
दो हाथ पगम नीचे आने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
Next up is Sankatasana. Now place the top of the left foot on the mat and sit on the left heel. Stack the right knee over top and place your hands on opposite knees as you gaze forward in Vaishnavi Mudra. And don't focus on anything external, just focus on the object within, visualizing yourself as an elegant swan and breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama. Breathe through your mouth as you make an ocean-like sound through your mouth on the in and exhalation.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन यां येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
Next up is Dhenukasana. Now slide the left foot outside the hip, sit in between the heels, place your hands on the top knee, pull your stomach in and up and visualize a cow in Dhenukasana.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडं ऋषिलिन्दगल्यम्नि.
Now place the right foot onto the left thigh and bring the left foot onto the right knee. Bring the left hand behind your back, twist your spine and reach for opposite thighs. Catch a hold onto the thighs with your hands as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Machandrasana.
वामजंग परदक्षिण ठाने वामहस्तपिष्टीति स आने.
Untwist your spine, hold onto the big toes and lean forward and down, visualizing Swamiji in Machandrasana too.
प्रथम जी मनो चरण जोजी वामजंग परिराखे सोजी.
Rise back up, interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee, engage all the bandhas and visualize your Guru, Swamiji, in Guru Asana.
ऊरुमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य
Now repeat Sankatasana. Place the top of the right foot on the mat as you sit on the right heel. Stick the left knee over top of the right knee. Keep your hands on opposite knees and visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन जाम्येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
Now slide the right foot outside the hip. Sit in between the heels. Hands on the top knee. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize a cow in Dhenukasana.
अनुषागिनगरपञ्चडं वृषीलिन्दगल्यम्नीम्.
Now place the left foot onto the right thigh and bring the right foot onto the left knee. Twist your spine with the right hand behind your back, holding onto opposite thighs. As you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Machandasana.
वामजङ्घपरिदक्षिणठाने वामहस्तपिष्टीति स आने.
Now untwist your spine, hold onto the big toes and lean forward and down. Place your forehead on the ground and visualize Swamiji in Machandasana too.
वामजङ्घपरिदक्षिणठाने वामहस्तपिष्टीति स आने.
Now rise back up, interlock your fingers, place them on the top knee, engage all three bandhas Mahamudra Bandha, and visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in Guru Asana.
ऊरुमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य
Now place your feet flat on the ground and keep your knees raised towards your chest. Hold on to your knees with your hands as you pull them in towards your chest. Press your tongue upwards and back in Kechari Mudra along the pharynx, the nasal tract if you can. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Pashasana.
पादतले भूमो निधाय जाननिवृसि निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्याम् ऊरुसहितजङ्गे निबध्य.
Now hold on to opposite wrists with your hands and rest your chin on the knee. Gaze to the tip of your nose as you visualize residing in an abode of bliss in Bodha Shukasana.
दोवुपकतली भूपरिधरे कोरमाहिली ऐसे करे.
Next up is Kudakatasana. Bring your hands below the knees and hold on to opposite elbows. Pull your legs in towards your body. Press your tongue up in Kechari Mudra. Gaze to the nose as you visualize Swamiji.
दो हाथ पग बाहर ल्यावे गोड़ा नीचे ले टहरावे.
Now cross the right ankle over the left with the toes pointing up. Keep holding onto the elbows below the knees. Gaze to the nose and visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in Sumati Asana.
मूलद्वारि धरती परिठाने डावा पग परिदचपद आने.
Now extend your legs out in front and interlock your fingers. Raise your arms up over top of your head with the wrists pointing outwards. Engage all the bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha. Make your body straight like a stick as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Dandasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Now lean forward and down. Catch a hold of the big toe in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. Bring your head towards the knees and perform the Nadi Shodhana. Inhale through one nostril and exhale through the other alternatingly. Without the support of your fingers, cleanse your nadis, Ida and Pingala, by alternating the inhalation and exhalation through the nostrils as you visualize Swamiji in Arambhasana.
दोवु पग मिलिवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लिलाट गोड़ा लगावे.
Now separate your feet and slightly raise your knees. Bring your hands below the shins and hold onto the soles of the feet from the outside as you rest your forehead on the ground. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Bidokasana.
प्रथम बेसी दो पाव पसारी कछक ऊर्ध को कुरडो डारे.
Now keep the heels together, the toes separated, the legs still extended away from the body. Bring your hands below the shins and place your face onto your heels. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji in Jalandhari Pavasana.
दो एड़ी में लिखे दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
Next up is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Now lift one leg behind your neck and keep the other leg extended forward. If you can't bring the leg behind your neck, that is okay. You can pull it towards your chest, bring it over your shoulder or cross it over your leg. Open up your hip As you lean forward and down and hold onto the front foot, breathing in Pratyahara Pranayama, visualize the prana flowing upwards through your body through 9 points as revealed by Mahadeva, which are the soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the center of the eyebrows, the top of the forehead, and the crown of your head, the Brahmarandha. Visualize the prana flowing upwards as you hold Swamiji's visualization in your inner space in Urdhva Paschimottanasana.
पश्चिमतारवत्सं स्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back with the leg still behind your neck. Hold onto the foot behind your head with the opposite hand as you extend the opposite leg forward. Lay down on your back and gaze to the tip of your nose as you visualize you are infinite, endless, eternal in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयने एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now roll onto the side and keep holding on to the foot behind your head as you gaze to your nose and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयिते एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Drishasana. Now lay down on your back and pull your knees towards your chest. Then encircle your legs with your hands, rocking your body from side to side. Relax your spine after this intense stretch as you visualize Swamiji in Drishasana.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनि हृदयवष्टम्भ जङ्घासहितौ ऊरुनिकरध्वजे बद्ध्वा.
Now repeat the Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side by lifting the other leg behind your neck, leaning forward and holding onto the front foot, visualizing Swamiji while focusing on the prana which is flowing upwards through your system in Urdhva Paschimottanasana.
पश्चिमतानवत्सं स्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back with the leg behind your neck. Hold on to the foot behind your head with the opposite hand as you gaze to your nose and visualize that you are unending, Ananta in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयने एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now roll onto the side of the hand which is holding onto the foot behind your neck. Gaze to your nose and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयिते एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
Now, as you lay on your back, one by one, lift your legs up behind your head. Again, if you can't bring the legs behind your head, you can bring them over your shoulders or pull them towards your chest. Just open up your hips. Perform the asana to the best of your ability. If you feel you're not able to perform an asana, just do it as much as possible. See, over time you will be able to perform any asana. Now interlock your fingers behind your back. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Yoga Nidrasana.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनम्.
The next asana is Atmaramasana. As you lay on your back, now lift your legs over top of your shoulders and then bend your elbows up. Interlock your fingers around your neck as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
आत्माराम आसन प्रतपसु धोसो वे.
Next up is Kochikasana. As you lay on your back, pull your knees against your chest and extend your arms out to the side. Keep the soles of the feet facing towards the sky as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ सीधा सा करे, तिरसो उबे सपा करे.
Next up is the Jatara Parivriti. From the same posture, we're now going to perform a 3-step sequence, repeating it on both sides. Drop one knee to the side and extend the opposite leg down. Step 1. Bend both knees to the side. Step 2. Extend your legs to the side. Hold onto the toes with your hand and gaze away from the feet. Rotate your head to the side. Now, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Repeatedly chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham internally in Jatara Parivriti as you return to the center. And let's repeat the movements on the other side. Now drop one knee to the side, extend the opposite leg down. Bend both knees to the side. Extend both legs to the side. Hold on to the feet and gaze away from the feet.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षिभागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
Now place your feet flat. Keep the knees raised. As you hold onto your ankles with your hands, push your hips up high, lock your throat and forcefully push the air upwards, preventing it from escaping your lungs with a throat lock in Mocha Kumbhaka as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge in the Dvipadapitam.
प्रतिक्रियायतं द्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानाम् इति गार्गी जगादनु.
Now bring your hands over top of your shoulders with the fingers pointing towards your feet. Lift your entire body off the ground, push your hips up high, and visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. As you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka, lead the prana along your spine, expand your lungs in Paryankasana.
उत्तानशयनमस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्याम्.
Lay down on your back. Pull your knees towards your chest and hold on to the respective shoulders with your hand. As you move your hips in a circular motion, visualizing yourself as a dog playfully rolling around on its back in Shvotanasana.
शवच्छरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभौ वाणिज्य.
Now place your arms flat on the ground and lift your legs up high. Raise your hips off the mat. Point your toes to the sky and start rotating your legs in a circular motion as you visualize Swamiji in Viparita Karani.
भूतले सशिरो दत्त्वा खेनये चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृतिश्चैषा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
Stop the movement of your legs. Hold this position. Breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka. Push the air against your throat lock as you visualize Swamiji in Viparita Karani too.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी नित्यमभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाटराग्निविवर्धनी.
Now drop your feet down over top of your head. Touch your toes to the mat as you interlock your fingers behind your back. Visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana.
नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ पादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य.
Now hold onto the feet over top of your head as you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Visualize Paramashiva in one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself, Shaita Paschimottanasana.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Next up is Supta Konasana. Hold on to the feet and separate your legs wide to the side with your hips over top of your shoulders. For balance, visualize Swamiji in Supta Konasana.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षिभागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः.
Now catch a hold of your ankles with your hands and roll onto your back. Keep your arms and legs straight as you visualize yourself as a chakra in Chakrasana.
शवासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परो व्युत्क्रमेण ततः शीघ्रमेतत् सर्वस्य साधनम्.
As you lay on your back, catch a hold of your big toes and extend your legs up straight, vertically above your body. Then separate your legs to the side in Supta Prasarita Parangushtasana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And make an ocean-like sound with your mouth in Ujjayi Pranayama.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now join your feet back together over top of your body. Keep holding onto the big toes. Visualize Swamiji in Supta Parangushtasana. Stretch the hamstrings intensely in this posture.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now cross your legs into Padmasana. Bring your knees as low to the ground as you can as you hold on to opposite elbows over top of your head. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, in Matsyasana.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
Next up is Parasharamasana. From the same position, now place the backside of the right hand onto the left palm over top of your head, palms facing up. Maintain Padmasana. Push your knees down. Open up your hips, gaze to the nose, and visualize Rama in your inner space.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सुधो सोवे भूपरिपाचे.
Next up is Sarvangasana. Now raise your hips and knees off the ground. Keep your legs in Padmasana. Support your lower back with your hands and rest your body onto your elbows as you push the knees up towards the sky. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in Sarvangasana.
अथवा क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनम् उत्तमम्.
Lay down on your back. Keep one foot on the opposite thigh as you pull your knees towards your chest. Extend your arms out over top of your head. Hook your fingers forward. Tuck your chin to the chest. Lock your throat. Gaze to your third eye. And visualize yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana.
प्रथमशेन सुधो शीशिकेशिकी सन्धि सुदाखे.
Exchange the position of your feet and repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side.
प्रथमशेन सुधो शीशिकेशिकी सन्धि सुदाखे.
Now lay flat on your back and interlock your fingers around your neck in Padusha Mudra. Lift your legs off the ground and alternate, pulling one knee in towards your chest back and forth as you calmly breathe through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka and visualize Swamiji in Vrishapadakshipassana.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभ्यः कन्दरां बद्ध्वा.
Now place your hands next to your hips and alternate touching your ears with your respective knees back and forth as you visualize Swamiji in Maruttanasana.
श्रोतानवत्संसिद्धि कृत्वा जानुदयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
Next up is Vrikkasana. Place your feet flat on the ground and stand up and lay back down again and again, visualizing yourself as a wolf.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is Lutasana. As you lay down on your back, kick your legs over, roll over completely again and again. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space, and finally lay down on your stomach.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा.
Laying on your stomach with the hands by the side of your shoulders, contract your lips, making a whistling sound on the inhalation like a flute. Visualizing yourself as a chariot carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back in Saratasana.
दिव्यं शयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय.
Now push your body back up into the plank position and jump your feet in between the hands back and forth, visualizing yourself transcend body and mind in Dehal Ulanganasana.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्यचरणद्वयं मुड्डानैव बहिरानीज्य.
Stand up and lean forward and down. Place your hands on the ground and walk around on hands and feet, visualizing yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant in Jatyasana.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जातिस्मरो भवेत्.
Next up is a Lolitika Karana. Stand in Arimandi posture. Heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Bring your elbows to the shoulder level and rotate your arms around your body as you rotate your head in all directions. Open up your chest. Next up is Sarupasana. Now, if you have a rope available, tie your feet with a rope and stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your elbows close to your body, your hands on your thighs, and visualize your Kundalini Devi rising and curling upwards around your body in Sarupasana.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपाणाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत् तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः.
Next up is Ushtrasaranasana. Now lean forward and down. Place your hands on the ground and hold on to the toes. Keep your hands in fists. and walk around on the mat like a camel as you visualize yourself as a camel.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Now change the grip on your feet, hold them from the side, and walk around like a horse as you visualize yourself as a horse in Ashvasana.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapotanitakasana. Keep your heels together and interlock your fingers behind your back. Pull your hands down towards your calves as you open up your chest. Lean back, tilt your head back. Breathe deeply through your nose. Relax into this posture. On every exhalation, go a little bit deeper as you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving in Kapotanitakasana.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तोजङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा.
Next up is the Tala Pushpa Putam Karana. Stand in Arimandi and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. Bow down to one side, open up your palms and raise the respective heel. Again and again as you visualize yourself holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. Next up is Khadgasana. Now, stand erect on the mat. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a rhinoceros as you lay down on your stomach. Then jump your feet back towards the hands. Stand with your hands in Namaskara Mudra, slightly extended away from the body, resembling the horn of the rhinoceros in Khadgasana.
आसनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Now stand on the mat and hold on to weights if you have them available. Sit down on the mat and stand back up, or squat down as low as you can, again and again, as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यम् अथितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
Next up is Musadasana. Now raise your arms up over top of your head and jump repeatedly, visualizing yourself as a mace in Musadasana.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत्.
Next up is Utshirshakasana. Now hold on to one foot and pull it towards your chest as you sit down and stand back up with the other leg. Alternate on both sides, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय.
Next up is the Parshva Karana. Now keep the toes of one foot pointing to the side as you raise the other knee towards your chest and circle it with your arm, keeping the respective hand in a fist as you place the other hand on the inner thigh. Next up is Tandavasana. Hold on to weights to intensify this asana as you extend the left leg and your arms forward. Sit down and stand back up on one leg, visualizing yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana. As you raise the left heel against the perineum, keep the foot at the inner right thigh. Keep your hands relaxed by the knees and visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within in Brahmanasana.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Now bring the left leg over and around the right knee and tuck the toes behind the calves. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest as you bring the left arm below the right and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च.
Next up is Ekapadasana. Now place the left foot onto the right thigh and keep your hands relaxed by the knees. Stand on one leg as you visualize Swamiji in Ekapadasana.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिम्बामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
The next asana is Dhruvasana, the pole's-up posture. Now hold on to the left big toe in Prana Mudra and extend the leg out to the side. As you rotate quickly on the standing leg, visualize yourself as the North Poster.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Next up is Trivikramasana. Now lift one leg behind your neck, then stand up tall. You can hold on to a solid object for support if needed, and then Sit down and stand back up on one leg, performing the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Now repeat the Parshvajanukarana on the other side. Keep the toes of the left foot pointing outwards and raise the right knee against your chest and circle it with a hand and a fist, the other hand on the inner thigh. Now repeat Tandavasana on the other side. Extend your right leg forward and your arms as well. Sit down and stand back up, visualizing yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana on the other side. Bring the right foot again against the inner left thigh. As you keep your hands by the side of the knees, visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्य यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Now bring the right foot over and around the left knee. Tuck the toes behind the left calf. As you bring the right arm below the left, join your hands in Namaskara Mudra. And visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Now bring the right foot onto the left thigh and keep your hands at the side of your body. Stand relaxed on one leg as you visualize Swamiji in Ekapadasana.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Now repeat Dhuruvasana on the other side. Hold on to the right big toe as you extend the leg out to the side. And rotate quickly on the left leg, visualizing yourself as the North Pole star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. Now lift the right leg behind your neck. Sit down and stand back up as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you. Perform the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Now perform Samanaka Karana. Stand with the heels touching, toes pointing outwards, and keep your hands at the side of your body. Fingers pointing one by one. Breathe deeply and relax from this intense sequence of asanas as we get ready for the final 100 asanas of this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. Quickly grab some water and immediately come back, as we are then going to continue in just a few moments.
Nithyananda, thank you for watching, and if you found the video enlightening,
Please give it a like, share it with your loved ones, and subscribe to stay connected with us.
don't forget to click the bell icon to receive the notifications.
Yes, let us now move on to the next asana of the sequence, Gorak Anjali Asana. Squat down and bring your hands from the outside in between the legs. Interlock your fingers in front of your navel in Parashu Mudra as you visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. Breathe in Jiva Chara Kumbhaka. Inhale all the way. Hold your breath and along with your will, just freely move the prana within your system. Have complete control over the flow of the prana in Gorak Anjali Asana.
प्रथमः हि उभो होये बाहुरी नीचो पुनि होवे.
Now interlock your fingers behind your back as you maintain the squatting posture. Visualize Swamiji in Kanchasana.
ऊर्मध्यात् हस्तो निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा.
Now bring your heels together, close to your perineum as you squat down all the way. Interlock your fingers around the lower back and gaze towards your navel as you visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time, in Bhairu Asana.
दो बूपक की थलिया की माहिली कोर मिलाजी.
From a squatting position, now separate your toes. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra behind your head with the fingers pointing downwards. As you gaze to your nose, keep your spine straight and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu in Varahasana.
पागथली की माहिली कोर मिलाजी फना पानी उकड़ मोड़ वैसे.
Now hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra and raise your hips to the same level as your knees as you visualize Swamiji in Pripitasana.
अथ उत्तासनानि पार्श्वद्वय सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानप्रदेश आनीय.
The next asana is Bakasana. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits and lean forward. Find balance, lift your legs off the mat, balance on your arms, visualizing yourself as a crow in Bakasana.
हस्ताभ्याम अवनिमवष्टभ्य.
The next asana is going to be another inverted posture. Now place your head on the mat, form a triangle between your hands and your head. Bring your knees onto your arms, the hips over your shoulders, and then raise your legs off the ground, crossing them into Padmasana. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Swamiji in Sushtanga Kapali Asana.
आसन गोगुण कपाल आछो होई.
Gently lower your legs down and come to a kneeling posture with your heels outside the hips, the toes touching behind your back as you visualize that you are sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva in Guptasana.
जानूर्वोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्.
The next asana is Vrikshasana too. Now place your hands on the ground and raise your legs up over top of your body into a handstand. You can lean against the wall for support if needed. Everyone should perform this asana to purify all the 7 chakras as you visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground in Vrikshasana too.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासन विशेषकान्.
From the handstand, gaze to the third eye and visualize that Tejas energy is flowing towards your third eye, rejuvenating your body, bringing divine radiance to your being in Shibasana.
दो पग जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
Now gently lower your legs down and place your hands flat on the mat, shoulder width apart. Step your feet back into a plank position. Lower your body down to the ground and push it back up again and again as you visualize yourself as a fish in Matsyasana too.
निब्जं शयनं कूर्परो पार्श्वभागाय मूर्धकृत्य.
Lay on your stomach and place your hands on the hips. Lift your head and chest from left to right, visualizing and moving your body like a snake in Sarvapasana.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य.
Now place your elbows on the ground in front of you and rest your chin on your hands in Padma Mudra as you feel self-supported and completely independent in Niralambanasana.
कराभ्यां पङ्कजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कूर्परया सुधीः.
Now place your hands flat on the mat and bend your knees. Straighten your arms to bring your upper back and your feet close together. Visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun rays in Chakrasana.
अर्ध्यासनं स्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now come to a kneeling posture. Sit on your heels with your feet flat. Extend your arms out in front and place your forehead as well as your palms on the mat as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility in Vajrasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघो सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Next up is Meshasana. Now push your body up, keep your palms flat on the ground, raise your hips up high, and alternate striking the ground with your hands as you visualize yourself as powerful as a ram.
गजासनसंस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्.
The next asana is Ajasana. Now place your hands on the ground and raise your legs up. Lower your head down towards the ground as you visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासनसंस्थितो पादद्वयमन्तराळे कृत्य.
Now come to a kneeling posture and hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you pull them close towards your perineum. Then place your hands on the respective knees. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji as you return to making an ocean-like sound with your mouth in Ujjayi Pranayama.
पूर्वविधिपरिहाता की काकसीस्यो फना शरामोढ़ी.
Now interlock your fingers in front and move your hands up, down, left, right in all directions, giving massage to various different joints and muscles of your body as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, and then repeat the movement behind your back in the Angamotanam.
हस्तयोः अङ्गुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वमङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा.
The next asana is Garudasana 4. Now sit in between the heels with the toes pointing outwards. Place your thighs and calves on the mat as you bring your hands on the knees. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back.
जङ्घोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुना.
The next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. Now join the soles of your feet behind your back. Separate your knees and hold onto your ankles with your hands as you bring the front of your buttocks on the mat. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनम्.
Next up is Mandukasana 2. Now cross your feet and sit on your heels. Bring your hands underneath your knees as you visualize yourself as a frog. Press your tongue flat against the palate of the mouth and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Pull your stomach in and up. Internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Mandukasana 2.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सवलयाकृतिः.
Next up is Narasimhasana. Now tuck your toes and sit on raised heels with your palms flat on the ground, the thumbs touching. Gaze to the tip of your nose and stick your tongue out, exhaling forcefully again and again through your mouth as you visualize Lord Narasimha, the lion-man avatar of Mahavishnu in Narasimhasana.
दोबू फणा पाणी होए वैसे एडी मेलर गुदानी वैसे.
Next up is Vishuddhakasana. Now sit on raised heels and cover your mouth with your hands. Bring the thumbs underneath your teeth as you inhale through the right nostril, exhale through your mouth. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize yourself as Devi, victorious over all the fears that you might have in Vishuddhakasana.
दो पगा की एडी जो ये घोड़ा फणो वाण पुनि होई.
The next asana is Makadasana. Now place your feet flat on the ground with the soles together. The toes pointing back, separate your knees and sit down on your heels. Now gaze up towards your third eye, bring your hands towards your armpits and imitate as if you are a monkey stretching itself as you visualize yourself as a playful monkey in Makadasana.
दोवों पगदली संपुट आने तिनकी पिष्टि भूमि पर इठाने.
Now tuck your toes and raise your knees off the ground. Bring the soles of the feet together. Separate your knees and hold on to opposite elbows behind your back. Gaze to the tip of your nose and embody diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha, your spiritual community in Vajrasankarasana.
प्रथम पणा पाणी होय बैसे दोवों एड़ी गुदानी बैसे.
Now cross your feet and sit on your heels with your knees on the ground, separated. Keep your hands on the ground next to your body as you pull your stomach in and up and gaze to your nose, visualizing perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments in Kanjanasana.
खञ्जनासनमा वक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत्.
The next asana is Kurmasana. Now place your hands on the knees and make your upper back and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle, embodying a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years as you gaze to the tip of the nose in Kurmasana.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ.
Maintain the same posture, but relax your upper back and neck. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in Yogasana.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
The next asana is Vijyogasana. Now stand on your knees and cross your feet behind your body. Bring your toes to the opposite knees as you hold on to the calves with the fingers inside and the thumbs outside. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize a space of eternal oneness, Advaita, with your Guru, Swamiji, in Vijyogasana.
गोड़ा वामौ बोहोजी गोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोजी.
The next asana is Ushtrasana 2. As you stand on the knees, place your feet flat behind, lean back, place your hands on your heels, push your hips forward and tilt your head back all the way. Breathe deeply and open up your chest, bend your back, visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana 2.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाढ्य संपिपादयिषु पुमान्.
Now lean back even further. Bring your elbows on the ground and place the back of your head on the mat as well. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a lotus blooming in Jatyasana 2.
दो एड़ी संपुट करे सोले मूलद्वारि तरिधरे.
Next up is Viratasana. Lay down flat on your back and then rise back up again and again, using the support of your hands if needed, as you gaze to your nose and visualize the healing and liberation of all causal, subtle forms of your body in Viratasana.
जंगा पृष्ठभूमो निधाज्य जंगोदरयोः ऊरुणि संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Kapotasana. Now lean back all the way. Lay on your back, bring your hands over your shoulders and lift your body up. Bring your head in between the heels as you catch a hold of your feet. Visualize yourself as a beautiful dove in Kapotasana.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाढ्य संपिपादयिषु पुमान्.
Now rise back up. Stand on your knees and keep your toes tucked behind your body. Hold on to opposite arms with your hands as you gaze to the tip of the nose. Internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham as you visualize Paramashiva in your space, in your inner space. For this is the boon fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashiva in Varasana.
जानुनि भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा.
Now sit down on the raised heels. Keep the toes tucked and place your forearms on the ground. Rest your head on your hands and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu, in Varahasana too.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निकथ्यते.
With your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart, interlock your fingers and place your head on the mat. You're going to enter another inverted posture. Set yourself up in front of a wall if needed. Raise your hips up. Straighten your legs. Walk your feet forward and lift your feet off the ground, extending the legs up straight. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a lopped tree in Mundasana.
अधो मुण्डासनं वक्ष्ये सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Now gently lower your legs down and come to a kneeling posture. Sit on your heels with your feet flat. Slightly separate your knees as you lean forward and down and bring your head in between the legs. Hold onto your head with both hands, keeping the elbows outside the knees. Inhale through your nostrils and exhale through your mouth as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Andhasana.
प्रथम भगदली समटहरावे कोरमाहिली उभे मिलावे.
The next asana is Viparita Shalabhasana. Lay down on your stomach and extend your hands over top of your head. Hold on to weights. Lift your arms, your chest, and your legs off the ground as you visualize yourself as a locust.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके.
The next asana is Kapalasana. Now place your hands next to your hips and your forehead on the mat. Lift your legs up without lifting your chest as you visualize a skull representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment in Kapalasana, the skull posture.
कपालं भूमो निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नयेत्.
The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. Now lift your legs up, bend your knees, and bring them over top of your head as you place the soles of your feet on the ground in front of your face. Bend your back intensely as you visualize yourself as a free and open dog in Akasha Kapotasana.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य.
Next up is Chatakasana. From a kneeling position, place your forearms on the ground and bring your navel onto the knees as you visualize yourself as a sparrow in Chatakasana.
कूर्परपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामौष्टभ्याम्.
The next asana is Vrishikasana too.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, sorry for the interruption. Let us now move on to the next asana of the sequence, Vrishikasana 2. With your forearms on the ground, raise your hips up, straighten your legs, and then lift your legs over top of your body. Bend your knees and try to touch the back of your head with your feet as you visualize yourself as a scorpion in Vrishikasana 2.
विच्छेव पुच्छप्रतिमाङ्घ्रिपार्श्वे धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्यकौ.
The next asana is Vrishasana. Now sit on the right heel as you keep the left foot outside the hip with the toes pointing to the side. Place your hands on the ground in front of your knees. As you forcefully inhale through your nose, hold your breath for a short while, and then slowly exhale again through the nose in Antarangaka Kumbhaka. as you visualize yourself as a bull in Vrishasana.
यामे गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
The next asana is Lolasana, with your hands on the ground in front of you. Lift your entire body off the ground, cross the toes of the left foot over the right, balance on your arms and visualize Swamiji.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Now sit down on the left heel and keep the right foot outside the hip. The toes pointing to the side, hands on the knees, visualizing yourself as a bull in Vrishasana, the bull posture on the other side.
यामे गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
Now place the right foot flat on the mat with the right knee raised. Tuck the toes of the left foot and sit on the left heel. Keep your hands on opposite knees and visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space in Balagunasana.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Now stand up and squat down. Separate your knees, bring your hands in and around the legs and hold on to your ankles from the outside. As you squat down as low as you can, visualize yourself as the entire planet in Grahasana.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानु मध्ये कूर्परौ स्थाप्य.
Now repeat Balagunasana on the other side. Now sit on the right heel with the left knee against your chest, hands on the knees. Visualize Balagunahai.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Now step both feet in. Sit on the raised heels. Keep your toes tucked. Place your hands on the knees. Hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana. Keep your knees tightly together as you visualize Swamiji in Utkatasana.
युजास्पिजो स्थित ऊर्वजानु यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
Next up is Vajrasangarasana 2. Now keep the soles of the feet together, knees separated, and hold on to opposite elbows behind your back as you balance on your toes, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बना पानी होए जैसे दोबू एड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
From a squatting position, place your palms on the ground and bring your heels onto the back of your hands. Straighten your arms, gaze to the nose, and visualize you are able to live off of air alone in Anilasana.
दो हाथ भूमि पर ठाने कहनी जाड़ी ना भिलग आने.
Next up is Padukasana. Now place the back of your hands on the ground and step your feet onto your palms as you wrap your hands around the feet like shoes and walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself wearing padukas, walking all across India in Padukasana.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले पादुकासनं भवति.
Next up is Kukutodanasana. Now place your hands flat on and keep your legs up and let them fall back down again and again as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
Next up is the Viparita Nityasana. From the same position, hands on the ground, raise your legs up over top of your body and dance on two arms as you feel yourself become free of all inhibitions.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं अष्टभ्य.
Next up is Kunjalasana. Now separate your feet and place one hand on the mat, the arm straight, the other hand on the respective ear. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe calmly through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka.
अथ पक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनम् उत्तमम्.
Exchange the position of your hands. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side.
अथ पक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनम् उत्तमम्.
Next up is Kadambasana. Now squat down all the way. Bring your heels close towards your perineum and raise your feet off the ground. Balance on your heels. As you hold on to your ankles, visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life in Kadambasana.
पार्श्निभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्फौ धृत्वा.
Next up is Pavanamuktasana. as you place your feet flat on the ground and keep your knees against your chest. Hold on to opposite knees and pull them against your chest. Breathe against your calves. Breathe against your thighs. Open up your back. Breathe deeply through your nose as you visualize any excess vata being released from or balanced within your system in Pavana Muktasana.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके.
The next asana is Chakrasana. Now lift one leg behind your neck and keep your hands at the side. If you can't lift your leg behind your neck, you can bring it over your shoulder or cross it over the other leg. As you then extend the opposite leg forward and push your hands into the ground, lift your entire body off the mat. Gaze to the third eye as you visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy in Chakrasana.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Next up is Dhanurasana 2. As you hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra, keep the left leg extended and pull the right foot towards your ear as if you're pulling a bowstring, as you visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. Lift the right leg over top of your shoulder and place the left foot on top of the right foot. Extend your legs out to the side, lean forward, balance on your arms as you visualize yourself as a flying crane in Ashtavakrasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Pranasana. Now place one foot on the mat and bring the other foot on top of the opposite thigh. Bring your shoulder underneath the raised knee and push the knee down to the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize you are immortal and able to exist solely from prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यः स चामरः.
Now bring the left foot to the outside of the right hip. Step the right foot over top of the left knee and bring your left elbow around the raised knee, the hand below, to interlock your fingers behind your back. Now gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga and Parshvamatsyendrasana.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
Now untwist your body and repeat Chakrasana on the other side. Lift the left leg behind your neck, hands by the side. Lift your body up as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now again, hold onto the big toes and pull the left foot towards your ear as if you're pulling a bowstring, visualizing yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Bring the left leg over your shoulder and hook the right foot on top of the left foot. Lift your body off the ground and extend your legs out to the side as you lean forward, visualizing yourself as a flying crane in Ashtavakrasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
With the left foot flat on the ground, the knee raised, place the right foot on top of the left thigh with the left shoulder beneath the raised knee. Push the right knee to the ground as you gaze to the third eye and visualize you're immortal and able to exist solely from prana in Pranasana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यः स चामरः.
Now bring the right foot to the outside of the left hip and step the left foot over top of the right knee. Bring your right elbow around the raised knee and bring the hand below to interlock your fingers behind your back. Gaze towards your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga and Parshvamatsyendrasana.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यतेजस्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Now keep the right heel against the perineum and extend the left leg forward. Lean forward and down. Hold on to the left foot with both hands as you breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka. Inhale all the way. Hold your breath and freely move the prana throughout your system by the force of your will as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवने सम्पीड्य.
Now bring the right foot outside the hip with the foot flat, the knee on the ground. Hold onto the left foot and lift it in front of your face. Keep the knee straight, visualizing yourself as a crane in Kranchasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now extend both your legs and bring the left heel against your perineum. Lean forward and down. Hold onto the right foot as you visualize Swamiji in Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवने सम्पीड्य.
Now bring the left foot outside the hip with the foot flat and the knee on the ground. Lift your right foot in front of your face as you visualize yourself as a crane in Kranchasana, the crane posture.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Swastikasana. Now sit in a cross-legged position with your feet in between the thighs and calves. Keep your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose, and embody peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity. Visualize a swastika in Swastikasana.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे.
Maintain the same posture, but cover your heels with your hands. Tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to your nose. Visualizing the great sage Goraknatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya in Gorakshasana.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Bhagasana 2. Now keep the right foot on top of the left thigh as you keep the left heel against the perineum. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Meditate on Arihanta, the enlightened one, the Lord, the avatar. And get ready to enter Shanmukhi Mudra once more. Inhale all the way. Close your mouth with little and ring fingers, your nostrils with your middle fingers, eyes with your index fingers, and your ears with your thumbs in Bhagasana 2.
वामपार्श्वं गुदं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजगने.
Next up is Yogasana 2. Now bring your feet onto opposite knees and place your hands down on the ground next to your body with the palms facing up. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Swamiji as you perform the Kaka Chandrakumbhaka. Keep your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow and inhale through your mouth, exhale slowly through your nostrils in Yogasana 2.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः.
Next up is Urdhva Kukkutasana. Now rotate your hands at the side of your body. Place your palms on the mat next to your body. Lift your knees up and push your hands into the ground, lifting your entire body off the mat as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now bring your hands between the legs. Place your palms flat on the ground as you sit in Padmasana. Without lifting your body up, stay seated on the ground as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddha Haratali Asana.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करें, हस्तदो भूगोड़ासन दिधरे.
Next up is Hamsasana. With your hands on the ground in between the legs, now push your hands into the mat and lift your body off the ground. Pull your knees towards your chest. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself as an elegant swan as you keep breathing in Kaka Chandrakumbhaka and Hamsasana.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा स्कन्दपर्यन्तं ऊरुनि नीत्वा.
Next up is Karmukasana. Now raise your hips up, maintain Padmasana and push your hands through the legs. Interlock your fingers behind your back in Parashamudra as you place your forehead on the ground, visualizing yourself as Pinaka, Lordship was bow in Karmukasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करें, घोड़ासन दिमाही कर इधरे.
Raise your knees off the mat and bring your hands through the legs. Maintain Padmasana as you bend your elbows upwards to hold on to the respective shoulders, visualizing yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years in Kurmasana too.
बाई जंग प्रदर्शन पावा दाई जंग परिवाई ल्यावा.
Maintain the posture, tuck your chin to the chest, lock your throat in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze to your nose and rejoice, knowing you're sitting in Shiva's secret knot posture, Granthi Bedasana.
अथ पक्षे नीलकण्ठ ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभम्.
Now roll onto your back. Keep your hands through the legs and hold onto your shoulders as you gaze to the tip of the nose and embody a turtle laying on its back in Uttana Kutumasana.
कुक्कुटासनबन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरम्.
Now kick yourself back up. Remain seated in Padmasana. As you bring your hands through the legs, place one palm on the ground and lift your body off the mat as you hold the wrist with your hand. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now exchange the position with your hands. Hold the other wrist, lift your body off the ground and visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Next up is Gridasana. As you sit in Padmasana, place your elbows down on the toes. Interlock your hands in Padusha Mudra. And rest your chin on the fingers, press your thumbs against your throat, and visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetous in Gridasana.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Padmasana 3. Place one palm over top of the other, palms facing up in your lap. Sit in a meditative space as you gaze at the tip of the nose. Perform Mahamudra Bandha and visualize Swamiji in Padmasana 3.
उत्तानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितो योगिरात्.
Now keep your hands on the knees. Gaze to your nose and internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham as you visualize Paramashiva in your inner space in Padmasana form.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये.
Next up is Karmukasana 2. Now keep the left hand on the respective knee and hook the right hand around the big toe in Prana Mudra. Pull the elbow back as if you're pulling a bowstring, rotating the big toe again and again. Then repeat the movement on the other side, visualizing yourself as Lord Shiva's bow in Karmukasana 2.
अथान्यासनमावक्ष्य योगपूरकरक्षणात्.
Next up is Karmukasana 3. Now, cross your hands behind your back. Maintain Padmasana and hold onto the big toes around your waist as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Pinaka Lord Shiva's bow, engaging all three bandhas in Karmukasana 3.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखम्.
Next up is Dridhasana. Now maintain the posture, raise your chest and gaze up towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye destroying anything you come across in Dridhasana.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
Maintain the posture and roll onto your back. Keep your arms crossed behind, holding onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize yourself as a snake and breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोठाने दो हाथ पाछाने आने.
Next up is Kandukasana. Free your arms and legs. Pull your knees up towards your chest as you encircle them with your hands. Bring your chin towards the knees as you squeeze your body into a ball in Kandukasana.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य ऊर्ध्वं नयेत्.
Now place your feet flat and interlock your fingers around your neck. Breathe calmly through your nose as you gaze to the tip of the nose, visualizing Swamiji in Urdhva Bhavanasana.
प्रथमे सूधो सैन करावे गोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे.
Bring your hands underneath the heels with the palms facing up. Push your hips off the ground, lock your throat, breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka. Forcefully push the air upwards, but keep it trapped as you visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakatapitasana.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Support your lower back with your hands. Rest your elbows on the ground, bearing the entire body weight as you straighten your legs, gazing to the nose and visualizing Swamiji in Uttana Shikipitakasana.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम्.
Now raise your legs up. Point the toes to the sky and then place your hands flat on the mat, supporting your balance as you visualize yourself blissfully traversing through Narakaloka unscathed in Narakasana.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ.
Now again bring your hands to the lower back. Straighten your entire body as you angle your legs, engage your core intensely, and visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryanokasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
Now again place your hands on the mat. Straighten your legs up. Be stable, sturdy, straight, like a flagpole, as you visualize yourself as the KAILASA flag respected across all nations in Dvajasana, the flag posture.
तिर्यन्नौकावत् ग्रीवापृष्ठकूर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now lay down flat on your back. In the final asana of the sequence, Nithyananda, keep your hands at the side of the body, palms facing up, completely relax from any minute tiny tensions in your back. Keep the palms facing up and forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine from the Muladhara to the Sahasrara Chakra and Shakti Chalan Mudra. As you visualize your body is dead and Swamiji is liberating you in Mritasana, internally chant the Mahavakyam, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
Now slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles. Move your elbows and knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest. And circle them with your hands. And rock your body from side to side as you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations! You completed the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the 308 asana sequence of KAILASA Nithyananda Yoga. With this, we come to the conclusion of today's Nithyananda Yoga session. Thank you all for sincerely participating in the yoga sequence. Let us now get ready to enter into the power manifestation, the first power manifestation session of the day, the blindfold reading. After this intense yoga sequence, let us manifest the powers of Paramashiva, the Shaktis. Now, sit straight with your head against spine in a straight line. Keep your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we conclude the session with the Purna Mantra.
ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्तिः 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 हरिः ओं तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवपादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्.
Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda
Yes, Nithyananda, and welcome back to all the Paramashivoham Level 2 participants. And we just completed the beautiful sequence of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the 308 asana sequence that has been revealed by Swamiji. So hope all of you are having a really good experience with the yoga. Let's now do the best thing that we can do after the yoga, which is manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. Now, before we enter, let's have a small context why the manifestation of powers now is important rather than any other time. It's because now, when we manifest the powers, right after the yoga, our energies are aligned, our Kundalini is awakened, and our body and mind is completely fresh. You may be feeling a little tired on the outside, but inside your being has been completely energized by the prana energy. When we do all of these different pranayamas and the asanas together, it's like a air pressure. When the energy of the prana of the air is intensely pressed inside us, it is not only going to the lungs, but it goes through all of the nadis, the energy channels of the body. So when it goes through the energy channels of the body, it's like on one side there's pressure, so on the other side all the negative energy, all the blockages are completely cleared. Like if there's some dirt in a straw and you blow it with a lot of pressure, the dirt is going to fly out of the other side. It's the same mechanism that the pranayama does with our energy channels. So when this intense prana is pushed inside our body, the energy channels ultimately push the kundalini up, which is the innate energy of Paramashiva Shakti, which is there inside all of us. So when that gets awakened, the power manifestation intensely becomes more easily manifesting through us. So let us now enter this beautiful session of the power manifestation with understanding the Shastra Pramana. So all of these powers that we are manifesting is not just a thing that has been figured out a few years ago or just invented by someone. No, these are powers that we have been born with. You may ask, how is that so? The answer is, when we see who gave us these powers, it is Paramashiva himself. And who created all of us, it's Paramashiva again. So we see how when a particular laptop manufacturer makes a laptop, he gives us the user manual also to start and set up the laptop. The same way Paramashiva beautifully has given us this body along with the user manual called the Vedas and Agamas. And we need a technician to decode the specific things that we need to do. And that technician is none other than Swamiji. But Swamiji is not just a technician, but he is Paramashiva himself. So the manufacturer himself has come down once again to teach us the science of activating and expressing all of these powers which we have come with. So that's what we are going to be understanding in the Shastra Pramana. The Shastra Pramana is the scriptural reference, the reference from the Vedas and Agamas that explain to all of us the working and the manifestation, the techniques and the space we need to be in to manifest these powers. And ultimately, we have all been initiated by Swamiji into the science of power manifestation from the day one. So that is the biggest thing that we need. The initiation of the Guru is the most important component that we need to reactivate all of these powers which are there in us. So let us all see the Shastra Pramana now. The beautiful Shastra Pramana is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34, where Paramashiva gives us the exact details of how the power of third eye happens in all of us. Let me chant this scriptural reference for all of you and then give you the translation and the technique that this mantra holds. Kapalantarmanonyasya tishthanmilitalochanaha kramena manaso dadyat lakshayet lakshamuttamam. The beautiful translation for this verse goes as, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center, sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession. By that stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of the third eye. One directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. So now let's break this Shastra Pramana, this scriptural reference, down and see how Paramashiva has beautifully given us the detailed instructions to manifest the power. So here first he says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center. So the crown center is the seat of the Guru, where the energy of Guru and gratitude reside. If we see in the meditation techniques, when we have done the Paramashivoham level 1, we go through each energy center and clear the patterns which are holding that energy center from expressing. So the energy center, which is the crown center, is blocked by the patterns of self-denial. And when we express the feeling of gratitude towards the master, this energy center beautifully flowers. So that is what Swamiji is telling us, that Paramashiva is telling us here, is to fix our awareness on the crown center, which is the Guru. So visualize Swamiji is basically what Paramashiva is telling over here. So once we visualize Swamiji, the energy of gratitude overflows in us, which brings us to a restful awareness space. So this is the most important step, visualizing Swamiji and bringing yourself to the restful awareness. Then Paramashiva says, sitting stably without any movement. He also later in the Shastra Pramana says, by that stability of the mind and inner space, he does not mention the body, even though that also has to be stable. But the main focus over here is not on the stability of the body, but on the stability of the mind and inner space. So how to stabilize the mind and inner space? That is very, very simple. When we start visualizing Swamiji, what happens is we start to feel the gratitude for Swamiji, and then we enter the space of unclutching. Means we just take a step back and just see the thoughts. We cannot stop the thoughts. The thoughts are a continuous flow of various ideas in our head, but that is completely not us. So when we take a step back and become the seer, just start seeing the whole thoughts like a movie, we will see that those thoughts don't affect us. The only thing we need to do is not think about a particular, catch on to a particular thought. If we allow ourselves to take a step back and just be a viewer, a watcher to the whole scene that is happening in front of us, that is more than enough. We will enter into the space of unclutching, Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Then Paramashiva says, gives us the side effect, which is not a bad side effect, but the best effect, which is the vision of the ultimate goal happens. The ultimate goal is not the picture or word we are trying to see in front of us, but it is Paramashiva we are trying to see. So when we visualize and we are able to see that visualization clearly of Swamiji, at that time, Swamiji himself will reveal to all of us the picture that is shown in front of us. The complete ambition, the complete goal of this power manifestation is not to see with our eyes closed. When we have two eyes, why do we need to see through the third eye? Because that is exactly this. Third eye is not solving this problem over here. The third eye is not given to us just to see blindfolded, but this power is one side effect of the third eye. The third eye can give us answers to any question we have in our life, give us solutions to all the problems we have, and make us take the right decisions. So to experience those powers, we need to be able to get used to our third eye, get used to connecting with our third eye, and that is why we are manifesting these basic powers of blindfold third eye reading. So now let's enter the power manifestation, and I request all the participants to now have a blindfold. Please take a moment now to bring your blindfold, your device in whichever you're going to type down what you see, or a piece of paper and pen, and you can also have your deities. If you have a particular puja room, sitting in the puja room and attending these sessions is the best thing that you can do, because the space and the the environment around you is completely energized and allows you to be in that meditative space. So now let's take a moment or two to bring our eye bands and bring any deities that we want and a piece of paper to write down whatever we see. Please take your bring your items now.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Please blindfold your eyes now. Make sure you blindfold your eyes, not just close them, because the dark feeling that you have when you blindfold your eyes is important for the manifestation. And make sure the eye band you're using is comfortable on your eyes, not making your eyes feel itchy, or the eye band is not tight around your eyes too tight.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. So now let's enter the manifestation. So now that you have blindfolded your eyes, let us enter the meditation. Let us enter the power manifestation now. Please close your eyes and visualize Swamiji. That is the first step that Paramashiva has requested all of us to do. Close your eyes and visualize Swamiji now. Now, once you have visualized Swamiji, there's a specific mantra that Swamiji is given to all of us, which is the Mahavakya. The Mahavakya allows us and helps us even more to enter into that space of connection with Swamiji and that gratitude space for Swamiji. So now please start chanting the Mahavakya internally. All of us have been initiated into this mantra, means if we chant it, we will for sure connect with Swamiji. So now chant the Mahavakya. If you feel like chanting it outside, you can. Otherwise, just close your eyes and be in the space of listening and let this beautiful mantra reverberate inside you. Now, let us all start seeing the image in front of us. And at the end of the manifestation, I will request all of you to open your eyes and then you can open and write down what you've seen. So let's all begin now.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Yes, now slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes. And now start writing down what you were able to see in the last few minutes that you are keeping your eyes closed. Everything that you're seeing, if it's just black also, it's fine. But what you are able to see is all you need to just completely write, because when you hold back feeling, okay, I just did not see anything clearly, it was not, I'm not sure, then you're just trying to avoid to see what the third eye was showing you. When you start to write down what you were able to see, you start trusting your third eye. Okay, my third eye has shown me something. So I need to write down, I need to spit it out, what I was able to see. And then when you see, okay, I've written this and this is what is there, and you start seeing that correlation, that starts building the trust on your third eye. The belief that your third eye is manifesting is important, because that is what is going to make you make that connection again and again and feel that manifestation happen. So now let's write down what we saw. Let's take a minute now. You can also write down what you saw in the Zoom chat or in the YouTube chat, wherever you're watching, and you can say what you were able to see during this round, so that even I can know what you were able to see and how your manifestation went through. So you can all now share what you were able to see during this round of the manifestation. Okay, so now let us all see what image all of us were seeing. So it's this beautiful picture of the USA flag. So you can see there are multiple colors and shapes in this flag. So you have stars, you have the red color, you have blue, and you have white. So these are the three colors. And then if you see, you also have a rectangle in this image. So these are the shapes and colors that were there in this image. And if you are able to see any of this, whether it might be a red color apple that you saw. That is not the problem over here. The thing is, you are able to see the color red, and that is the reason you need to celebrate your manifestation. And thanks, Swamiji, for showing you. The thing why we are seeing something else for the image that is projected in front of us is because we still are doubting what we are seeing. We still are doubting our third eye and not sure if what our third eye is showing us is the right answer. So you can all now write down if you're able to see this particular colors, and with this we'll now be moving into the next session. So let's all now first, before we move, let's take a few minutes to share what we were able to see and verify, and also share on social media what we were all able to see. So with this, let's now take a few minutes break also to get ourselves refreshed after the beautiful yoga we had. I hope all the participants want a few minutes, and you can have a cup of water and again be seated in front of the camera. Make sure your camera is turned on at all times, and you can also keep a paper and pen or a particular device you're typing down. So you write down all of the exercises in the same place, and you keep it like your book, your exercise book for a particular subject. Like the same way you can keep it for your own self-understanding and becoming Paramashiva. So let's now take a few minutes to get refreshed and share on social media what all of us were able to see during this round of the manifestation. So we'll be back after a short break.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Yes, Nithyananda. And now let's move into the next session. So today we are going to be focusing on the aspect of communicating with people. So communication is one of the most important aspects of our life because we communicate every moment with people around us. And the way we communicate makes things happen around us or makes things not happen around us. So the right way of communicating with people and making them understand what you're trying to say is very important. We all may know the same language and may talk to each other in the same language, English, but the language alone doesn't matter. The space that you hold and you are giving to the other person also matters. Because when we see, if we talk to someone with a lot of love, at that time, the other person feels that love. They feel that emotion happen inside them. The same way when we shout at someone, the emotion of anger also happens in them. So it is the way we talk that actually influences what the outcome of that conversation is going to be. Because when someone is in a particular emotion, that emotion affects us. As we've seen in the understanding of listening, when we are learning about the science of listening, we saw that listening is not just hearing the words, but we hear the words, it gets processed inside us. We understand a particular meaning, and then that is this process of listening and understanding a particular word. So what affects that understanding is the emotion that we are currently in. So if we are not in the right emotions, anything that someone says will be hurting us, will be affecting us. We will not be able to take in or imbibe anything the other person says because of the emotional filter which is there in front of our mind. So the filter called emotion is what we need to trigger to manifest a particular understanding in the other person. So if we give them the space of care, they are going to take in whatever we say and understand and respond in the same way. So let's now understand about this beautiful science of end communication. So let's now understand the astonishing but yet true power of words. Two researchers who have created visually compelling evidence of the power of sound are Japanese scientists, Dr. Masaru Emoto and Fabian Mammon. So these two scientists have shown and proved the science of sound, the power of sound. So Mammon is a French composer, acupuncturist, and a biogenetician. Biologist experimented with the both healthy cancer cells and healthy cells to see how they would respond to voice and various instruments. So a particular scientist from France, he took two cells, the cancer cells and healthy cells, and saw he did experiment with them to see the reaction with different instruments and sounds. In his book, The Role of Music in the 21st Century, Mammon reports that among the dramatic effects of sound they captured in their photographs was the progressive destabilization structure of the cancer cells. Mammon says that when he played sounds that progressed up the musician scale, the cancer eventually exploded. The Japanese scientist, on the other hand, Dr. Masaru Emoto, has also shown the potent effects of sound by photographing water crystals. This work is published in his series of books, Messages from Water, and was featured in the movie What Blep Do We Know? In his remarkable experiments, he played classical music, folk songs, and other Japanese songs from songs from also other countries, and placed different speakers next to the water samples. He then froze the water samples to make crystals and compared the crystalline structures with different samples. With each musical piece, the water simply formed different and beautiful geometrical crystals. When he played heavy metal music, the water crystal basically became hexagonal structures and broke into pieces. Dr. Emoto's work goes further still. He also measured the impact of words on the crystalline structures of water. The results of Dr. Emoto's experiments match what psychologists and researchers and spiritual masters alike have shown, that the words we speak and the thoughts we think impact our being as well at all levels. In one experiment, Dr. Emoto and 300 others assembled at the shore of a very badly polluted lake in Japan and spoke aloud and different affirmation of peace and gratitude. The water crystal changed from a cloudy and distorted image before the prayer to a beautiful geometrical crystal after the prayer. Smaller groups of people have reported this experiment at other lakes around the world with similar results, which Dr. Emoto has published in his 2 volumes of Messages from Water. In other experiments, Dr. Emoto trapped various other words, phrases in a jar of water. Afterwards, he photographed the crystals formed when these water samples were frozen. Words or phrases such as thank you, love, appreciation produced a variety of beautiful geometrical forms. On the other hand, when he shouted at the water saying, "You make me sick, you are a fool," they produced crystals that were disconnected and chaotic. The implication of these simple experiments are profound. Since our bodies are made up of 70% of water, imagine how the words and vibrations that we feel our external environment affect our internal environment. Our very cell, imagine how the words we speak about ourselves and others affect not only our own health, but also the health and well-being of those in our life. So this is one of the most important aspects of why words are so powerful, because they are vibrations, and vibrations is energy. There's positive energy and negative energy. The negative energy in the bad or the negative words that we talk affect us in a very powerful way. And that is why even some scientists, what they did is they took a particular man, and this happened in one of the most prestigious universities in the world, Harvard University, where a particular student, they selected a particular student, and from morning to night, the whole school told that, "Hey, what is this? You look so sick." In the morning, when he woke up from his bed, his friends told him, "What is this? You look so sick." And he was thinking, but he was feeling fine at that time. And he said, "No, I'm perfectly fine. I'm perfectly fine. I'm not fine." And he did his morning routine. But as he did his morning routine, other people also simply told him that he was looking sick and he must take some rest. But he was completely fine. Then after that, throughout the day also, they kept telling him that you look sick, you look sick. His teachers, his friends, his classmates, everyone told him that he looked sick. And then finally, by evening, he was actually starting to feel sick. And by night, he had real sickness. He was really sick, he had fever, and he was also even taken to the hospital because he was completely, his whole energy system inside he had started believing that he was sick. That is the effect and power of words that we have. So now let us see a beautiful video where Swamiji also talks about the power of words and end communication. The science of end communication is not just a different way of communicating or a different language, but it is using the same language, English, that all of us use to understand and communicate with other self, but in the right way, with the right, making sure the other person is receiving what we have to say in the way we are saying it, not creating their own emotions, their own understandings, their own interpretations of what we are saying, and understanding exactly what we want and doing what we say. So I request all the participants now to be in the space of listening and write down these powerful cognitions which Swamiji give, because these are chosen satsangs and chosen clips that all of you are getting directly, which have been designed by Swamiji. So let's all now listen to this beautiful satsang where Swamiji talks to us about the science of sound.
Whatever you want in your life, you might have come for the program here through two-way video conferencing or in the Rajya Sabha physically. You might have come here for health or to achieve more wealth in the life or successful career or spiritual evolution or enlightenment, maybe just to spend 2-3 days with me. Whatever may be the reason, please understand, whatever may be the reason, whatever may be the purpose, whatever you may want from this program, through this program, can happen in you by listening. It is with listening. When you start listening, it starts. When I say listening, I don't mean just hearing. The default hearing, which all of us have. Let me define this default hearing and listening. Default hearing means you hear some words or sound. The moment you hear, some of your past incompletions stored in you, past memories, emotions, hangovers gets triggered in you. When that gets triggered, you are just lost. You are just lost in the triggered hangover. I'll give you an example. When you were 10, you went for a beach walk. There you saw few people attacking one person, and finally that fellow is dead. You saw literally a murder in front of your eyes. Naturally, you will run away from that place. After that, you may never go to beach for a walk. Or even if you get a chance to see the beach, you may remember only this painful memory. If you carry this incompletion, the moment I start speaking, I start uttering the word beach or a beautiful walk in the evening beach, the breeze of the evening beach. Here I am talking about the beautiful, loving, very soothing experience. But there in you, that incompletion gets triggered. You are already in the mood of that being terrorized, frightened, fear, carrying that hangover, that incompletion being triggered. Understand, hearing and incompletions getting triggered and getting lost in those incompletions. Hearing, incompletions getting triggered and getting lost in those incompletions. That is what is your default hearing. Now, when I ask you to listen, I mean listen and internalize everything I am uttering without allowing the interference of that past hangover, incompletions. At least for next few hours, the program is around almost 3 hours a day, little more than 3 hours with a break. If you see, it's around 5.5 hours. Listen. At least the next few hours, next 3 days, I am requesting you to listen and internalize directly without allowing your incompletions interfering, without allowing your incompletions hitting, without hearing your incompletions disturbing, without getting your incompletions triggered. Listen. You listen and internalize means understand, cognize. Then again listen, cognize, listen, cognize. This is like a binary action. 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. Like the computer. How you hear the binary code in the computer. 0, 1, 0, 1. But if the incompletions get triggered and interfere, it is not 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. It is like a 0, 1. Then again 0. The incompletions getting triggered stops the hearing and internalizing. Hearing and cognizing. Hearing and cognizing. This process gets disturbed. This process gets disturbed. Understand? When the hearing and cognizing is disturbed, you become tired. You get disturbed. And the listening gets broken. Especially Indian classrooms, you are trained not to listen. The long hours, boring syllabus, boring teachers. Naturally, you are pushed to get into the state of samadhi by sitting with open eyes. Listen. Just these next 3 days, I request you to listen and cognize without allowing your incompletions getting triggered. Without allowing your incompletions getting triggered. My commitment with you all, please listen. Please listen carefully. I can make whatever you want as reality. Please understand. I am really serious about what I am uttering. I am sincere about what I am uttering. I can make whatever you want as reality. Health, wealth, success, complete relationships, whatever you want as reality, I can make that happen. I can make whatever you want as reality. But my only request, please provide listening. This is the only wiring between you and me. It is the only wiring between you and me, connection between you and me. In Vedic tradition, words are not used just to convey some idea, concept, theory. Words are used to transmit energy. Understand? If the words are used only to convey an idea, a concept, books are enough. But in Vedic tradition, we use the words to transmit the energy, experience. So, listening is the only wiring between you and me. It's the only wiring between you and me. So I request you to provide complete listening, I request you to use the words as a bridge between you and me so that I can transmit the experience to you. Listen. When you sit with the space to listen, with the mood to listen, even silence, my silence does so much in you. Even my silence can do so much in you. So, listen. How many of you are ready to listen for the next 3 days? Raise your hand. I'm requesting you only for next 3 days. Come on, let's take an oath. Declaration to yourself. This oath is declaration to yourself. When you declare, you will be so alive, active, energetic, because your declared words sets a trend, path through which your mind needs to travel. Please repeat. I declare I am in the space of authentic listening. For the next 3 days, I decide to be in the space of authentic listening. My blessings for you to be successfully listening.
Yes. So that was a beautiful satsang where Swamiji explained about the science of listening and the science of communication, how to talk into others listening. So now let's enter a small internalization exercise to understand the essence of this entire session and also see how to implement this beautiful understanding of communication in our life. So now listening starts the entire understanding that we need to take in one sentence is listening starts with listening to ourselves, and listening to yourself is clarity. So this is the most important understanding from this entire exercise, from this entire session. So now let's enter the internalization exercise and see. Now let's look into our own behavior patterns, life patterns, and thinking patterns. Look into how much is really the method of handling you and how much is really freely dumped on you. Spend a few minutes. Contemplate, see the wrong ideas of freedom you have, which is the blind spot creating the incompletions, pain patterns, which you miss many things in life just to find items. If 10 of your blind spots are exposed, that is more than enough. So now, basically, we are going to be writing down some patterns that we have noticed in our life. For example, if we get angry, what do we do? Do we see how to complete with that anger, or do we start just hitting someone, hitting something, shouting at someone, or Some people, even when they get angry, they go then they eat like anything. That is to just distract themselves, but that is not the solution. So write down like this 10 different situations in your life where you experience this kind of blind spots, where there is a particular pattern in the way of your communication, the way you communicate with people. Let us start writing this now. as we continue to write, if you have any questions that you want to ask, make sure that you feel free and you can post the questions in the Zoom chat, and I'll be answering those questions also. So if any questions you have about the exercise or the complete session itself, we can ask those questions in the Zoom chat. Yes. So now, with this, we come to the end of this exercise. So whatever these 10 things you have written down, it is now our responsibilities to complete with them and start to drop these patterns, because we have realized and we have seen that these are the patterns that are affecting us. So now with this, let's now move into the power manifestation session. So after every internalization exercise and every jnana exercise, we are going to be having the power manifestation exercise, power manifestation segment to experience this power manifestation, because every pattern that we drop helps us to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. So today we are going to be focusing on the power of Ashtamaha Shaktis. So as before, this power too has the Shastra Pramana. So let us first see the Shastra Pramana for the power of Ashtamaha Shaktis. Let me chant the Shastra Pramana and then give all of you the translation for this beautiful Shastra Pramana. Maranam kadyate tena sakenapi na kadyate tasya syat parama siddhir animadi guna prada vayus sanyacharate dehe rasavriddhir bhave dhruvam akasha pankajagala piyusamapi vardate. So this Shastra Pramana is from the Shiva Samhita. This scriptural reference is from the Shiva Samhita, another scripture where Paramashiva himself reveals these secrets and sciences of power manifestation. It is from the 5th chapter, verses 76 to 78. In these two verses, Paramashiva reveals to us the signs of manifesting the Ashtamaha Shaktis. So let me share the translation with all of you now. So Paramashiva here says, death is eaten by him, he is eaten by none. He manifests the highest power such as Anima, Lahima, Mahima and the other Ashtamaha Shaktis. The Vayu, wind energy, moves equally through his body. The juices of his body also are increased, Rasa Vriddhi, excluding from the ethereal lotus, Akasha Pankaja. So if we see here, the technique that Paramashiva reveals for all of us is very, very simple. Paramashiva here says that the wind energy is moving equally through his body. He says he is eating death. Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now continue with the understanding of the technique that Paramashiva reveals in the Shastra Pramana. So Paramashiva here gives us the beautiful explanation saying that death is eaten by him, he is eaten by none. So Paramashiva here is explaining about himself. He says that he himself is above death. He is above death, meaning that death does not touch him. So to enter that space, we too also have to become Paramashiva, because here he's saying that he is the one who manifests the powers of Anima, Lahima, Mahima, and the other Ashtamaha Shaktis. So to enter that space of becoming Paramashiva himself, what do we need to do? It is very simple. Swamiji is initiated all of us into this beautiful science of power manifestation. He says that by becoming him, by becoming Paramashiva is nothing other than visualizing Swamiji, because it is not, we are already Paramashiva. That is the first and most important understanding that all of us need to have. We are all Paramashiva. So if we are all Paramashiva, then how do we manifest it? How do we experience that? And that is the space of the initiation that Swamiji gives all of us. That when Swamiji gives us that initiation, he gives us that ability to once again remember that space. So what we are going to be doing is we are going to be visualizing Swamiji. When we visualize Swamiji, we once again enter into that space of the initiation. That visualization of Swamiji itself is powerful enough to connect us with him. And on top of that, we are also chanting the Mahavakya. So these two are the secret key to enter into that space of being Paramashiva. So when we are Paramashiva, he himself here says that the powers such as Anima, Mahima, and Lahima manifest and express through us. And these are only the side effects. The juice of nectar extrudes, it starts overflowing from the ethereal lotus. This is not some lotus which is there somewhere. This is again, once again, the Sahasrara Chakra. The crown center is also explained in the Shastras, in the scriptures, as 1,000-petal lotus. So it is actually the experience of, we can roughly translate this to the experience of happiness, the experience of joy, where the dopamine starts overflowing. Because why am I saying dopamine? Is because this enzyme, this hormone, is the hormone that makes all of us feel happy, makes us feel devotion, gratitude. It is dopamine that even when they did the scientific research on Swamiji, they had seen that the dopamine spot, which is the prefrontal cortex, the forehead of us, that is the place where the majority of dopamine is secreted. So when this dopamine is secreted and overflows into our body, we feel that space of bliss, happiness, and devotion. So I hope all of you have now understood the science behind the manifestation of the power of Ashtamahashaktis. So which power of these Ashtamahashaktis are we going to be manifesting today? We are going to be manifesting the powers of Anima and Lahima, which is the power of increasing or decreasing the size. Let's also see the Apta Pramana. The Apta Pramana is the references where this power has taken place in a particular historical incident. And here we have the experience from the Ramayana. Ramayana is one of the most ancient historical scriptures which talk about the lifestyle of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the lifestyle of Hinduism, and how Bhagavan Rama, the incarnation of Parandama himself, manifested and gave all of us the breakthrough. So he removed the burden of all the demons and negative energy in planet Earth and once again restored balance to the entire existence. So here he had a beautiful disciple called Hanuman. So Hanuman, you all might know, but if you don't know, he is the son of Vayu, means the god of air. So Hanuman is also the incarnation of Paramashiva. He is blessed by Paramashiva himself to assist Rama in this entire restoration of the complete balance of positive energy in the planet Earth. So Hanuman is the messenger of Rama when Ravana, the complete embodiment of negative energy, he takes away Devi Sita, Rama's wife, and puts her in Lanka, inside his palace, and locks her up. So Rama sends Hanuman to to go and find her and give her the ring that she had given Rama, to tell her and to give her the feeling that he is coming and he is continuing to search for her. So Hanuman goes, and on the way he is stopped and tested by a demoness called Surasa. So this Surasa is actually also the mother of all the demons, sorry, of all the snakes. She's not a demon, but she is the mother of all the snakes. And she is living in the ocean. So when she sees Hanuman, she wants to test him to see if he is actually going to give Sita the actual ring, if he is truly on his mission. So at that time, what happens? She comes out of the ocean and tells Hanuman that he has to go through her mouth and come out. If he does that, then Hanuman can continue his journey. So Hanuman connects with Bhagavan Rama and tells Bhagavan Rama that he is on the mission of Bhagavan Rama, that Hanuman is on the mission of Bhagavan Rama and he wants to complete it successfully. So he asked Bhagavan Rama itself what to do. And he is blessed with the power of Anima and Lahima, where he decides to start increasing in size. And if we see the actual reference from the Shastra Pramana, from the Ramayana itself, says that Hanuman grew to 100 yojanas, meaning he became almost 113 kilometers, which is almost 70 miles tall. And then in a fraction of a second, he became the size of a thumb. So as Hanuman increased his size, Surasa also started increasing the size of her mouth. But when Hanuman, in a fraction of a second, became as small as a thumb, Hanuman went inside and came out of Surasa's mouth, which gave Surasa the confidence and understanding that yes, Hanuman is continuing to keep his integrity to Lord Rama and lets him go through to continue his journey. So this is the beautiful Apta Pramana, the evidence from the ancient masters and the historical events of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Let's now move to the Atma Pramana. The Atma Pramana is the experience that where Swamiji himself has shown this power. Why do we need to know if Swamiji has shown this power? It is because it gives us the understanding and gives us the evidence that Swamiji is not only initiating us, but he too has manifested it. And by listening to these Leela Dhyanas, the experience that all the devotees had when they were seeing this incident also comes to us. So that is the reason we are seeing. So this happened in the Los Angeles KAILASA, where Swamiji had installed a 6'10" tall Nataraja deity. Beautiful, handsome form of Nataraja dancing, the Lord Paramashiva dancing. So this beautiful deity had to go through a door. The door was also 6 feet and 10 inches, but Nataraja was on the rollers, meaning they had to move the Nataraja deity. So they had placed some planks and wheels to move the deity. So what had happened was that because Nataraja was 6 feet and 12 inches now, because of the 2-inch rollers that were placed under Nataraja, Nataraja was taller than the door frame. So all the devotees went to Swamiji and they were like asking him, should we remove the door frame or what should we do to take Nataraja inside? At that time, Swamiji said, don't worry, I will take care. So Swamiji went inside the temple and then he told the devotees, all of the devotees, to put their hands on the door frame and try pushing the door frame. When we see the whole incident, it might look a bit comical, but actually what was happening is Swamiji was not wanting all the devotees to think about how is it going to think about the whole situation logically, but experience the Leela. So at that time, what happened was that they all held the door frame and Swamiji told push, even though there was another story of building on top of this place, on top of the temple. So then Swamiji stood and told, in you come Nataraja, and then they pulled the they pulled the Nataraja deity inside, and somehow through the grace of Swamiji, the deity came inside the temple. So this is the beautiful experience of the Atma Pramana. Now let us enter the power manifestation itself. So we are all now going to be manifesting the powers of increasing and decreasing the size of the deity. So now let's all take the measurement of ourselves. We're going to first be manifesting this power on our own self. So now you can take a flat like a board, and once you stand against the wall, measure your height, and you can take the help of someone else to also measure your height. Once you've measured your height, then sit down once again. We'll be manifesting the power, connecting with Swamiji, experiencing the space of Paramashiva, and then after the manifestation, once again, we will be remeasuring and verifying the manifestation. And at the end of the manifestation, you can all share how you have experienced this beautiful power manifestation. So now with this, let us enter the manifestation itself. Let's take a minute now to measure our own heights. So now please take a flat board, a pencil, and the help of someone, or otherwise you can do it on your own self if you're the only one around you. Measure yourself and come back and be seated, writing down the height, if you can, of how tall you are. Let us now start the manifestation process.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Yes, now that we have verified, check the height. Now let's all please sit down. And now that you have been seated, close your eyes and start visualizing Swamiji. Now start chanting the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham and connect with Swamiji and request him to increase or decrease your size. Let us begin the manifestation.
Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, now relax. And now all of you can now go and measure your height once again. See the manifestation, how, if the manifestation has happened. Let's take a minute now to see if the manifestation has happened. I request all the participants now to once again go and verify the change in your height. If you think, okay, my height has decreased, you don't need to feel upset that, okay, my height has decreased, what do I do? The thing is, automatically, unless you declare that you want this height change to happen, it will not be permanent. So it is not a problem. You will see once again that your height will come back to the normal size. You may think, how is this happening? Am I just visualizing, or is it a miscalculation? Is it that I'm not keeping the measurement correctly? That is not the thing. If you see, things can change. It is only us who feel that no, things have to happen in this particular way, and that is why we see it happen in that way. But when we manifest the powers, we break all of these limiting cognitions and we see things happen so quickly that it is difficult for us to cognize. So now, once you're measured, you can now share in the chat how the manifestation has happened. And if you have seen anything, any manifestation, is there any change in your height, share that in the Zoom chat. So now with this, we are all going to be moving into the next session. So in this next session, we are going to be continuing to learn about effective communication and more about the science of listening. So I request all the participants now to be in the space of listening as we now move into this next session and understand the science of listening. Yes, so you talk in two ways. There's default talking, where we talk out of whatever is logical or natural in any given situation, and conscious talking, which is talking into the listening of the other person from the space of what is possible. What's the difference? That's what we are going to be understanding in this session. What is default talking and what is conscious talking? So let's now understand the secret of effective communication. To be effective in your communications, you need to first listen consciously to what you're saying. Listen to yourself, meaning from the space of unclutching, see what the inner world thoughts and the outer world experiences are happening. Bring your awareness to your own center and speak from a space of conscious talking from what is possible rather than what is defaultly available to you. In other words, always consciously listening into the talking. When someone is talking, listening consciously to them. And when you are talking, also consciously listening to you and seeing what is happening inside you. It is not that you will not be able to do this, or it is not a complicated process. Like you may think that, oh, do I have to keep thinking about what I'm talking and then talk that? That is not what you need to do. You need to be aware. What is the thought process and what are you trying to communicate? Communicating exactly what you want to share with the other person is listening to yourself. Consciously talking into the others, listening. When you talk in such a way that you connect with the listening of the other person and then talk from what is possible. In the Vedic literature, imbibing any concept is always divided into three: Shravana, which is listening, Manana, which is internalization, and Nididhyasana, which is living that. Listening is always the first step. In the Vedic tradition, sound is used to transmit energy. We use sound to transmit the experience of energy also, not only used to transmit ideas, concepts, or knowledge. Words are used to awaken the Kundalini Shakti. Listening is saying yes to life. You seeing the way life is happening will become intense. The way you hear life will become intense, and the way you feel life will become intense. Listening means you are saying yes to life. Only when you say no to life, does tiredness or boredom happen in you. Listening starts with listening to ourselves and listening to others. That's as we saw last time. Listening to ourselves is clarity. Only when we listen to ourselves, what we are sharing to others will be clear and precise. We will not be talking about anything that we want. It's only because we don't listen to ourselves, we don't listen to others. And because we don't listen to others, our communication is never able to manifest the end goal of what we are trying to explain or share to the other person. So now let us hear from Swamiji in this beautiful satsang, where he explains to all of us about the science of listening into others, listening to others and listening to what we are talking. So once again, I request all the participants to write down what Swamiji is sharing, the powerful cognitions that Swamiji is sharing, and write down these clicks which you get from this session. So let us now listen to what Swamiji is going to share with us.
सदाशिवसमारम्भा शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमा अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. So today's subject, today's sutra is art of right listening. Listening has been prescribed as a first step in almost all spiritual traditions in the world. Rishis, the oldest spiritual tradition, Vedic tradition, they start with the spirituality with the word Shravana, listening. Buddhist tradition starts the 8 steps for nirvana. First step is right listening. J. Krishnamurti, the modern day master, goes a step ahead, step further, says right listening is God. He gives the place of God to right listening. What is exactly right listening? Hearing is different, listening is different. Hearing means sound enters into your ears, gets processed. Either it creates fear or greed or different emotions. Listening means sound enters into your system and gets absorbed into your system. Leads your system from sound to silence. Understand? It's like almost if the pond is dirty, if you put little lime powder, the lime powder will take the dust and settle on the ground. So in few minutes, the whole pond will be clean. Same way, the right listening is put on chaotic mind, the mind which is full of words. Right listening is sprinkled, sprayed, like a lime powder. It will take away all the dust, which is words and thoughts in your mind, and settle down on the ground. Right listening means the sounds which leads you from sound to silence. The right listening can happen when you are ready to listen with anything. Chirping of the bird can lead you to enlightenment. Sound of bamboo can be the Upanishad mantras. The sound of Ganges can be the Anagata Dvani. With right listening, everything that echoes in your system, everything that reverberates in your inner space leads you to silence. Of course, the possibility for right listening, the happening of right listening happens more in the presence of a living master, an incarnation, who himself has experienced the anahata dvani, the sound which is uncreated in his inner space. Again and again and again, the emphasis on right listening is put. Because the right listening is an independent, intelligent technique which can directly lead you to the higher space and higher reality. With the right listening, you will understand the sound waves which reaches your inner space is deeper than the visions which reaches your inner space. When I say this, I mean the sounds which you are hearing now, the words which are entering your inner space are more stronger, more truthful, more higher reality than the scenes you are seeing around you. The wax out of which the scenes are created, which you are seeing around you, is of much lower quality than the words which are reaching your inner space. The sound which I am creating now, which is reaching your inner space, is more stronger base material to create what you want than what you are seeing as a scene. As long as you feel what you are seeing is more stronger reality than what you are hearing, you are in illusion, maya. You are hallucinating. The right listening has not yet happened in you. When you feel what you are listening, the words which are entering your inner space is more powerful than the scene you are seeing. The right listening is happening in you. Sit with deep awareness. How the words are touching your ears and reverberating your inner space. You will see the words which are touching your inner space and reverberating, and the reactions created by them and the space created by them, consciousness happens in you by them, are more higher reality than the scenes you are seeing around you. This is what I call art of right listening. Better I will use the word science of right listening. The word art is too much loaded and abused by too many people with too many words. Science of listening. As rishis describe, listening in their own way, Shravana, Buddha describes right listening. Krishnamurti describes right listening is God. I will add my part to the right listening. I will give you a powerful process for right listening. Bring your awareness to the third eye area, forehead. See very clearly the sounds. Sounds is the right word, not even words. Sounds from the master. How it penetrates your third eye. Please understand, sounds from master reaches your system through your third eye, not through your ears. Ordinary words, which leads you to more and more words, reaches you towards your ears. The words which leads you from sound to silence, the sounds which leads you from sound to silence, reaches your system through third eye. Have your awareness in the third eye. See how the words are penetrating and how they are reverberating and what kinds of meanings, emotions, experiences they are creating in your system. Just see the whole thing. Seeing the whole thing is listening.
Yes, so that was a beautiful satsang where Swamiji shared about the science of listening and talking into others, listening. Let's now move into the next session, which is the power manifestation session. So now we are going to be manifesting the power once again of we are going to be manifesting the power of Ashtamaha Shaktis. So now I request all the participants once again to, this time we are going to be increasing the height of the object. Last time we decided to change the object size of the object. This time we are going to be particularly manifesting the power of increasing the size of the object. So now I request all the participants, please measure your height once again.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda
Yes. Now, let's enter the manifestation itself. Now, please be seated, close your eyes, and start to visualize Swamiji. Now, once you visualize Swamiji, once you have visualized Swamiji, you can start chanting the Mahavakya. And now, once that visualization becomes strong inside, request Swamiji to manifest the increase in your life. Let us all begin now. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda.
Slowly, please relax. And now, once again, go and verify the change in your height. See if there's any manifestation happen. Let's now take a few minutes to verify if the manifestation has happened. Let's now take a minute to verify the manifestation.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
Yes. So now, with this, we have now completed the verification. Now, once you have verified the change in the height, you can now once again share in the social media and let us know what you have manifested, what you have seen, and what you have understood during these sessions. So in these last two sessions, we have learned about how the communication happens, how the most important understanding is listening to yourself is the most important thing, because only when you listen to yourself, you will start listening to others. And when you listen to others, there is clarity. So with this beautiful understanding and powerful cognition learned in these two sessions, let's now take a short break to share on social media and refresh ourselves and be ready for the next session. The next acharyas will be joining us soon. So be quick and we'll be joining you after the short break.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om
Will you be able?
Nithyananda, everyone. So now we'll start the next segment. Where we are going to be learning about speaking into listening of the listener. So what does it mean, speaking into listening of the listener? So the question starts with that how often does this happen to us? Many times we see that we go on talking, not bothering about what other person want to listen. So when we are not able to speak into our listening, we have no respect for the other's thinking also. So how much of respect we have for our thinking, that much success we will have in our life. So when we speak into the listening, our own listening, we will know how to speak into the other listening. So the first secret that we need to learn, or the powerful cognition that we need to imbibe from here, that only when we start listening to ourselves, only when we start speaking into the listening of ourselves, we will start speaking into the listening of others. Speaking into our listening, once we start practicing this, once we start speaking more and more about listening to our own, we will be more and more Advaitic and more authentic. When we start speaking into the others' listening, we will become more and more expansive. Speaking into our listening and others' listening is a simultaneous process and not part by part. So it's not that the first I start speaking into my listening, I become master into that, and then I start speaking into the listening of others, but rather it's a simultaneous process where I speak into my listening, I speak into the listening of others. Both should happen from the powerful, complete space. There will not be any, and then only there will not be any boredom, tiredness when we speak into the listening of ours and the listening of others. Now the question comes, okay, I want to speak into my listening, or I want to speak into the listening of others, but what stops it? So Swami says there is a past pain which gets triggered whenever we want to learn something new, which is created in a young age. When we want to learn something new with this idea that it's very difficult, we need to complete with this pain pattern. And then suddenly there will be nothing like I want to, or I don't know how to do. So the more and more we do completion with the pain pattern from the past, the more and more completion happens. And this idea that I want to do, but I don't know how to do, will start disappearing. So this is one of the very common responses that we always have, that whenever we want to do something, yes, I want to do. And there are so many things that we want to do in our life, but the first response comes, I want to do, but I do not know how to do. The root cause of this problem, or this thought current, or this thinking, or the response that we have, is the pain patterns that we carry within. The more and more we complete with the pain pattern, we are going to become more and more comfortable, and this idea itself will start disappearing. So past pains getting triggered only an obstacle for us not speaking into our listening. So the only obstacle that is there for us to speak into our listening, okay, for me to speak into my listening, for you to speak into your listening, or for me to speak into listening of you, or for you to speak into listening of me, is nothing but the past pains. So that gets triggered again and again, and that is the source cause, the root cause of why we fail to practice this. So let us listen from Swamiji, more and more powerful cognitions and understanding from Swamiji on how to speak into the listening of the others.
Listen, today I am going to teach you a very important method. Listen, today I am going to teach you a very important method called speaking into your listening. Please listen. Listen to these words. Speaking into your own listening. Many times people tell me, Swamiji, I know this is the right path, but I am not able to do. Why? What to do? Addictions. Unable to train yourself. Knowing something is right and not doing it. Knowing something is wrong and continue to do it. All this is because you are not able to speak into your listening. Means even you are not listening what you are saying. Am I right? Even you are not listening what you are planning. Even you don't have respect for your thinking. Then who will respect your thinking? How much your thinking is respected, that much you will be successful in your life. That's all. Understand? When you learn to speak into your listening, you will know how to speak into others' listening. Today I am going to teach you both. Speaking into others' listening, speaking into your listening. When you speak into your listening, you will become more and more Advaitic, authentic. When you speak into others' listening, you will become more and more expansive. How many of you understand what I am saying? See, life is all about speaking into your listening and speaking into others' listening. That's all. That's all. Nothing else. It is not just because I am in the speaking profession. Whatever may be your profession, it is nothing but speaking into yours listening, speaking into others listening. Whether your family, love, life, friends, partners, business, team, wherever. Life is nothing but speaking into your listening and speaking into others listening. Am I right? I have seen 2 doctors passing out from the same college. After 10 years, one is the owner of chain of hospitals. The another one is sitting in the same old village and reading the same old Hindu newspaper with that big glass, having patients come to remove the teeth for 5 rupee, injection 7 rupee. Same. Profession. If you are not able to speak into others listening, how you practice? If you are able to speak into others listening, the way you practice is totally different. How many of you understand what I am saying? So today, practicing to live, practicing our ability to speak into your listening and others' listening. What do you think as the ultimate reality in your life? Can anyone shout out? Just shout out from there. Enlightenment, bliss. I can say bliss is the utility word of enlightenment experience. Enlightenment is bliss is like applied science. Enlightenment is original science. Pure science. Speaking into your listening, speaking into others' listening. Now you all said the ultimate reality is enlightenment. Today let us take few minutes. You pen down, listen. First pen down few ways how you are going to convince you, speak into your listening that enlightenment is the ultimate reality and how to make that as a lifestyle. Listen, first listen. Pen down something to speak into your listening. And second part, pen down how you are going to speak into the listening of your whole group and make them understand this is the ultimate reality. A small homework exercise. Then I will lead you to the main process. Just a small process. Understand? Listen. First, pen down few thoughts. It can be 1 page, 2 page. How you are going to speak into your listening. This is the ultimate reality I want to achieve. Second page, how you are going to speak into the group's listening. Make everyone in the group understand that this is the ultimate reality. You should be able to face their questions and get shaken. Why people are afraid of questions, They are afraid before they convince the other person, the questioner may convince them. When you are not sure about your position, you are afraid of questions. Few minutes, shall we do this homework? Listen, this will really help you to raise your authenticity and the space of Advaita. It will help you in a big way. So the first question, how you are going to speak into your own listening and make you understand about the ultimate reality is enlightenment. It is required for you. How to achieve it, all that. And how you are going to speak into the listening of the group, teamily. Make them understand it is the ultimate reality for them. So each question at least answer in 1 full page. Some reason you lost the whole $10 million. Again you start. What a big loss and foolishness, stupidity it is. Like that only many times you think, build a strategy about your life, come to a conclusion after 1 or 2 years of thinking. But suddenly you don't follow and you are back to square one. Then how much of energy is wasted in your confused thinking and time? How many of you understand that? When you don't have a power to speak into your listening, that is what exactly is happening to your life. And you don't even remember the loss you are going through. At least with money you know, because it is number. With this mind you don't even know the loss you are going through, because you don't know amount of energy going outlet. It's like a diarrhea, you can't measure. You only know how many times you went. How much you went, you don't know. Understand? Like that, how many years you wasted, you can understand. But not how much you wasted. You understand what I am saying? A little raw example, that is okay. After all, I am a village boy, so that's all. That is why that speaking into your listening is required. I can give you one example. I decide yoga is good for me. It will cause my ultimate reality. Once now I decide, I don't need to convince me again, waste my time again into thinking into it. Every day I will be there on time doing yoga. Now only everyone understands what is speaking into your listening. It is possible. I'll make it happen. You pen down this process. The next step you will see, I'll make it happen.
Nithyananda, everyone. Vishwanathan, are you there? Vishwanathan, Satya Srinivas. Okay. So moving ahead. So now the question comes when it comes to speaking into the listening of others. So there are two different components of it. First, that moving the other person what you want them to do. And the second thing is trying to impress them about you, means about us. So whenever we are having conversation with the second person, either it is about convincing the other person or impressing the other person. Either moving the other person to what they want to, what you want them to do. So let's say I want you to do something. So it will be continuously convincing that person to do what I want him to do, or it will be all about impressing myself. So these are the two components in our conversation. When it comes to trying to impress somebody else about us. So what happens whenever we try to impress the other person about us, it's that we are not impressed about ourselves. We still have doubt about it. And then whenever we have the doubt about it, we continue to try to impress other person. But whenever we ourselves are not convinced about certain things and we try to convince somebody else, the other person does not give the attention. He does not listen to us, and we will not be speaking into the listening of the person, because it is all about convincing myself or convincing that person about what I want him to do. It's not about what he needs to do, but what I want him to do. So the whole communication will be about all this. But here, the understanding that Swami is giving, the powerful understanding, or rather, I say the science that he is giving, that as long as you are not convinced about something, you cannot convince somebody else about that. The person will be either able to sense it, he will not have the listening for you, and for that reason, he will never get convinced about what you want him to do. So when we start speaking, we need to decide to complete about what we feel as us. And this is about when we are trying to impress somebody else about us. So when I myself has doubt about it and I'm trying to convince somebody else, the other person is not going to get convinced. So what is the solution? That first get ourselves convinced about what I want to say. Means bringing completion into what I'm going to say or what I feel as myself. So only when I'm complete about what I feel about myself, and then when I speak, the person will have the listening for us. Understand, Swami said that we do not need to impress other person about ourselves. We only need to do is that move the other person. He should do as you want them to do through your words. And that only happens when you are completely convinced about what you are talking, what you are speaking about yourself. As long as you have the doubt, the other person will not be giving you the listening, and the other person will not be doing what you want him to do. He will not be believing what you are saying to the other person. That means wherever we have the block, we will not be able to penetrate that into another person. When we are not able to speak into others listening, that means that is exactly where we are stuck with our own ideas, with our own incompletion. So other person becomes a reflection for us. So wherever we are not convinced, okay, or let's say the better way to say this would be that whenever I'm talking to somebody and he is not getting convinced, okay, he is not providing his listening, that means exactly that is the place where I am stuck with my own ideas, with my own incompletions, and that means I need to complete. Okay, so if we can speak into the other person listenings, we will see all our incompletions, blocks, and we will be able to melt down if we do completion, and then we ourselves will become clear, and the other person also will have the clarity about what I am saying, and he will be able to do what I want him to do. So now we are going to be listening to one more videos where Swamiji will be talking about the more deeper truths on science of speaking into the listening of other person. Just give me a few moments.
I'm telling
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
to your listening, nor you can 100% speak into others' listening, because you are off, others are off. When you can speak into your listening, other listening, authentically, only then you will be able to speak into your listening 100%, others listening 100%. How many of you are thinking, first I will speak into my listening 100%, then I will speak into others' listening? Raise your hand. It is foolish. How many of you are thinking, I will speak into others' listening, I don't care about speaking into my listening? Raise your hand. Again, this is foolishness. Understand? It is, you go on doing both becomes complete. perfect. Because you are not 100% stored in you. You think all your treasure is in your hand. Already some fellows have put the hole in your backyard and pulled out the treasury. You are only sitting safeguarding the front door. Because the front door is not opened, front door of the treasury is locked and you have the key, you are thinking your treasury is safe. Already some fellow has gone through the back door and drilled and pulled many things. You are sitting with the empty. You understand? Your 100% is not with you. Same way, your 100% is not with others. Still, at least the empty locker you are having and your key you are having. So, it has to be a simultaneous process. Speaking into your listening and speaking into others' listening. Both should be from powerful, complete space. Listen, listen. Listen here. Say, how many of you listen? You feel, first let me completely speak into my listening, only then I will speak into others' listening. Raise your hand. Whenever you try to speak into others' listening, you will always carry the incompletion. I myself not complete. How can I speak into others' listening? Am I right? So that makes you powerless. All these people, I don't care about whether I am speaking into my listening. Let me speak into others' listening. Again, you are feeling powerless. How many of you are getting it? Actually, many times you speak into others' listening even though you are not convinced. You are not able to speak into your listening. Many times. When you try to make your husband disciplined, wife disciplined, look in. Are you convinced about that? No. So that time, again, because you feel you are not convinced but you are speaking into others' listening, you will be powerless. Both, if it is done as a part by part, it is powerlessness. Both done as a lifestyle out of powerfulness reaches completion. That is what I am saying. If you start doing, both is similar. Both have a strong connection. Listen. Please, all of you, look here. Can you all look here? Look here for a few minutes. I am giving you the tips for speaking into others' listening. Usually when you start speaking to others, you are always planning to impress on others who you are instead of what you need to make them do. See, there are two components in speaking. Moving them to do what you want and trying to impress them about you. Impressing them about you should be only for moving them to do what you want. But most of the time, you try to impress them about you, and the funny thing, whatever way you try to impress them about you, you are not impressed about that. Still you have doubt about it. That is why you project your SDHD on them and make it as ADHD. Understand? Attention deficiency happens in the other person. ADHD happens only when you have SDHD. When your statements are from SDHD, means self-doubt. You are not completely convinced. You try to project that on the others. Using the same concept and try to impress them. Other person will not be giving you attention. He will not be giving you listening. You will not be speaking into his listening. You think he has ADHD. No, you have SDHD. ADHD happens in other person if you have SDHD when you speak. How many of you understand what I am saying? That's all. So don't ever blame others' ADHD. It is your SDHD. Understand? Actually, layer by layer, I am making the cognition happen in you. The cognitive shift. When you start speaking, decide you are complete about what you feel as you. You do not need to impress the other person about you. Now, only thing you need to do is move the other person. You should do as you want through your words. That is what is speaking into the listening of the other person out of completion. Don't try to impress the other person by trying to show who you are. When whatever component of you are trying to make others believe again and again, be very clear you are not believing. I have seen this in my life. Let me tell you openly. I will constantly make the people around me to believe that I am working hard. But I myself don't believe. No, really I am telling you. In my heart I don't believe I am working hard. I feel whole life is going so beautiful and smooth. What is there in this work? This is what I like. When I wake up, I just want to come and see you guys. That's all. I just want to spend time with you guys. And I am spending. You have any question? I'll answer. You have any doubt? I'll clarify. You have any disease? I'll heal. You have any wishes? I'll bless. That's all I want to do. You have any reality? I'll cause it. If I am not able to directly do it by mystical way, the metaphysical way, then let me prepare you to receive that metaphysical transmission. That's all is the whole program is all about. See, many things what you want can be directly transmitted metaphysically. Whenever you need little more sensitivity to receive that metaphysically, you are just prepared through all these process, programs, everything. That's all is the whole life. My life is so simple. I have put my whole life and mission in this 4-5 statement. Everything boils down to this. So I don't feel actually I am working hard. But I have to convince this first team that I am working hard so that they will become more authentic. I will go on be convincing them because I am not convinced. To tell you honestly, I am not convinced at all that I am working hard. I only feel my life is a celebration, vacation. Who will get 21 days nice vacation to be in Varanasi happily? That's the way I look at my life. That's the way I am perceiving. Anyhow, I am giving you this example. In being, I don't believe I am working hard. I only believe life is going so smooth, so beautiful. Say, hard working is the ideology, the word you use to justify the inner conflicts which you are not able to complete. If you complete all the inner conflict, you won't feel like life is hard work. It's all smooth joyride. How many of you understand what I am saying? But that does not mean because you don't believe you are doing hard work, you will not come for yoga. I don't believe I am doing hard work, but I don't miss any of my sessions. I don't miss any of my commitments. So you also be like that, integrated, authentic, then believe you don't do hard work. That is perfectly alright. And you neither do work nor believe you are doing hard work. Actually, when you believe you are doing hard work only, you don't work. Because from morning till night, you are in the mode of too much is in my plate. How much I can do? I am tired. Ba 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 ba. Too much is in my plate. What do you mean by too much is in the plate? Everything is grabbed. Do not try to impress others about some part of you, because it means you are not convinced about that part of you. That's first truth. Second, whenever you speak, always be aware you should be speaking to move the other person. Move the other person. How many of you understand? Now, can we have a few minutes discussion? Now you are going to move the other person, convincing the other person's ultimate reality is only enlightenment. See, if that person is already convinced, he is spoken to, he is listening, he has no question, leave him. Don't torture him. So don't catch people and say, I have to practice now talking into others listening. I will listen, speaking to you, you have your doubt. No. Clear? See, listen. For example, I'll give you this example. 10 people are there in your team. No, 10 people are there in your team. 4 persons have a question. Speak into their listening and make them understand. 6 people don't have questions. Thank them, that's all. Understand? But end of the conversation, the whole team in their listening and in others listening should be able to speak about the ultimate reality. This one truth. All of you are clear about the process? Shall we start? Start. Understand, this is one of the best powerful process, dharana of training you. The self-training dharana. Self-building dharana. Like bodybuilding, it is self-building, conscious building. Everyone is ready? Let us make our Vedanta reality, not the theory. See, in one book fair, in Ramakrishna Mission bookstore, the volunteer was standing. There was a Brahmasutra Bhashya, commentary of Brahmasutra by Shankara, commentary of Brahmasutra by Ramanuja. The whole Hinduism has suffered so much between this fight between these two thought schools. Somebody came and asked the volunteer, what is the difference between this and this? Brahmasutra, Shankara Bhashya and Shankara's commentary and Ramanuja's commentary. The volunteer coolly replied, 35 rupees. So understand. Most of the time, we speak in that level only. Now, you will speak into your real listening and speak into others' listening. Let's make Vedanta into reality, not 35 rupee gap. Means that much only that volunteer has studied both those books. He knows only both the books, cost. Come on. Please get back to your teamily and start. Listen, it's a teamily exercise. When A speaks to B, C, D, E, F, everyone will provide listening. So only one person in a group will be speaking. But the other person can question. Because you have to speak till he is listening. Till you have spoken into his listening. You will see, you will get exactly the questions which you are not able to convince about you. If you are not able to convince about you, you will not be able to convince the other person. If you can't speak into your listening, you can't speak into their listening. Even when you speak, if you are able to speak into their listening, your doubt also will be cleared. You will be speaking into your listening. It is like a churning. See, in Ganga, so many big stones will fall into Ganga. Ganga will beat each stones with each other and roll it. Finally, both will become Shivalinga and she will give it to us and go. So she will take so many stones and beat them all with each other. In that high power rotation, all the stones will become Shivalinga and she will leave it. Like that, I am taking all of you and beating all of you together in the flow of my energy. And all of you will become Shivalingas. That's all.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda.
Now, let us internalize what we heard from Swamiji. Let us enter into the first exercise. Whatever triggers the patterns, the pain patterns, whatever you have still, which makes you powerless, which triggers you, makes you powerless, pen down all the patterns. Next, pen down what is the first incident that triggered this pain. So go back. First, note down all the pain patterns which makes you powerless. And then slowly go back to the first incident you remember at your young age. The very first incident you remember which caused you pain and which made you powerless. Relive the incidents as it is. Don't put the intelligence you have now to the incident, to the painful incidents you are going to relive. So relive and relive each incident one by one. So I request all the participants to take your pen and paper and start writing the exercise. So as you understand that first we always give the introduction and the various powerful cognitions about it, and then we work on bringing completion or manifesting that powerful cognitions or that experience within us. So all these exercises are meant for that very purpose. So unless you do the exercises, you may not actually get complete clarity into even what does it mean by speaking into listening of others. Neither we will be able to speak into the listening of others. All of us understand the importance of, see, whenever we are having communication, it's as simple as me and you talking. When I'm talking to you, unless I am speaking what you need to listen, or unless I'm speaking into what you need to listen, that is not going to have any impact. So the whole conversation is going to be useless. So in our normal life or regular life, whenever we engage into conversation with the person, we always have our own intentions. Whether you may be wanting to learn something about the person, or you may be going to enrich the person or tell him something which you want to convince him about something you want him to do. There are many times then we engage with others because we want to have something from the others. We want something to be done by the person, or we want him to get convinced about my ideologies, my belief system. But unless we are speaking into the listening of the other person, that is not going to happen. And one of the most important understanding that Swamiji gave, that unless I am convinced about it, as much as we try to convince others, he is not going to get convinced. We may keep ourselves into complete delusion that, yes, I gave a very big lecture. I was able to tell so much of philosophies and idea to the person, and he was not able to, cut any of the logic or the idea he gave. But ultimately, we know the truth that the person is not going to believe it, because I myself is not convinced about what I am speaking. So it's very, very important that we come to this understanding, find the pattern and complete with it so that other person start listening to me. So with that aim, all these exercises are given. As Swamiji said, the reason why we are not able to speak into the listening of ourselves or into the listening of others is because of the pain pattern that we carry. Those pain patterns get triggered, and that is what stops us from listening into the speaking of into the listening of others. So do this. Just look into yourself and see what all pain gets triggered. Okay, write all of them. Continue writing while I'm speaking. You can continue writing, and if you have any doubts related to that, please drop a message. I'll give the clarification as much as possible. So I request all the participants, Satya Srinivas, also please be on the camera. Malarita Gabriel, are you there? Are you doing the assignments? Pen down all the incidents that triggers the pain, and finally you have to track the root incident where this pain started within you. Once you are able to track that, again, the completion process that we have been learning in last few days, almost 5 days, today is the 6th day of the Paramashivoham Level 2 session that we are going through. So last 5 days, we have been learning about the completion process. So the last step is going to be completion process itself. So please continue the completion process.
Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So, Nithyananda, everyone. So, all of you, please relax now. Now, we are going to be moving to the next assignment. Okay, so as all of you are doing the completion, now it is going to be the next set of assignment, the exercise.
Now, let us move on to the second exercise. You are now going to call your friends, your family, and your team lead. You are going to call them, enrich them, and make them to register for the Paramashivoham program. If you get a no from them, you have to go back and look in within you and listen, speak from your listening within you. So today, whenever you speak, notice that speak into your own listening. You are speaking because you have to say something to the other person. You want something to happen in the space of the listener, but you have to internalize this while when you are speaking to your family, friends, or your team lead. You are going to speak from the into your listening of your own. Now let us start the exercise.
So all of you, I request all of you to take the phone and start calling. So Vishwanathan and all, this is going to be very powerful. You are going to have very powerful experience about this. When you call the person, okay, specifically getting them here for Paramashivoham Level 2 program, okay, the person would be busy in something else. He may not be knowing about the Swamiji. He may not be knowing anything about the program. He has to come and dedicate his time, energy, and sit to the program. Understand? Unless the person is convinced about why he need to attend the program, he's not going to come. But what is the science here? That unless you are convinced about the program that you are doing, you'll not be able to convince other person to do the program. But rather, we are going to do the assignment here that you call the person, and you, while you are talking to the person, see whether you are just go on talking just because you want to say something, or actually you are providing the listening of the person and speaking into the listening of that person. Okay, one is we have so many things to say and we just go on saying, everything that we know, we just dump, we just tell the person, or whenever we are taking the call, whenever we are talking with that person. Second is you providing the listening to the person and speaking into the listening of that person, not whatever you want to say. It's like, I will say whatever I have to say. I don't care about what you need to listen. Okay. So just do this assignment and see what is happening. Just be aware of the whole thing that is happening while you are making the call to the person. So I request all of you to do this. Please start that now.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So whenever you are talking to the person, observe and note this down. So, while you are doing the conversation, it's not that you just have to bring the person to the program, but rather you are going to be seeing how much you are speaking from where you are and how much you are speaking from where others are. Okay, means where you are, look that space, see that, observe that space, and note down how much you are speaking from where you are and how much you are speaking from where others are. So this is going to be your assignment. Pen down all the observations, insights you may have while you are doing this process. So please do this sincerely.
Paramashivoham. Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Nithyanam, everyone. So I hope some of you made the calls to your friends or family. One thing, you can share your experience of the conversation if you have noted it down in the chat and share with us. And if you did not do for any reason, you must do if once the sessions are completed. You must actually try. See, it's not that you have to call the person and bring it to the program, or you have to share your experience, but rather you need to bring these observations to yourself so that you can understand the science of listening or speaking into the listening of others. And it's very, very important, as we have understood the importance of speaking into the listening of others. Otherwise, the whole conversation that we keep on doing with every other person in life is not going to be useful. So now with this, let us move to the next segment, that is going to be power manifestation. And in this round of power manifestation, we are going to be increasing the size of an object. So I request all of you to pick up any object. It can be pen or pencil, paper, whatever. You can take the measurement of that. Take that object, and you need to understand that whatever powerful cognitions that we learn during the jnana segment, during the power manifestation, we work on making that as part of our biomemory, making that cognition as part of our functioning cognition. And that is what we do during the power manifestation. So power manifestation is not just about doing the power manifestation, but making that powerful cognition part of you. So every power manifestation, you must participate very, very sincerely. So pick up any object that you have, take the measurement of it, and come to the space of power manifestation. Sit straight. Sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. If you already taken the measurement, let's start the power manifestation. So visualize Paramashiva in your third eye. Cognize that you are Paramashiva. Any other identity, any other thoughts which is not aligned with this, drop it at the feet of Swamiji and continuously declare yourself to be Paramashiva. You are Paramashiva. Mahavakya is your declaration that you are Paramashiva. Chant loudly and intensely. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. So continue to chant the Mahavakya, make the declaration to increase the size of an object. and continue to do the power manifestation.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Eternal everyone. So now you can relax. Please relax now. I request all of you to relax now. This is a time to take the measurement of the object that you are doing power manifestation. Also, we have two participants sharing the experience. Malalita, yeah, it seems you called one of your friend and she's sharing that I shared to a friend that may not be very open, especially because it is in English and she doesn't understand. I feel like that person even likes yoga, loves to have problems in the life. Okay. So whenever we go with preconceived idea about the other person, understand you will not be speaking into the listening of the other person. Okay. So whenever you are having doubt or incompletion towards other person, we'll have to bring completion with that. Okay. So I'm not expecting you to do the completion with the other person, but within yourself, you have to bring the completion. Within yourself, you need to drop the judgment about the other person that you are having, and then you approach the person. Okay, then only you will be able to speak into the listening of other person. Otherwise, what happens, as long as you are having a judgment or an idea or perception about the other person, based on that you are going to be talking everything. If you are very clear that the other person, let's say, just for an example, I'm saying that other person is not at all interested in yoga or this kind of spirituality and all that. If you are very clear about that, you will speak in the same way, but that may not be the reality. Actually, the other person may be liking, may not be liking, but the reality, the thing is that as long as you are carrying an idea or image about the other person, and based on that, if you go and approach him, you are only going to be talking from what you want to talk, you will not be speaking into the listening of the other person. So try it again. Okay, that's why we have the causing session, and the causing sessions are a very, very powerful way, to know who you are. Understand the other person is mirror of who you are. So when we speak into the listening of other, wherever the other person is not giving listening to us, that is where even we are stuck. We ourselves are not convinced about those things. So you get to know through the other person. And when you get to know, there is a chance for you to bring completion with that. Vishwanathan is saying that nobody is picking the call. You can try it at some other time. I think you are in India and it's a late night. It would already be 11:30 or going to be 12 o'clock. 12:15 maybe. It's 12:15, yeah. So it's late night. If you call somebody, surely he's not going to pick the call. Even if they pick the call, you may get something else from the person. So it's not a good idea. But once the program finishes, you do the call, because this call is all about you to observe, how much you are speaking into the listening of others, and how much you speak from where you are, or what you want to say, you just speak, or actually speaking into the listening of the person. Yes. So Malalita, see, what do you think that it's good that you are sharing the various things that you are going through, but being authentic to what you are sharing would be deciding to bring completion with all those things. Let's say you feel that, yes, you are going through the pain and suffering, you have this and you have that, but being authentic to that would be that you use the teachings given by Swamiji. In last 5-6 days, today is the 6th day, we have shared so many of powerful cognitions or various processes on how to bring completion with ourselves. Okay, so you should sit with yourself and start doing completion to bring all these things. If you feel that you have so much of pain, let's do the completion with the pain pattern and bring as much as completion as possible. That will be being authentic to yourself. Remember in the day before when we were talking about authenticity, integrity, and reaching, that day, what is being authentic and what is being honest to yourself. So being honest means you just tell whatever you feel like that you are, but being authentic means aligning yourself to the highest possibility of you. So not compromising on who you are, where you are, but rather always raising yourself to who you should be, the highest possible image of you. Always work towards that. Always work to align towards that one. Okay. So time, all of you please share the experience of your power manifestation, and then we'll be moving to the next segment also. We are going to be, just give me a few moments. I'll project the slide for all of you. By the time all of you, I would like both of you to share the experience of your power manifestation. Nithyananda, everyone. So now we are going to be moving to the next segment. Okay, so a few participants are sharing the experience of their power manifestation. Yes, height changed a little. Yes, here the pain height increased. Great. So both of you are manifesting the power, and that's really great news. Every time you are manifesting the powers, understand the powerful cognition is becoming part of your biomemory. You'll be able to function more and more from that powerful cognition. So now we'll be moving to the next segment. And Ma Parameshwari, welcome to the session. Okay. So in this session, we are going to be learning about sincerity versus seriousness. Okay. So one of the things that comes to, in our daily life, when it comes to using, most of the time we use that be serious, be serious, be serious. You are not serious towards this work. Now Swamiji will be giving us the right understanding on how we should be approaching to a certain situations. There are many times very commonly we use, when we expect people to be about, it's so common that we, even I am calling the serious, that so many times whenever we expect intensity from some certain person, okay, or if we want them to be more integrated or authentic to certain work, we call them, why don't you be serious to this work? Why don't you do it more seriously? But rather here Swamiji is introducing a new concept or the powerful cognition, I'll say, sincerity. So rather than being serious, we should always opt for being sincere. And he is going to give us the right understanding that why you should not be serious, okay, or you should be more sincere, okay. So whenever we are more serious, understand it closes our mind or our mind is not open to that, and it makes us more dull and dead. It curves all our thinking and the creativity. So the reason why Swamiji want all of us to be more sincere and not serious, because seriousness has its own impact on our thinking, our creativity. It makes us more dull and dead. So now you are going to be understanding another thing that we use, that be perfect. Whatever you do be perfect. Rather, Swamiji says to be total. So whenever we talk about the perfectionism, it always comes from our mind. But rather, whenever he says the totality, it's our deep experience. So totality comes from whenever you are involved in putting your whole life into doing something. We have the multiple component of us through which we engage in our life. Okay, we have the verbalization when I'm talking. We have the visualization, something that is going on inside. Certain visuals are going on. Then we have the verbalization, which is our inner chatter that is going on inside. So all these are the different dimensions of our life where our attentions are always diverted or pulled towards. Okay, so even when I'm doing certain work, if my visualization is not aligned with it, okay, it is going to be a distraction for me. I'll not be total into it. Same way, if something else is going on as an inner chatter, okay, like you can just look at you, all of you are attending the program. I am talking, or let's say Swami is talking during certain videos. So while we are listening, it is possible that some other visualizations are also being entertained within us. Some other inner chattering is being entertained by us. And when these are happening, you cannot be total towards listening of what Swamiji is saying. The totality is completely missing. So being total means every dimension, every aspect of you, which is visualization, verbalization, inner chattering, your listening, everything should be total towards listening on what he is saying. Perfectionism, when we always talk, try to be perfect, it's so void, it doesn't have a clear meaning of what it means, and it is born out of the mind. Okay, it doesn't have the real meaning of being perfection, but rather we should always use let's be total. And we have a clear understanding on what it means by being total, bringing totality in our life. Seriousness, also all the comparison that we have with other people, it begins with what we think of ourselves. The moment when we are centered on us, the jealousy starts disappearing. Whenever we decide to express our uniqueness, the jealousy with the other person start disappearing. So when we look at the seriousness and the sincerity, the seriousness is more like, you get into the comparison with the person. When you decide to be more and more sincere rather than being serious, you decide to express more of your uniqueness. So if you are having any difficulty in understanding any of this, or if you have certain doubt, please drop a message. So listen more onto this directly from the supreme point of Hinduism. So let us listen to what Swamiji says about the seriousness and sincerity.
सदाशिवसमारम्भा शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमा अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ता वन्दे गुरुपरम्परा. Today I will share a few words about the great truth, sincerity. There are some constant happenings in the cosmos. The absolute fact, truth is, there are some constant happenings in the cosmos. Like Jiva, the individual soul, Jagat, the world, Ishvara, the God, and human society, humanity, society. These four are happening, means exist, at least in our experience, as per our experience. Understanding the secrets about all these four and experiencing oneness with all these four is ultimate enlightenment. Not having any discrepancy with your understanding and reality, your understanding and experience is enlightenment. Please understand. An individual soul is understanding about the world, the cosmos, and his experience about the cosmos. If there is no discrepancy in between these two, he is liberated from all the sufferings given by the world, cosmos. Nothing in the nature, the cosmos, disturbs him. Same way, the individual soul, his idea about himself and his experience about himself, if there is no discrepancy between these two, he is liberated, he is enlightened. Same way, the individual soul, his ideas about God and his experience about God, if there is no discrepancy, he is liberated, he has experienced God. Same way, his ideas about humanity, society, and his experience about society, if there is no discrepancy, is free, liberated. Sincerity is use the right word. The alchemy, chemicals. Sincerity is the medicine or agent. If you add the alchemy of discrepancy-free experience will happen between the individual soul and the world. Whatever discrepancy is there, just add sincerity to it. Means add sincerity to all your ideas about the world. Sit with yourself, pen down all the ideas you have about the world and add sincerity to it. Means sincerely analyze. Are you having right ideas? Or are you just avoiding looking into the right ideas? Most of the time, we do not want to look into the right truth. Even about the world, any subject. We are just too tired. We are just too lazy. We think just because we can breathe, we have a right to live. No. Life has to be earned. Physical organs working, maybe just an accident happened in you. That does not mean you are living. First thing, look, sit and pen down all your ideas about the world, cosmos, and analyze. Are you sincerely having those understandings as part of your very strategic planning about your life? If you feel you are not, then at least be very clear. You don't know. You are ignorant about that part. When you make strategies about your life, all your ideas about cosmos is ignorance. Be very clear. Same way about God. If you feel, even if you have the idea that there is no God, sincerely, you are liberated. But if it is not sincere, even if you have the idea God exists, you are bound. Be very clear. It is sincerity that makes the liberation possible. That is the catalyst agent. The right word is catalyst agent for the alchemy of liberation. Sincerity is the catalyst agent for the alchemy of liberation to happen. Sit and pen down your ideas about yourself. Find out, are you sincere about all those ideas, or is there any discrepancy between what you believe and what you experience? Come to terms with it. Same way about the humanity, society. Sit and pen down. Add sincerity to it. Are you really believing? Are you really meant to believe? Or acting as if you are believing? Flood sincerity into the all four zones. Your relationship with you. Jiva's relationship with Jiva means an individual soul's relationship with an individual soul. An individual soul's relationship with cosmos. The individual soul's relationship with God. Individual soul's relationship with world. Individual soul's relationship with humanity. All these four, flood sincerity with it. When you flood sincerity with it, the individual soul's relationship with cosmos becomes knowledge. The individual soul's relationship with God becomes devotion. The individual soul's relationship with humanity becomes seva. The individual soul's relationship with itself becomes dhyana. These four are the path for enlightenment. When you add sincerity, all these four understandings, whether it is a fact or just ideas put inside your system, will be analyzed when it's like a liquid water. Your understanding about world, God, yourself and society. It's like a liquid water. If you add the alchemy of sincerity, the catalyst agent, sincerity, when the alchemy happens, something happens, that water gets solidified. It becomes a strong ice on which you can walk. It becomes bridge. That bridge, the bridge between you and society is seva. The bridge between you and the cosmos is knowledge, life solution. The bridge between you and the God is devotion. The bridge between you and you is meditation. All these four are the paths for enlightenment, or enlightenment itself. When all these four are experienced in its purest form, it is enlightenment itself. Adding sincerity as a catalyst agent in all these four directions is called yoga. These are the 5 pillars of Vedic tradition and the sampradaya which I evolved. These 5 are the pillars of Nithyananda Sampradaya. So all these 5 pillars stand on one base, one foundation, sincerity. Sincerity is not just life solution. It is not just catalyst agent to create devotion. It is not just a catalyst agent to create seva, attitude. It is not just a catalyst agent to create dhyana or yoga. It is just base on which everything is standing. It is just base on which everything is standing. So understand, sincerity is the catalyst agent for the alchemy of enlightenment to happen. It's an important truth. We need to look in. We need to understand. These 5 pillars which I am talking about, life solution, means your perfect relationship with cosmos, devotion, your perfect relationship with God, dhyana, meditation, your perfect relationship with yourself, service, seva, your perfect relationship with society. All these 4 happens just by one thing, adding sincerity to your existing understandings about these 4. Just adding sincerity, nothing else. This can be a powerful, most powerful process I have ever spelled out. Maybe it looks little difficult, but sitting and doing this, spending little time on it, is ultimate yoga. Sit and go on drilling, analyzing. I tell you, when you drill without ideas from others, you will evolve your own, and that will be your own. I always tell people, spirituality needs to be discovered. You need to discover your own religion. The religion given by your parents may not suit you. I really feel soon, very soon, we will have a really free humanity, society. By the age of 80, people will have the freedom to choose their religion, their country, the country in which they want to spend their life, the religion in which they wanted to continue their life or seeking, and gender in which they want to live. We will have absolute freedom.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. 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 Ananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Samarambha Shankaracharya Madhyama Asmadacharya Paryanta Vande Guru Parampara. Today I will share a few words about the great truth, sincerity. There are some constant happenings in the cosmos. The absolute fact, truth is, there are some constant happenings in the cosmos. Like Jiva, the individual soul, Jagat, the world, Ishvara, the God, and human society, humanity, society. These four are happening, means exist, at least in our experience, as per our experience. Understanding the secrets about all these four and experiencing oneness with all these four is ultimate enlightenment. Not having any discrepancy with your understanding and reality, your understanding and experience is enlightenment. Please understand. An individual soul is understanding about the world, the cosmos, and his experience about the cosmos. If there is no discrepancy in between these two, he is liberated from all the sufferings given by the world, cosmos. Nothing in the nature, the cosmos, disturbs him. Same way, the individual soul, his idea about himself and his experience about himself, if there is no discrepancy between these two, he is liberated, he is enlightened. Same way, the individual soul, his ideas about God and his experience about God, if there is no discrepancy, he is liberated, he has experienced God. Same way, his ideas about humanity, society, and his experience about society, if there is no discrepancy, is free, liberated. Sincerity is use the right word. The alchemy, chemicals, sincerity is that medicine or agent. If you add the alchemy of discrepancy-free experience will happen between the individual soul and the world. Whatever discrepancy is there, just add sincerity to it. Means add sincerity to all your ideas about the world. Sit with yourself, pen down all the ideas you have about the world and add sincerity to it. Means sincerely analyze. Are you having right ideas? Or are you just avoiding looking into the right ideas? Most of the time, we do not want to look into the right truth, even about the world, any subject. We are just too tired, we are just too lazy. We think just because we can breathe, we have a right to live. No. Life has to be earned. Physical organs working, maybe just an accident happened in you. That does not mean you are living. First thing, look, sit and bend down. All your ideas about the world, cosmos, and analyze. Are you sincerely having those understandings as part of your very strategic planning about your life? If you feel you are not, then at least be very clear, you don't know, you are ignorant about that part. When you make strategies about your life, all your ideas about cosmos is ignorance. Be very clear. Same way about God. If you feel, even if you have the idea that there is no God, sincerely, you are liberated. But if it is not sincere, even if you have the idea God exists, you are bound. Be very clear. It is sincerity that makes the liberation possible. That is the catalyst agent. The right word is catalyst agent for the alchemy of liberation. Sincerity is the catalyst agent for the alchemy of liberation to happen. Sit and bend down your ideas about yourself. Find out, are you sincere about all those ideas, or is there any discrepancy between what you believe and what you experience? Come to terms with it. Same way about the humanity, society. Sit and bend down. Add sincerity to it. Are you really believing? Are you really meant to believe? Or acting as if you are believing? Flood sincerity into the all four zones. Your relationship with you. Jiva's relationship with Jiva means an individual soul's relationship with an individual soul. An individual soul's relationship with cosmos, the individual soul's relationship with God, individual soul's relationship with world, individual soul's relationship with humanity. All these four, flood sincerity with it. When you flood sincerity with it, the individual soul's relationship with cosmos becomes knowledge. The individual soul's relationship with God becomes devotion. The individual soul's relationship with humanity becomes seva. The individual soul's relationship with itself becomes dhyana. These four are the path for enlightenment. When you add sincerity, all these four understandings, whether it is a fact or just ideas put inside your system, will be analyzed when, see, it's like a liquid, water. Your understanding about world, God, yourself and society. It's like a liquid, water. If you add the alchemy of sincerity, the catalyst agent, sincerity. When the alchemy happens, something happens, that water gets solidified. It becomes a strong ice on which you can walk. It becomes bridge. That bridge, the bridge between you and society is seva. The bridge between you and the cosmos is knowledge, life solution. The bridge between you and the God is devotion. The bridge between you and you is meditation. All these four are the paths for enlightenment, or enlightenment itself. When all these four are experienced in its purest form, it is enlightenment itself. Adding sincerity as a catalyst agent in all these four directions is called yoga. These are the 5 pillars of Vedic tradition and the sampradaya which I evolved. These 5 are the pillars of Nithyananda sampradaya. So all these 5 pillars stand on one base, one foundation: sincerity. Sincerity is not just life solution. It is not just catalyst agent to create devotion. It is not just a catalyst agent to create seva, attitude. It is not just a catalyst agent to create dhyana or yoga. It is just base on which everything is standing. It is just base on which everything is standing. So understand, sincerity is the catalyst agent for the alchemy of enlightenment to happen. It's an important truth. We need to look in. We need to understand. These 5 pillars which I am talking about, life solution, means your perfect relationship with cosmos, devotion, your perfect relationship with God, dhyana, meditation, your perfect relationship with yourself, service, seva, your perfect relationship with society. All these 4 happens just by one thing: adding sincerity to your existing understandings about these 4. Just adding sincerity, nothing else. This can be a powerful, most powerful process I've ever spelled out. Maybe it looks little difficult, but sitting and doing this, spending little time on it, is ultimate yoga. Sit and go on drilling, analyzing. I tell you, when you drill without ideas from others, you will evolve your own, and that will be your own. I always tell people, spirituality needs to be discovered. You need to discover your own religion. The religion given by your parents may not suit you. I really feel soon, very soon, we will have a really free humanity, society. By the age of 80, people will have the freedom to choose their religion, their country, the country in which they want to spend their life, the religion in which they wanted to continue their life or seeking, and gender in which they want to live. We will have an absolute freedom, medically, socially, psychologically. It will be possible by the time the person reaches 80, he will be given an option. What gender you want to choose? Male, female? What is the gender you want to choose? and religion. What's the religion you want to choose? They will be given an initial introduction about all religion, an unbiased, simple introduction of the facts and truths. So, kids may have time, kids may have the option to think, study and think, yes, this is what suits my mentality. This is what suits my mental setup. So this should be my religion. And same way, among the genders, so if you choose male, if you want to be female, if you want to be gay, if you want to be transgender, these are all the options you have. If you choose this, this is the way you will live. If you choose this, this is the way you will feel about you. If you choose this, this is the way you will experience about you. Come on, have a choice. Same way, whether it is physical setup or mental setup, even the language. By the time you will evolve a system, in a very short time, that language can be downloaded into your brain like a software. It will be simple, understand, and we will evolve a system. Of course, already it is evolving. Now the kids can learn the language before birth. The mother is taught continuously some special words through a special rhythm. The kids, when they are happen, in a very short time, they are well versed in the language. So the same thing can be done to your brain. I really hope for that day. Of course, it's not too far. Very soon, we will experience. By the time a child is 18, he will be given a freedom. The world government gives a freedom. Which country you want to live? What the profession you want to choose? What the language you want to choose? And what the gender you want to choose? And what the religion you want to choose? I feel that is the heaven. The society which has ultimate freedom and which gives all possibilities, which presents all possibilities in front of you and asks you to respond. Then naturally, every being who chooses any possibility will be having responsibility. So, sincerely, when it is added to you, you discover your religion. You discover your own religion. Please understand, when sincerity is added to you, you will find out how much of devotion is needed, how much of life solution is needed, how much of meditation is needed, how much of seva is needed to plan the strategy for your life. The absolute, free, enlightened life. You will have the right strategy on which you will build your life living enlightenment. So, I sincerely request all of you to add sincerely the ultimate catalyst agent for living enlightenment into your being and achieve and radiate. Live enlightenment. Let you all live, radiate, achieve, experience, express and radiate the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
Nithyanam, everyone. So with this, we will move to the next segment, and that is going to be intra segment, where we'll do certain exercises to find out the various instances where we have been very serious and not approaching the life with the sincerity.
Now, let us enter into the internalizing exercises. Now, we are going to pen down 5 places, 5 incidents where you became very serious in your life. 5 incidents where you were very serious during making your decisions, or doing anything in your life which is beyond your control. Please pen down all the incidents where you are very serious but not sincere. As Swamiji said, sincerity is accepting the truth as it is. If you are very serious, you are not ready to accept the truth as it is, not ready to accept the reality as it is. So go back, see where in your life you are very serious. Note down all the incidents you are very serious. Write in detail the complete incidents, go through it, that the places where you are not ready to accept the reality and you became very serious. Decide to drop all the seriousness you are going through and complete with the incident. Drop your ego, drop the seriousness, and become sincere in your life.
So requesting all the participants to start working on this assignment. Also, if you are having any doubt understanding the seriousness versus sincerity, you can drop a message. So we'll give you a few moments for you to do the exercises, just a small exercise where you have to just figure out the 5 such instances or incident in your life where you are serious. So you can always look back, and I hope within a day or two you will be able to figure out such 5 incidences where you are very, very serious about the things that is happening in your life. And also you need to be looking into how being serious about certain situations and is affecting your life. So whenever we are sincere about certain things, okay, so Swamiji gives one example. Parmeshwar is asking one practical example, please. So one of the examples Swamiji gives that, let's say in all our family, some member or other would have fallen sick. We as an adult, how do we approach to the situation when somebody has fallen sick into the family? The seriousness that we start putting into about any of the situations. And when a kid in the house, how he approaches about the person who is falling sick. When we are sincere towards any of the incident, we just look into what need to be done. We just look, okay, somebody is sick. If we need to consult to doctor, we just consult the doctor. And whatever prescription comes, take the medicine and attend to the patients, whatever way it need to be attended. But when we are too serious about it, our thinking goes in all sorts of directions. So rather than taking the action that is needed, just putting so much of thinking about it is a situation where you take things very seriously. But rather than being, and you go into so much of the sadness about the situation that is there, but rather than approaching through all that, just looking into the situation, what need to be done. Rather than thinking about all the side effect, after effect of the incident, thinking all around, but rather just being very sincere on taking the action what need to be done. So any incident that is happening in your life, one, look what needed to be done. Exactly taking those actions and not being affected by the situation will be the way how you approach through the sincerity on that situation. So we'll give you few moments, few minutes for you to do the assignment.
ॐ नित्यानन्दाय Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
So now I request all of you to come to the space of power manifestation. Now we'll enter into the power manifestation segment. If you have any experience that you are able to remember and relate with the sincerity and seriousness, okay, you can share that as a message, and still you feel like, you need to have more understanding, you can drop a message for that. Otherwise, we will move to the power manifestation segment. In this segment too, we are going to be manifesting, increasing the size of an object. So you can take the object. I think the last power manifestation also, we did the same power manifestation. So you can take the object, take the measurement of that object again. Nithyananda Asthakant, welcome to the session. We are doing the power manifestation session right now. So all the participants who have been attending, please come to the space. 2 times coming Acharya on the screen. Nice. Yeah, 2 times it is coming for a reason. Okay. Yes. So please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Visualize Swamiji in your third eye. Chant the Mahavakya intensely and loudly. I hope all of you have taken the measurement of the object you are doing the power manifestation with. I feel that sometimes I'm first serious and after that I got the sincerity. Okay, great. Actually, we are going to be understanding more deeper into the next segment where we are going to be, the next segment, the Jnana segment is going to be learning about the ego. What is ego? And then we are going to dig deep into what is the ego related with the inner image and outer image. So that will give you more clarity about seriousness and the sincerity. So please visualize Swamiji in your third eye. Chant Mahavakya intensely and loudly. Declare that you are Paramashiva. Anything else, any other identity that comes in front of you is a delusion. Drop it at the feet of Swamiji. Continuously hold on this higher identity that you are Paramashiva. Chant the Mahavakya intensely and loudly. Make the declaration to increase the size of the object.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
While you are manifesting the power, I'll just take sharing from our Parameshwari. So sincerity means I need to take care about myself, so I do clear the right expressing each day my eating food, not eating processed food. Serious problem, difficulties.
It's 11
across life,
o'clock.
and I have worries, overthinking about the consequences. Yeah. So whenever we approach any of the situation with overthinking, worries, this is how we approach with the serious. So whenever we approach with the serious, it lacks the required actions that need to be taken. There is always too much about certain incidents.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Being sincere means we always perform the task with a more relaxed and in the manner with all our decision and thinking, decision making capacity and thinking. Being too serious also means we are too concerned about the results and not the action itself. And when we are too much concerned about the results, we do not perform at the optimum level. And that's because we are not taking the right actions that need to be taken. Not analyzing the situations in a relaxed and light manner and making decisions on taking the right actions or the actions that needed to be taken. That if we are not bothered about, sincerely, just bothering about result is not going to give anything. Either we know what to do. So whenever we are giving ourselves totally into any of the action, any of the project, any plan that you have, when you are giving the totality of it, without being bothered about the result of that action, is being sincere. But the moment when we start adding too much of worry about the result, that means we are being serious about it. When we start becoming serious, it kills our spontaneity, it kills our intelligence, we become more dull, dead. So now let us relax. So all the people who are manifesting power, please relax now. It's time to take the measurement of the object. So in last round, all of you manifested the power. All of you are able to increase the length of the object. I'm sure this time also all of you will be manifesting the power. Manifesting power is one of the most beautiful movement of the life where you actually experience Swamiji within you. Where you actually really experience the presence of Swamiji, the oneness space of Swamiji. So much of lightness, blissfulness that start manifesting within you. The more and more we manifest powers, more and more you manifest oneness with Swamiji, there will be so much of unknown healing that continuously happens in you. You do not know what all completion has happened, what all completion had happened because that brought joy and bliss to you. You just know the bliss and joy that is happening to you. Put your life, be total while you are manifesting. Understand the power manifestation session that is happening is a very, very conscious process where Swamiji presence will be felt. What you go through is a conscious happening. Do not think some accidentally certain things are happening. You see, there are many times when you're doing the power manifestation, it will just be happening casually. But there are many times when you will be going through so many thought currents, so many mood swings, so much of pain, so much of suffering, so much of injustice, the idea, the feeling of injustice. So many things will be coming out in your mind. But do not think that they are unconsciously that is happening. It is a consciously being brought in front of you by Swamiji. You have to continuously make the decision to drop those things. Ultimately, it is your decision. Completion is your decision. Everyone else is there to support you, help you, but ultimately you have to make decision to drop it. If you get into this also, when you get into this idea, into justification of finding why it is happening to me, why I need to drop it, or any of the incident and pain memory when it gets triggered, the moment you get into why this pain memory is there, who is responsible for it, why I have to suffer, the moment you get into all sorts of discussion, you just lose it. You will not be getting into the completion. But rather the moment it comes, Swamiji is showing to me, let me drop it. Because all these incompletions are only the sole reason who I am now. Whatever I am now, it's so those incompletions are the sole reason. So rather than brooding about it, trying to find the reason behind it, just decide to drop it. And that's the beauty of power manifestation. Power manifestation is one of the most easiest way to bringing completion. Rather than you trying to do the reliving, finding each incident, going incident by incident, going past, finding, digging it out, and then finding the root pattern and then reliving it and doing the completion. Rather, doing the power manifestation, the moment Swamiji is showing, just drop it. Swamiji is showing the pain memory, drop it at Swamiji's feet. Swamiji is showing some past memory which you are not very uneasy, uncomfortable, just drop it. Just your simple decision. Go on making simple decision to drop it at the feet of Swamiji. Vishwanathan is saying, I was commanded to increase the height, but it decreased. Okay, that's also good. Whether it is increasing or decreasing, the power manifestation is happening. You just need to bring more and more completion that what you are declaring should happen, but it is happening, and both are power manifestation. Celebrate both. Ma Parameshwari and Ma Astha, if you like to share. So let's get ready for the next segment. And the next segment is going to be, so you can actually write your experience while I'll get ready for the next segment. The next segment is going to be, we are going to dive deeper about what is ego, but we are going to be learning more about the inner image and outer image and how to reduce the conflict between the inner image and outer image that we have. So whole session, you always, once we are introduced to the inner image, outer image, life image, others image, we are going to look at what ego is from this angle only. How ego damages our life. What are the various forms of ego and how we can bring completion with the ego. We are going to be looking into it. So first we are going to be starting with a video where Swamiji himself will be talking about what the ego is. Let's start with that. Let me just getting the audio. This segment we had
showing off.
Okay, so I think the audio is again not coming. So I think the audio is not coming. Okay, so just give me a few moments before I fix the audio. Yes, you can hear me, but I think the video that we are playing, you are not.
Self-beating mechanism the stick with which you constantly
Just give me a few more moments. It's a very small video. So pay attention to this. We all have certain understanding about ego. It's not that we do not know what ego is. But as we have been seeing from the very first session, we have certain understanding about certain things in our life. Whether we call it a cognition, incompletions, completion, sincerity, serious, all this important terminology that we are taking, we do have certain understanding about it. And when we watch how Swamiji defines it, it's completely different than what we have been understanding. Every definition that Swamiji gives is more like a solutionary definition. So he's not just interested in defining certain things. Like he is not just interested when he defines ego. He is not just interested in defining the ego, but rather he will be giving a solutionary definition. By just knowing the definition, you will be able to diagnose the problem. You are able to get out of the problem itself. So always, this is how it will be. So let us watch.
showing off, aggression, activism is not or cannot be thou hold into the concept of ego. That is not the definition which can solve your problems. I'll tell you from the vision of Paramashiva what is ego precisely. Ego is self-beating mechanism, the stick with which you constantly beat yourself, put you down through your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. Constant SDHD bonding gum is what I call lust, and the frequency with which you use that is ego.
Okay, I'm really sorry. I was. I think the audio would be coming now. Yes. Okay. Now it should be coming, I think. Yeah, now it should be coming. Yeah. So I was muted while I was speaking. I'm really sorry for that. Yes. So I was responding to Ma Parameshwari that she is saying that I feel physical and mental shift even when I do the manifestation, even external manifestation is not happening. Inside something good manifest. So that's what I was saying, that whenever we do the power manifestation, it's a conscious process that is happening. The presence of Swamiji within you is happening. He is continuously working on you. So while you do the power manifestation, whether externally it appears or not, internally so much will be going. You just need to be more and more sincere and continuously bring yourself to the space of Paramashiva. So many things will be projected in front of you. So much of, there will be different times. You will be going through bliss, joy, happiness. So many good experiences will be coming. And so many experiences will be coming which you may not like it. But continue to unclutch yourself, continue to drop that at the feet of Swamiji and continuously hold on to identity that you are Paramashiva. The only thing that you have to do is that you are Paramashiva. Just make decision again and again. Whatever you are going through, never ever decide to drop that you are Paramashiva or decide to entertain anything else. It may not be that you are deciding to drop that you are Paramashiva, but what happens when so many thoughts, emotions, memory get triggered, we just go along with it. Suddenly when we are lost into it, we do not know, and we just start entertaining and going more deeper and deeper, rather than just decide to hold on to this, that you are Paramashiva. So external manifestation also will happen. Malalita, yes, I read your message, yes, but she was listening Shiva mantra, then I invited her for the darshan. Yes. So I was saying that is one of the best thing that you can do to others, bringing them to the satsang, bringing them to the darshan, initiations. Once they come to there, a lot of work, or I say that everything else, Swamiji will be taking care, he will be doing it. After that, whatever support is needed, we are always there for that. Okay. So let's get into more understanding of what ego is. Okay. So as I said, we all have certain understanding about what the ego is. Okay. And then we will be presenting what the actual definition, or how Swamiji would be defining about what ego is. So we'll start with, the understanding about, we'll take one of the example from the life of Swamiji. And through this example, what Swamiji want all of us to understand, the connection between the individuals, between me, you, between me and the nature, between you and the nature, how we all are connected with each other. What goes on inside, it's not that it is only going within me and it has no impact at all around me, and I think all of us actually think like that, and that's why we go on entertaining so many different kind of thoughts within, thinking it's just going within me. It has no impact on the outside of me, or the nature around me, or the people around me. But this is one example directly from the life of Swamiji. And this is after Swamiji has realized his incarnation. So Swamiji said that one evening he was sitting in a very relaxed way in one of the forests. His eyes were open, but he was not seeing anything. No process, no external image process, or no information was going from outside to inside. No processing was happening. He was in the deep samadhi. And suddenly one snake came nearby Swamiji. Okay. Because the eye was not processing any of the information, there was nothing happening inside of Swamiji also, related to the external. Okay. So even though whatever we say that nothing is happening inside Swamiji, it has to be always understood from the higher context. Okay. He is already realized being. He has already realized that he is incarnation. But through this example, whatever we are saying, Swamiji is making us understand certain things that we need to understand. So Swami was sitting in a very relaxed and comfortable way. The snake was also very relaxed and comfortable way. Nothing was happening. Then slowly, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, was started settling down, okay, to the normal plane. And then he saw the snake. He just noticed, yes, there is a snake. And then the next thought came to Swamiji, I should move away from here. Okay. The moment the thought snake came in the inner space of Swamiji, the moment he saw that he should move away, he clearly saw that snake also felt disturbed in his inner space. The snake also felt that there is a man around him. Because Swami has already incarnated, he has realized his space, he was able to see what's going on in the inner space of the snake, and that's why he is able to give that example clearly. So until Swamiji felt that there is a snake, the snake also did not feel that there is a man. The moment he felt that there is a snake, the snake also felt that there is a man. The moment Swamiji felt that he need to move away, the snake also felt the fear within, and it felt that it need to move away from here. The snake started experiencing fear that there is a man, and the snake need to move away from here. And the moment this happened, the snake also moved up. So understand, every thoughts that we entertain, okay, it's not just sitting within you. It is connected with the nature. The other person also feels, or whenever certain thoughts are going on, the experiences are happening, the outside expression or outside also certain experiences are happening. What Swami said that whenever our ego becomes strong, our ability to connect with the nature is completely disturbed. The more and more ego is there, the more and more disconnection with the nature start happening. So now let us try to understand it with respect to the images that we learned in the previous session. A day before, we had all the 4 images when we went through. So we all have 2 images. One is the inner image and one is the outer. Actually, we have 4, but here we are going to only be focusing on inner image and outer image. Inner image is the image that we carry deep within us. How we hold ourselves is our inner image, and outer image is how we project ourselves to the others is the outer image. Okay. Our inner image is always lower than who we are, and our outer image is always higher than what we believe to be ourselves. Okay. Outer image is the image that we project to others, to the outer world. Rather I can say all the identity card that we carry is our outer image. The inner image is also known as mamakara, and ahamkara is what is called outer image. So many of us would have heard, ego is ahamkara. Directly we translate ego as ahamkara, but ahamkara is only the outer image that we are projecting. It is not the inner image. It does not include the inner image. So whatever we consider as our inner image, it's always less than who we are. And it is filled with so much of past pain, past memories, the pain memories, the suffering that we went through, the various experiences that we had in the past. It is completely filled onto that. It includes all sorts of this, pain, guilt, suffering, the low inner image, low self-esteem that we feel. All these things that you can think of, it is filled with that. And it is for every single individual. Not just about the people, just about you who are doing the program, but it is about every one of us. Including you, me, every one of us, till we get enlightened, we do have, and it applies to all of us. In the whole process, we all are working to continuously understand it and bring completion as much as possible. Continuously, we are working to bring completion. And layer by layer, one after another, we are continuously completing about the various identities that we carry. The ahamkara, the outer image that we project, it is always based on the superiority complex. And mamakara, which is our inner image, it is always based on inferiority complex. Because we always feel low about ourselves, and that is how that inner image is continuously built. But the ahamkara, the outer image that we project to people, it is about superiority complex, and also it is based on the fear. Now, these are some of the important signs that Swamiji is revealing here, the secrets that he is revealing here, that our inner image is based on the greed. Means continuously grabbing, trying to have more of this one. Our outer image is based on the fear that we carry. It is based on fear. So the identity that we show to other is based on fear. Okay. Because it is based on fear, we always project more than who we are. Okay. For various reasons. One of the simple reasons, because you always feel you are low, and that's what we make ourselves, that we are low. But we do not want to show that to people, that I am low or I am less in some way or other way. Or that because the moment you feel or you're ready to project you are low and less, it is always possible that you will attract certain responses from the people which you may not like it. Okay. So we constantly try to project the identity which is based on fear always. So there is a small story that someone is sharing, that a man arrived from home after giving a series of leadership talk to the group of employee at the company. Once he comes back to the home, he reaches the home. The wife asks, "How did the talk go?" He replies, "Okay, I guess I'm not sure how many people actually understood what I said." The wife asks, "Why do you feel that way?" So the man says, "Because I do not understand it myself." Okay. So there are many times we go on talking which we ourselves do not know, which we ourselves are not clear. And that is what the outer image is. Even though we know even who we are, we do not have the courage to say exactly to the people. Because it is based on the fear, we never project who we are to the other people. The identity, because it is based on fear, we always show more. Okay. And we are not saying because we always feel that we will be hurt by the people and our ego will be hurt, and to protect it, we are never saying what the reality is. So till here, if any participant have any doubt or question they want to get clarity, please drop a message. We have Ma Satya Sri Nivas joining. Welcome to the session, Ma. So this dual identity that we have, the inner image and outer image, both of them have always a conflict. And because of this conflict, because they are not in tune, the continuous fight goes on. The conflict that we have between Ahankara and Mamakara, the inner image and the outer image, the conflict between the personality that we show to the outer world, to the others, and what we have the inner world, this conflict is called cancer. The unease that we feel between these two identities, and this is the source of all the disease that we create within ourselves. But what Swami said, both the identity that we have, whether it is inner image, outer image, both are complete lies. We are someone much beyond than this two identity that we have. The basic truth that we need to understand, that we are something much more than these two identity. Only when we decide to unclutch from these two identity, we will realize that we are beyond this identity. Till we are bringing completion, till we get established in the space of unclutching, both the identity continue to be there. But more and more completion we do, this identity drops and they will not be able to bind ourselves. Low self-esteem, which means showing ourselves or imagining ourselves to be less than who we are. And high self-esteem is imagining ourselves to be much more than who we are. But again, both of them are based on the opinions of others. We judge ourselves based on our lifestyle rather than our very life or who we are. We weigh ourselves by the cars and the real estate that we have purchased, not by the quantity or the quality of the consciousness that we have achieved. So all our judgment, evaluation about ourselves is based on the what all we have achieved externally, not what we have achieved internally. The quality of consciousness that we have developed, we never judge ourselves based on that. But more bigger problem than this is that we do not know how to remove this personality and go to the next level of personality. How to complete with this inner image, outer image, and go to the next building a better inner image, better outer image. We did discuss about it briefly in the previous session. I think most probably day before yesterday, we discussed about how to, yes, when we are talking about the authenticity, how to bring authenticity in our inner image and outer image. So again, trying to understand the ego from the various angles. So another example that Swamiji takes is from the life of Ramana Maharshi. So one of the Ramana Maharshi disciple, he translated one of the books into another language. Okay. In the translation inside the book, his name was also published as the translator. When the disciple saw that book, he was shocked to see this and he was angered at this decision taken by the team. He went to the team, he shouted at them, fired them, everything he did, but he finally goes to the Ramana Maharshi and asks him, says to him, Bhagwan, they should not have done this. They should not have put my name. I do not feel that my name should be publicized. I'm not that kind of person. To this, what Bhagwan Ramana Maharshi replied, he says, the ego that asks for the name to be there and the ego that asks name not to be there are one and the same. There is no difference in it. And he says, relax. So whether we carry inferior ego, okay, which means trying to be humble, okay, showing continuously humbleness, that is also an ego. When we try to have superior, okay, superiority complex, trying to show high self-esteem, even that is an ego, that is an aggressive ego. When we have the aggressive ego, at least society will teach us because you are continuously projecting it. But when you decide to have the passive ego, try to be humbleness, that is more dangerous because nobody will be able to figure out and the society will not be able to teach you, not able to beat you and break the ego that you are carrying. And this is what some is called as a active ego and passive ego. Active ego, where you are so aggressive, you are continuously projecting it, showing it to the people. And passive means you are being so humble, always trying to show the humbleness. And that is where the bigger difficulty arises. The active ego is easy to recognize. People with active ego will behave in a high-handed fashion. They will claim self-importance openly. They will be arrogant. This ego is actually easy for a master to deal with. Okay, why Swami is saying about the active ego and passive ego, why we need to realize and come to certain understanding. Because when our ego is active, it's easy for master to break it, for master to deal with it. He just need to bang it few times and it will break. That is what the Swamiji says. The passive ego is very subtle and cunning. People who have the passive ego, they always possess themselves to be very humble, lacking the courage to face people and shying away from taking the credit. The worst part of this is that they think that they are like this because they are not egoistic. Being humble is not that you are not egoist. It's just a passive ego. So it's not that only people who are being actively showing their ego are the egoist people. People who are humble, they are not egoistic. They are also egoistic, just they do not have courage to show their ego. They are carefully guarding their ego and from getting hurt, and it is unconsciously. But for master, it's very easy to break the ego, which is more active than the ego, which is more passive. So now let us listen from Swamiji on this, further more deeper understanding about the ego. Just give me a few moments. See, if you are having any doubt, you want to have any clarity, please drop a message. Okay, so we have so many comments. Okay. And that is from Satya Srinivas. If I know my strong self is being controlled by a person who is causing unease, how do I control this and still be myself? If it is a strong self, it cannot be controlled by the other person. Be very clear. It is not a strong self of you. It is very scary and my peace gets disturbed. So it is still weak part of you. As long as somebody else is able to control, it is weak part of you. The strong part, it is Paramashivatva of you. Nobody can control it. So look into it and see the powerlessness that is there when you feel that somebody is controlling. Just remember, take one or situations where you feel that you are being controlled. Okay. Take that situation, see what goes on inside you. See the powerlessness that you are entertaining. Look at the source cause of those powerlessness. Look at the incident, all the incident when you entertain such powerlessness, relive and bring completion with that. Okay, this is the direction that you should be taking. It is very scary and peace gets disturbed. Yes. So these are the various emotions, the powerlessness that you are going through. Okay. So look into those powerlessness, relive and relieve yourself from those powerlessness. How to control the outside factor from bothering me? Yes. So you do not have to again control the outside factor, but rather you have to look within you. So anything that happens outside, it has certain impact on us. You know, what goes on inside is in your control. It is your decision. What goes outside may not be completely in your control, but what goes on inside you is in complete control of you. You can decide whether you want to face it powerlessly or whether you want to face it powerfully, whether you want to deal with it with a powerful cognition or let it be dealt with a powerless cognitions. Okay. And the process will be same. You looking into it and bringing the completion with it. The other person ego is highly dangerous. How to deal with it? Again, all of us have the ego. It's not that the other person only has the ego. Till we get enlightened, all of us have ego and we can only deal with our ego. Thank you very much. Narcissists are those with superior ego, ectic ego, but not conscious about their ego. But underneath, they might have inferior ego, passive ego. Yes.
नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
Let's start with the Shiva Stotra. सदाशिवसमारम्भाम् शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. Let me tell you how I came with this sloka which we are chanting. Because quite a long time, maybe 1 year I was searching
who should I remember before starting the lecture? To whom I should feel grateful? Because how will you feel grateful to existence which is part of you? It is your presence is a gratitude. But something I have to put as an example for these guys to follow. See, why I regularly, if I am in India, every day before starting my morning routine, whatever time I may come out of my quarters, the first thing I will do is go to the banyan tree. First thing, everybody knows, if Swamiji comes out, he will come to banyan tree only. These fellows will be standing in a line to catch a glimpse. And I'll go to banyan tree only and come back. And sometime in the meeting, these guys will ask, the ashram meeting, why are you going there, Swamiji, every day? I don't have to go there. I tell them, saying yes to somebody else means saying no to your ego. Anything which is started, saying no to your ego will always be successful. Anything which is started with saying yes to your ego will be always a failure. So now I have to set a trend for these guys to follow. If you say yes to a tree, yes to a stone, or even this door, from today you will say, I will remember this door before starting any work. Even that will be successful. In Tamil Nadu there is a temple in which only door is worshipped. Madurai temple, Madurai Kailasa temple, it's called Padanattam Badi Karuppan. That only the door is worshipped. Even if you worship a door, it's okay. Anything other than you, if you say yes to it and start, it will be successful. Remember, whenever you start anything, whether eating, sleeping, or driving, any work, or attending some patient, or doing some work, other than you, remember something. It can be Shiva, Krishna, Rama, tree, a stone, or a door, or a cat, or a dog, anything other than you. Remember and say yes to it. Surrender to it. It will always be successful. Anything which is put other than you represents the cosmos, whole. Whenever you don't put anything other than you, you will be remembering you and starting. In my case, remembering me is equivalent to remembering the whole. But if I do that, I remembered me, let me start directly. These fellows also will do that. Same thing. If they remember them and start, what will happen? Just to teach that one truth. Put anything other than you in the front to begin with. Understand, this is the first lesson. This is the first lesson in spirituality. You can put anything. That's not a problem at all. Even ordinary milestone is enough. In India, there is a survey, if you guys, it will be very funny. When the British laid the roads, 40% of milestones have become gods and temples by the local villagers. Then they changed the color on the paint. Earlier it was yellow and red, which is very auspicious for our Hindus. So all milestones have become temples. What to do? So, and milestones almost look like Shivalinga. And they have to change the whole tradition. See, even milestone can lead you to God. You don't have a problem at all. Actually, if you see our Anandeshwara, it is like a milestone only. Little thin, that's all. See your Anandeshwara? But so much of respect and love and the thing we are offering, the surrender we are offering, just by our very surrender, the auspiciousness happens. So I was thinking whom to give gratitude, what to do. Finally I came up, this is the best thing these guys can do. Remembering the master's tradition, who are responsible for the enlightenment stream, living stream of enlightened beings on the planet Earth. So when you chant this mantra, Sadasiva Shamarambam Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Varyandam Vande Guru Paramparam. You remember the whole enlightened master's lineage. Enlightened master's lineage, which is responsible for keeping the enlightenment on the planet Earth. See, Sadashiva is the first master who brought the science to planet Earth. And Shankara, see, Shankara is the rare combination where Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara meets. Usually the Jnana Parampara who gives you enlightenment will not be a Guru Parampara, means the organization who initiates you. See, person who gives you, who is Acharya, who gives ordinary initiation, inspiration, who runs an organization, and the person who gives you enlightenment, it will always be two separate, usually. With Shankara both meets and merges. And again in me you can see both meeting and merging. Blessed are those for whom Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara is same. Sangha becomes Dhamma when Buddha is alive. Understand? Sangha is Dhamma when Buddha is alive. Organization is science of enlightenment when Buddha is alive. So in Shankara's case, both of them became one. Again, in my case you can see, both of them have become one. Where the Jnana Parampara, the enlightenment and organization, both of them have met and merged. I want to tell you how this rare combination happens. Enlightenment always brings a tremendous freedom. Tremendous freedom. That is why these guys can never be controlled and can never be put in any tradition. See, whenever freedom expresses, it just breaks the conditioning, parental conditioning so thoroughly, you do much more than what is needed. Now, Narasimha killed the Hiranyaksha. To kill Hiranyaksha, you don't need to tear him to pieces and remove his intestine and wear it as a garland. No need for so much. Just cut his head over. But he goes to the extreme of ensuring that is not actually necessary. Freedom expressing in a little healing way creates Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara together. See, what I am talking is a very strong basic truths of how religions are created. How religions are created. If he is little healing and if he has got some roots to go into the established organizations in a very friendly way, he will become a culture. Otherwise he will become a, because his freedom is so amazing, very rare combination of this freedom and that respect for the tradition. See, whenever this freedom expresses through the body, the respect for tradition is lost. Need for the Sangha, need for the library to be kept alive is lost. Whenever the need for the library to be kept alive is there, the freedom is lost. You understand? And it will be very strange scene. The same website, Pramod Swami Maharaj garlanding me photo will be there. In the same website will have this photo. Unfortunately, yesterday I did not allow. Both will be, and it is not even hidden. See, we are not even hiding. We are not giving too much information unnecessarily to people. That is different. A person who can be broad enough to understand every click, every initiation can help people to go further and further. Only can be a person where the Sangha, the Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara meets. Understand, you need to be so broad enough to Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara to meet. Otherwise, the fight of ensuring that is not actually necessary. Freedom expressing in a little healing way creates a Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara together. See, what I am talking is a very strong basic truths of how religions are created. How religions are created. If he is little healing and if he has got some roots to go into the established organizations in a very friendly way, he will become a culture. Otherwise he will become a, because his freedom is so amazing, very rare combination of this freedom and that respect for the tradition. See, whenever this freedom expresses through your body, the respect for tradition is lost. Need for the Sangha, need for the library to be kept alive is lost. Whenever the need for the library to be kept alive is there, the freedom is lost. You understand? And it will be very strange scene. The same website, Paramashivoham Maharaj garlanding me photo will be there. In the same website will have this photo. Unfortunately, yesterday I did not allow. both will be, and it is not even hidden. See, we are not even hiding. We are not giving too much information unnecessarily to people. That is different. A person who can be broad enough to understand every click, every initiation can help people to go further and further. Only can be a person where the Sangha, the Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara meets. Understand, you need to be so broad enough to Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara to meet. Otherwise, the fight between this Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara has weakened our whole tradition. The greatest calamity happened to our Vedic tradition. In the modern days, the fight between this Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara. Just imagine, with Osho's intelligence and his grandeur, his vision, his capacity, somehow, if he was little more accommodating to have the Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara to meet, what would have been the support for the Guru Parampara? Tell me.
Miracle.
Huh?
One of the greatest miracles would have happened.
He would have been the Kalki of Vedic tradition. Somehow, see, I am nobody to judge, but what I am saying, we should be broad enough both to meet. We should be broad enough both to meet. The tremendous freedom of Osho and the tremendous respect for the tradition like Paramashivoham Maharaj. But we should be a base where Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara meet. Shankara was the key person where Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara met in those days. Those days itself, he was a great master who kept the Vedic tradition alive. And same way, he was a great master to create a new interpretation on the commentary. He was the first guy who organized the whole thing back to life. Back to life. Then afterwards only I selected each word. Actually I thought of putting many, see Sadashiva Samarambha, that line no controversy. That's ultimate. Whether Shankaracharya Madhyama or Ramakrishna Madhyama or Ramanaya Madhyama, that I was debating for quite a long time. For quite a long time I was debating. Then finally I saw Shankara seems to be much more juicy and stronger, bigger platform where the flight of tradition and freedom both can land and take off. So that's the reason I finally decided Shankara is a person. In him the freedom also landed. See how today I am trying to be a bigger platform for tradition, respect to the tradition like BAPS to land and the freedom of Osho to land. Shankara was the platform for bhakti, jnana, everything to land. He was the platform. He was able to speak the highest Advaita and the Vajagovindam, Vajagovindam, Govindam, Vajamodamade. Somebody was telling me, no, all the scriptures attributed to Shankara, stotras attributed to Shankara are not under Shankara. Understand? First thing you should understand, he may not have done that directly, but let me give you one example. I may not have written a book directly, but unless it expresses the ideology for which I stand, it can't be attributed to me. Am I right? It cannot be attributed to me. Suddenly you cannot write a book on how to create aircrafts and attribute it to me. Or how to create the parts of the train and attribute it to me. No. Only the spiritual literatures which stands for the ideology I represent can be attributed to me. So even though whether he wrote or not, the very book attributed to him means he stands for it. He stands for it. So he was the great platform where the whole thing was able to meet and merge. That's the reason I chose Shankara. Shankaracharya Madhyama. Then Asmadacharya Varyandam. Here also I had a third line, we had a Nithyananda Varyandam. I said no, I am not last prophet. I am not going to be last prophet. That's the reason I made the word Asmadacharya Varyandam, so that the masters, enlightened masters lineage is going to be there. See, after I leave the body, single person may not represent me, but there will be a group of enlightened masters carrying the mission forward. So our disciples, the next generation disciples also will be able to repeat the same word if it is just Asmadacharya Varyandam, till my master, till my Acharya. That's the reason I left the word Asmadacharya Varyandam. Vande Guru Paramparam, so that you can continuously remember. So this is the beautiful verse to remember all the great beings who added juice to planet Earth. Juice to planet Earth. Try whenever you do any big work, remember all of them. Put them all in the front and then start. You don't think, if you don't remember, of course you can't remember all of them, even one or two is okay. Whoever you remember. If you read Shankara's literature and feel connected, then Shankara. If you read Ramakrishna's literature and feel connected, then Ramakrishna. Or if you feel connected with me, then remember me. That's all. Anyone in that lineage, put always them front and then start. It will always be successful. It will always be successful. That's the reason I designed this Sadashiva Samarambha, Shankaracharya Madhyama, Asmadacharya Varyandam, Vande Guru Parampara.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Yes. Nithyanandam, everyone. Yes. So we apologize for the technical glitch. There was a bit of a delay, but now we are continuing with our series of sessions today. What an exciting day. So many powerful cognitions, internalization exercises, and power manifestation sessions dealing with the main concept of ego, our identity, the false identity, so to speak, and its ramifications, its repercussions, and how to deal with it, how to handle it, and how to complete it. Now we'll come to the next segment of today's series of sessions. So this segment deals with the idea of gratitude. Why is gratitude important? First of all, what is gratitude? Why is living with the feeling of or the cognition of gratitude important? What is its significance? And how is it related to the theme that we have today, that is of ego? What effect does it have on our day-to-day life and in our spiritual understanding and spiritual seeking as well? Yes. So let's start with the idea of gratitude. What is it and why is it needed? When we recognize that we are part of the total scheme of existence and that we are lovingly taken care of by existence, every minute we are overcome with gratitude. So when we recognize, when we have this, come to this understanding that we are actually taken care of by existence every single moment of our life, we naturally develop a sense of gratitude, a thankfulness towards the existence. We become truly thankful for what we receive every moment, even if it is very basic, as the use of our very limbs or even our senses. So gratitude is your response to recognizing the abundance of existence. It is a response when we recognize the abundance of existence, and then we are thankful for even the most basic things that we get, which we don't even recognize otherwise. For example, we are able to use our limbs, our senses, our eyes, our ears, our tongue to taste the food, delicious food that we eat every day. We never really recognize how important these are and what a difference it would have made if, God forbid, any one of these would have been absent. And then we develop a sense of gratitude towards the existence. So it is the energy of gratitude. If we ever feel that there is something missing in your life, it is because you feel less gratitude. So this entire feeling of that you lack something in your life, that there is something missing in your life, it is only because you lack the sense of the feeling of gratitude in your life.
Now, there are many religions in the world today, and each of them emphasizes one particular approach, such as prayer, austerity, or surrender. But there is one thing that cuts across all these and connects you directly to the divine energy. That is gratitude. And gratitude itself is the greatest religion. It is when I tell this to people, they wonder, how can gratitude itself be a religion? Why should it be a religion? Gratitude can be a social habit, but how can gratitude be a religion by itself? And this is because gratitude should be the very breath, the very breathing of a person, and not even merely a religion. Gratitude is a transforming energy. It transforms the happening energy that harmonizes you with the energy of the universe and brings back tremendous prosperity to you and in your life. So with gratitude, you see that existence simply responds to you, and as if existence itself is a live being. This is the power of gratitude. It is a channel to commune and to experience oneness with the whole of existence. Now, when gratitude happens, it works beautifully through the law of attraction and attracts great prosperity to you. Now, how is this possible?
Yes. So let's enter into this. It's a very powerful cognition that Swamiji is giving us here today. He's not just talking about gratitude as a moral quality or one should inculcate in their life to be a nice person or something. No, gratitude here is being introduced as a power. It is being introduced as a way to directly communicate with the existence every single moment. And inculcating more and more gratitude in our lives will actually, literally, attract whatever we want to attract, all the best things in life. It will happen to us. Abundance will happen to us. Now the question is, how does it really happen? How does just being thankful to the existence actually bring more wealth into my life? So there's a small story which Swamiji is sharing with us. So according to this story, Akbar, the king from the ancient India, and Birbal, one of his the persons in his royal court, his advisor basically, were walking together on the street one day. They passed by a sandalwood dealer, and Akbar told Birbal I don't know why, but I feel like hanging this man. 1 month passed, and then the two of them walked past the same sandalwood dealer again, Akbar and Birbal. And this time Akbar said, "It's strange, but I feel like giving this man some endowment today. How is it possible?" Birbal said, he replied, "O king, for a month back, the sandalwood dealer's business was suffering, and when he saw you walking past, he thought to himself, if the king dies, the courtiers would come to buy a lot of sandalwood from me for his funeral pyre. He sent out those negative vibrations which prompted you to feel hatred towards him. That is why last time you felt like hanging him without any real reason. I immediately purchased a lot of sandalwood from him to make tables and chairs for our kingdom. It made him very happy. Today he feels very grateful to you for it. You are now struck by these positive vibrations from him, and therefore you feel like giving him some endowment." So see how the thought current that is running in the mind of that sandalwood dealer is directly triggering a similar response from Akbar, the king. When he had negativity and he was emanating those negative thoughts about Akbar, then Akbar also naturally responded without even knowing what he is thinking. Naturally, the response mechanism from his side triggered him to think in a negative way. And when he was emanating positive vibrations, the sandalwood dealer, Akbar also naturally felt more positivity towards him and felt like giving him endowments. When the dealer was feeling thankful towards Akbar. So that is how this whole thing really works. Law of attraction, that is something, a concept which we need to understand here to understand the mechanism of the working of gratitude. So according to the law of attraction, like energy attracts like energy. How does this apply to gratitude is the question now. Understand this, when you feel gratitude towards everything, it means you feel fulfilled, you feel blissful. So when you radiate gratitude, your energy of fulfillment attracts fulfillment back to you in the form of material gains, good relationships, good health, and so on. So it's like attracts like. When you have that feeling of fulfillment, blissful, that I am being taken care of, I am being given. So naturally that attracts that kind of a existence around you, when an existence gives you more in that case. So this is how it works. The important thing about this is that material gains, good relationships, and such things are only incidental byproducts of gratitude. The main thing is that gratitude makes you resonate with existence and transforms you into a beautiful human being. That is the main quality that starts radiating from our inner being and our inner space, that the transformation of our being into a beautiful expression of the divine, and we start resonating with the existence itself, with the cosmos itself. We start communicating, or communion rather begins between us and the cosmos.
Now, let us see some facts. Psychologists have studied the effects of the feeling of gratitude on people. And in their first study, two researchers, Dr. Michael McCullough of Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas, and Dr. Robert Emmons of the University of California at Davis, California, concluded that gratitude played a major role in a person's well-being. Now, their study divided a few hundred people into 3 groups and required them to maintain daily diaries. So the first group maintained a diary of all the events that happened during their day. So they literally kept track of all the events that they went through during their day. And the second group recorded only unpleasant experiences. So they would not record anything positive. They would exclude all of that and record only the negative experiences. And the third group made a list of things for which they were grateful. So their list for the third group had only positive experience about which they felt grateful. Now, the results of the study indicated that daily gratitude exercises, such as this one, resulted in higher reported levels of alertness and enthusiasm and determination, optimism, energy. And the third group, which recorded only gratefulness, only positive experiences for which they felt grateful, experienced less depression, less stress, and had a greater inclination towards to help others and exercise more regularly than others and made more progress towards their own individual goals that they had for themselves in their life. So this is a very clear example of how people who took the decision to develop gratitude and focus only on positive experiences for which invoke the feeling of gratitude within themselves succeeded significantly more than other groups, and especially the group of people who focus only on negative experiences. So these findings were scientifically recorded, scientifically observed. Now, according to the findings, people who listed daily items of gracefulness were also more likely to feel loved. And the researchers, McCullough and Emmons, also noted that the attitude of gratitude encourage a positive cycle where one act of gratitude encourage another. So those people who were in the third group started positive cycles for themselves, and which led them from more benefit to even more benefits. Now, the findings also indicated that gratitude could work independently of faith. Though gratitude is a big part of most religion, what these findings of these studies suggested that the benefits extended to the general population, regardless of whether they had faith or not in any particular religion. They further suggested that anyone could increase their sense of well-being and create positive social effects just from counting the blessings that they have received in their life. So gratitude is really a conscious decision that is not depending on faith or on external events. As we said, there's three distinct groups. All that separated them was that basically they just decided to focus on different things. So we have the capacity to decide to feel grateful for whatever we have in our life at any point, at any given moment, and that is not depending on external situations. So now let us proceed. We're going to be watching a short video from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on this subject of gratitude and how gratitude leads to the awakening of the divine and attracts all these wonderful benefits that we have spoken about.
qualitative difference between you and an enlightened being, except he feels contented in the inner and outer world. Please understand. There is no qualitative or quantitative. I wanted to emphasize both words. Qualitative or quantitative difference between you and a living the master, an enlightened being, except one thing, he feels content about whatever he has in the inner world and the outer world. I want you to know very clearly, I have all problems you have in the inner world and the outer world. Understand? Capital letter. All problems, ALL. You have in the inner world and the outer world. I have all problems. Except one thing, I am contented. I feel okay. The only difference between you and me is okay, that's all. No, really. Nothing else. That's all. Suddenly, your whole quality is different. The moment you say, okay, suddenly your whole quality is different. You are living enlightenment. The only difference between how this okay will happen, understand? How this okay will happen? You need to understand a deeper secret of life. If you are having a certain amount of wealth now, intelligence now, relationships now, life is happening in you. Please understand, all these things have happened to you not as an accident. Existence really wants you to have this. You are qualified for it. Even if you die this moment, you will take birth again with all these facilities with you. Please understand. I am talking to you some of the deeper secrets of life and death. How the life is happening. Life is a continuous expansion. If you have the amount of intelligence, for example, you are a doctor, you have this much of wealth, you have this decent life, you have all these basic facilities, some to car, to house and all those things. Do not think it happened to you as an accident. If you think it happened to you as an accident, you will be afraid to die. You will be afraid of life. You may be thinking any time it may be taken away from me. If I die, then I have to work again to get everything. Who knows? I'll have that kind of circumstance, that kind of situation, that kind of everything. Who knows? You have all kinds of misunderstandings, all kinds of insecurity, all kinds of feelings. I tell you, even if you die, you will take birth in a place, in a situation, in an ambience where you will be little more than this, not lower than this. This is the way life happens. If you are holding on to some position which you are not worthy, even now, don't think it will be left with you. It will be taken away from you. You are worthy of where you are. Understanding you are worthy of where you are. That is the first rule to bring confidence or contentment. That's the first thing you need to understand. Existence is living through you. Please understand. I am sharing my enlightenment with you because I feel fulfilled about it. Same way, you are having whatever you are having because existence wants to live through you. It wants to fulfill itself through you. When you achieve something great, existence feels pampered because it wants to achieve it through you. It wants to live it through you. You are not an accident. You are a clear incident. I am not consoling you. I am not giving you some consolation. I am not the person to console you. I am stating the exact truth. If you think I am giving you confidence, consolation, positive thinking, you are wrong. I don't do that job. I am not interested in that job. I am stating straight, simple facts. I am stating straight, simple truths. If you imbibe, get inspired, it is up to you. Otherwise, I don't have a problem. Because I am not a positive thinker, or I am not teaching positive thinking. I am not having some self-confidence workshop. No. That only fools do. All fools are doing all over the world. This positive thinking is the worst foolish idea I ever heard. Thinking itself is nonsense. Then what about positive thinking? No, so there are so many books being written, left and right. The moment you enter into the landmark bookstall, the whole shop, whole bureau is, whole cupboard is filled with positive thinking books. Understand, the moment you think, I am healthy, one corner of your mind is saying, no, why are you lying? Tell me, how many of you guys were successful in positive thinking? Never. Even a person who wrote the book will never be successful. I know so many guys who wrote many books about positive thinking and made money, that's all. Nothing else. Positive thinking is a foolish idea. Don't try to think positively and all. Know the truth, then you will become positive. Not that your thinking will become positive. Just know the truth. You will become positive. You will radiate positiveness. Anybody who tries to think positive will always have one part of him fighting with him. Just see, you can see, no, I am healthy, tell 100 times. You will be very strongly telling inside you, no, I am not healthy, I am sick, I am just lying, I am just trying to cover my sickness. You know it. Just try any positive thinking. You will have a big drama in you. How many of you have tried this positive thinking, this kind of things? Then you know the fun. You know the fun. All I am telling you is, don't try to be positive, try to have positive thinking and all. Just know the truth. You will radiate positivity, which can never come by positive thinking. Positive thinking is like putting some cream on your skin. Knowing the truth is really radiating positivity from inside. The work needs to be done little deeper level, not in the skin level. Not on the skin level. Positive thinking is more like covering the septic tank with the lid. Is the word septic tank exists in West? Same word? Okay. Covering the septic tank with lid is going to help? No. Clear it out. The cover is no way going to cover it. How much ever it covers, you know. Can you, just because it is covered, can you sit on the septic tank and eat? You can't, because you know it's only cover. Same way, how much ever you try to have positive thinking, no, I am healthy, I am happy, I am blissful, however you try to have, what will happen? No. Knowing the truth is different and just thinking positively is different. Thinking positive and all those things, you see, I want you to know this story, then you will understand the power of thinking positive. You know, the greatest, the positive thinking, that self-confidence author, you know, Dale Carnegie, yes, sorry. Dale Carnegie, he wrote 2 books, How to Win Friends and Influence People, and How to Stop Worrying and Start Living. Any of you read that book? Next to Bible, his books have been sold in the planet Earth. Do you know? Next to Bible. Next to Bible, practically is second Messiah. Now, next to Bible, his books have been sold all over the world. In the first book, How to Stop Worrying and Start Living, he writes about how to come out of the suicidal tendencies. That is the main theme. And the next book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, he is talking about how to have a beautiful relationship with your spouse. That's the main theme. How many of you read these 2 books? I have read. And I want you to know a biographical fact about his own life. He committed suicide because he was not able to cope up with his wife. No, really. Understand, a man who wrote a book which is sold and read next to Bible. 2 main themes of the book, he was not able to keep up. He wrote whatever he was not able to keep up. The night he will sit, whatever practical problems he faces and unable to solve, that same problem he will expand and expand and expand and will never give a solution, and that became a popular book. See, when you read a book When you see that author also had the same suffering, you feel a kind of a sympathy towards him. And you continue to read and enjoy. That is what has happened. Please understand, that is what has happened. That is the main reason why that book has become very popular. When you read, you feel connected. Oh God, he is talking to me exactly the problem I have. You don't even think whether he is giving you a practical solution. You only bother about, oh God, I feel really he is sympathetic towards me. You know, there is sympathy. There is somebody who is suffering the same problem you have. And you feel as if you have a solution. I can give you 2-3 tips how to become a great philosopher. Just, I think I already told you once. Write all the problems you have in a very orating way, with all beautiful words, and do not give solution. Because you yourself don't know. Or give the solution what you have. Whatever you have is not a solution. No positive thinking is going to help. Know the truth, that will help. You will radiate positivity. You will radiate positivity. Truth is, existence is living through you. You are not an accident. Even if you think you are an accident, you are not an accident. Existence is feeling, really overflowing. It wants you to be where you are now. You are not in the position, you are not where you are now just as an accident. You are in the position where you are now just as a clear, planned miracle. Please understand, you are a miracle, not an accident. When you understand this truth, your existence is living through you itself. It is fulfilling itself through you. You are a fulfillment for this whole existence. If you are not here, existence is going to miss you. If you are not here, the planet Earth is going to miss you. That's the truth. Otherwise, why should you be here? Long before tsunami would have taken away you. And there are 1,000 reasons to take you away. Why should you be let be here? There is no reason. And don't think, oh, I am here because no accident happened in my life. No. 1,000 accidents could have happened. You are not here as an accident. You are not a misfit. Be very clear. Existence will miss you if you are not here. Only when you understand the truth. It's like when you understand, that is why I am trying to catch a right word. When Krishna says in Gita, dropping the body is nothing but dropping your cloth, he means this only. Even if you will not find a big difference. You will just disappear here. You will appear in some place almost in the same ambience, same kind of ambience. Because you are qualified for it. If you have developed your quality, you will appear in a better ambience. That's all. It's a simple logic. It's a simple truth. With this understanding, you will have a deep relaxation. Oh God, I am worthy of what I am.
Yes. So after this beautiful revelation from Swamiji, from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, let us now enter into a meditation, the gratitude meditation, which if we practice regularly, we can actually develop this feeling of gratitude within us and feel that connection with the entire existence and also be blessed with abundance and fulfillment in all dimensions. So let us now head over to the meditation exercise. Please sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line.
Close your eyes and remember Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space, and settle down and enter the meditation now. Sit comfortably, breathe deeply, and relax. Remember Swamiji in your inner space can chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, slowly but intensely inside, keeping your eyes closed. Experience a feeling connection with Swamiji. Breathe deeply and slowly. Unclutch from every thought.
Concentrate on the crown chakra. Heartfelt gratitude to your mother for giving you this body. Forget about the ideological differences you have with her. Just give your gratitude for the sake of giving you this body. Father for giving you the life.
Give your heartfelt gratitude to your immediate family and relatives who took care of you when you were infant child, when you were baby. Give your gratitude to the doctors and nurses who received you when you came to this planet Earth. Gratitude to the teachers who gave you preliminary education. Give your gratitude to all the professors who gave you higher education and professional education. Give your gratitude to all your friends who made your young age more joyful and more blissful.
your gratitude to all the doctors who helped you, who took care of you at the time of necessary, whenever it was necessary. Give your gratitude to all your friends and relatives who gave you mental strength, right advice, through right counseling whenever it is necessary. All the spiritual books and spiritual masters who gave you the spiritual understanding and inspiration towards the spiritual life.
to your wife or to your husband for giving you the love and security feeling in the life. Give your gratitude to your children for choosing you as the host on this planet Earth. Give your gratitude to every single individual who is responsible for your physical health, mental health, economical wealth, and interpersonal relationships and spiritual understanding. Remember every one of them one by one individually and offer your gratitude to all of them one by one slowly.
Yes. So after this beautiful meditation and this wonderful session on gratitude, it is time for us now to enter into the power manifestation session. So, as you all know, we are manifesting the powers of Ashtamaha Shaktis today, which are the 8 divine powers from Paramashiva, which we are manifesting today to the initiation from the Paramavatara of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva. So let us now enter into the next round of power manifestation. The next round is going to be the power of Mahima. So let me just pull up the slides for all of you.
Yes. So now all the participants can get your object and the measuring tape, and you can enter into the space of power manifestation, sitting cross-legged on the floor if it's possible for you, otherwise you can sit on a chair comfortably and start chanting the Mahavakya. Remember Swamiji, remember the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space, and close your eyes, visualize Swamiji in your third eye, and chant the Mahavakya intensely inside you. As we are about to enter into this round of power manifestation, we can start settling into this space, experiencing the oneness, experiencing the feeling connection, and once again, make sure that you have the objects that you need and the measuring tape. Experience this space. Connect with Swamiji inside you. And once you are ready, you can take the measurement once again. And this time we are going to be working on decreasing the size of the object. So make sure that you have a very precise measurement. And once you are ready, you can start manifesting the power with the conscious intention to decrease the size of the object that you are manifesting the power with.
Yes. So we'll be playing the Mahavakya. You can chant along with the audio, invoking the space of oneness, and from that start manifesting the power. So let's begin.
Paramashivoham Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda.
Yes. So you can now check the size of the object by taking another measurement. You can use the same measuring tape which you used earlier. Or if you don't have a measuring tape, you can again make the use of the paper and take the new measurement of the height of the object and mark it on the paper. And once you have the new measurement, you can then verify whether you have manifested the power or not. And for all those who have manifested this power, congratulations. And maybe one or two people, if you're not able to observe any significant change in the size of the object yet, so don't get disheartened. It's just a matter of time before you will start manifesting the power. All it requires is simply continuing to play with the powers and have that will persistence. There might be some self-doubt you have inside, because of which you're not still expressing oneness fully. So all you have to do is continue to manifest the powers, and slowly it will simply dissolve all that self-doubt, self-hatred, and self-denial in you, and you will see that you'll start manifesting. Swamiji will simply start flowing through you, radiating through you in the form of powers, various Shaktis. So it will happen. All it requires from is intense, authentic will persistence from you. That's all. And also it's now time to head over to the social media platforms and share your experience of power manifestation with all the people out there, inviting them also to join Paramashivoham Level 2. so that they can also experience this superconscious breakthrough. They can also manifest the state, space, powers, and being and superconsciousness of Paramashiva. And most importantly, they can have the blessing of the presence of incarnation of avatar in their own life as Guru, Swamiji in their life as Guru. That is the best blessing, the best wealth one can have in their life. So please head over to the social media platforms and enrich people and inspire them also to join Paramashivoham Level 2. So with this, we now come to the end of this segment. And moving on to the next segment, we will be receiving the powerful cognitions from Swamiji on the topic of everything is auspicious. This cognition that everything that is happening in our life is auspicious, simply auspicious. Whether it is positive happening and so-called negative happenings, difficult times, good times, everything is nothing but auspiciousness. So let's listen in to what Swamiji is sharing with all of us.
Yes. So let's begin this segment on this powerful cognition that everything is auspicious. One thing has to be understood very clearly. The whole of existence itself is just an auspicious happening. And you are a part of existence. So everything happening around you is also auspicious. This is the truth of existence. Now, nothing that happens in existence is inauspicious. Even what we perceive as bad or as negative is actually auspicious, and there is a higher design behind it. Everything is only a blessing. And if this is understood clearly, there is nothing to complain about in life. There is your very eye becomes a grateful eye. It sees everything as extraordinary, and nothing appears mundane. Everything appears as a miracle. So now let's get into a small story. One day, a duck hunter went to the market to buy a bird retriever dog. And to his amazement, he found a dog that could walk on water. So, as you understood, this was not an ordinary dog, and this dog was able to walk on water. And he immediately took it home, and he invited one of his friends to hunt the next day and took this dog with him. Now, when a flock of ducks came near, he took aim, fired, and silently watched. The dog walked on the water and retrieved the bird. He then looked at his friend for a reaction as seeing this extraordinary happening, but the friend remained silent. He asked him, "Do you see anything unusual about my dog?" And the friend replied, "Yes, your dog is unable to swim." So, you see, miracles are continuously happening in front of our eyes, but we miss them. Just like this man, the friend of the hunter, was merely focusing on negative things, or at least unable to see the miracle behind what was happening in front of his eyes. We actually do the same in our lives. We miss seeing auspicious things where they really happen. Now, because we miss seeing those things, life itself seems to be dull. We miss perceiving, we miss remembering the auspiciousness of life.
Yes. So this small story actually exemplifies this our attitude in our everyday life as well. We also do the same. We may not realize it, but there are miracles happening around us and in our life every single moment, but we simply don't perceive life as miracle. So the truth is there are too many miracles happening around us. That's what Swamiji also says. If we celebrate the three things, the existence of the self, the world, and God, we will experience the whole of existence as a blessing that is happening continuously. So how will we experience the world as a blessing? By celebrating the three, that is the self, the world, and God. Continuously celebrating this happening of the three. So let me explain, is what Swamiji is saying. When you celebrate the existence of self, God, and world, all three will reveal their mysteries to you. All of these will start revealing their truths, their mysteries, their inner happenings to us. More and more we celebrate them. We celebrate them in our life. Please understand, this is not a moral advice. It's not some morality which is being taught here. It is a spiritual technique. The first step, you'll never be able to realize or understand yourself until you accept yourself and celebrate what you are. I'll repeat what Swamiji is telling. You will never be able to realize or understand yourself until you accept yourself and celebrate what you are. As long as you fight with what you are, you will never be able to realize what you really are. So this inner fight that is constantly happening inside us is what stops us from celebrating us, ourselves, in the true sense from moment to moment. We always resist our own existence. Usually we carry two identities within ourselves. One is the outer world identity and the other is the inner world identity. The outer world identity is what we present to the world as how we want the world to see us, how we want the world to perceive us. That is our outer world identity that we project, how we want to be recognized, how we want to present ourselves. The identity will always be much more, this identity, the outer world identity will always be much more than who we really are. Because we'll always try to show something more than who we really are to the outer world. Now, what about the inner world identity? The inner world identity is what we believe we really are. What we believe about ourselves is what the inner world identity is. This identity will usually be much less than what we actually are. Just like the outer world identity was much more than who we really are, our inner world identity, what we believe as ourselves, is always less than what we really are. This is what we refer to as low self-esteem, that most of us carry within ourselves because we believe ourselves to be less than who we really are. Your whole life is nothing but the fight between these two identities, the inner world identity and the outer world identity. Because on the outside, we're trying to project something more to others. On the inside, we believe that we're not even who we really are. We are less than that. That's what we believe. So there's always this tug of war happening between these two identities. And it takes the entire life. It consumes our entire life, this fight between these two identities. You constantly try to fulfill your outer world identity, and this is in conflict with the inner world identity. The struggle between you and you, the struggle between these two identities eats your whole life. It is time to stop the struggle. It is time to just celebrate whatever you are. So Swamiji said, just stop the struggle between these two identities. It is time for us to just celebrate whatever we are. Just accept and celebrate whatever you are, and you will see that you slowly realize the real self. When we start accepting and celebrating whatever we are, we will see that we slowly start realizing the real self of us. Self-realization is postponed again and again only because of the fight between these two identities. Since we are constantly fighting, we are engaged in this fight between these two identities, the inner world and outer world identities, it is just keeps on postponing our self-realization. If we just stop this fight, accept ourselves truly and celebrate our existence, celebrate what we really are, who we really are, we will see that we start realizing who our real self is. What is the real self for us? The moment you stop the fight between them, you will see that both of them disappear into the realization. Both the outer world identity and the inner world identity, both of them will dissolve into the realization of the true nature of your self. Because let's remind ourselves, our outer world identity is also not true. Our inner world identity is also not true. The true self will be realized only when we accept ourselves completely and celebrate ourselves, which will dissolve both of these identities into the self-realization.
Now, these two identities exist only because of the non-acceptance within you. So if you just accept whatever you are in the outer world and in the inner world, just accept and say a deep yes to yourself as you are, suddenly you will see that both these identities, the outer identity and the inner identity, have no utility or purpose for you at all. They will simply disappear and they will leave your body. They will disappear from your very inner space itself, and you will be free from them. Now, then you accept and celebrate yourself as it is without this conflict of identities. You will understand that you neither need to develop the self in the outer world and build up this outer image that you continuously show to people, nor do you need to develop it in the inner world. Out of this understanding, suddenly you will see that the self itself will be realized. Now, in the next step, we come to the celebration of the world. This is understand that all the difficulties and problems between you and the world are just because you do not look at the world as a mystery. You continuously try to demystify the world with your logic. You try to understand the world with your intellect and try to narrow it down to something that you can intellectually cognize, instead of celebrating, instead of accepting it as it is and enjoying it. If you think about it, how could you grasp the whole of existence just through the mere prism of your logic? This is not possible, but this is what we do. We continuously use our logic to try to reduce the world to something that we can, that our logic can mentally grasp. And this is what we do. You segregate and you try to bring the world, the reality under your control, and it's not possible. It is too vast and too intelligent for your logic. It is meant to be enjoyed and not to be calculated. So this is a deep understanding that we need to have of how to bridge this gap and how to surrender the inner image that we carry and the outer image that we continuously try to develop and that causes so much of struggle with us and the world. Now, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, an enlightened being, an enlightened master from India, tells a very beautiful story. Two men one day entered into a mango grove, and one of them sat and counted the number of trees. He studied the variations in their sizes and the number of branches, the density of their leaves, and the number of mangoes across the trees. And he tried to determine the varieties of the mangoes. He thought about where they would sell and what would be the cost and all of that. And all these thoughts were going on inside him, and he was calculating everything that was coming in front of his eyes, while the other man just simply sat and ate a few mangoes and enjoyed himself, and then left from the place. So when you have entered the world, this world, understand that it's literally just like you have entered this mango grove. If you continuously use your logic to analyze and judge and try to bring things under your control, just like this man was doing, calculating everything in the trees and the mangoes and what he could do with them, you just miss the whole thing. You will miss the life, the happening of life in the present. There are people who can't enjoy a resort if they go to a vacation unless it is owned by them. This really happens. Some people really have this mindset when they go and visit some place, unless they own it, unless they feel that it belongs to them, they cannot enjoy themselves in that place. They cannot enjoy anything unless it is legally owned by them. This is an example of how their logic in this case, has to conquer things. Only then they can enjoy anything, when they are completely convinced by their logic that this thing is completely under them. So this is what we do. This is what each one of us does at our own level. Our logic actually does not need to conquer things. We do not need to own things to enjoy them. Trying to understand the world is nothing but trying to intellectually own the whole of existence, the whole world, to own the whole world, just like in this case of a man trying with the need to own that resort. We do the same thing, trying to own the whole of life with our logic. Trying to understand intellectually is also nothing but trying to possess, trying to own intellectually. How can we understand, for example, the happening of the Big Bang, or the black holes, and why the creation has started? This is completely beyond our logic. This is not possible for our logic.
Yes, absolutely. As Swamiji said, even trying to intellectually understand, logically understand, analyze, demystify the entire existence, the whole world, is nothing but we trying to own it, trying to bring it under our control and our possession. So you'll never be able to really celebrate if you follow this path. That's what Swamiji is telling you. You'll never be able to celebrate the existence if we follow this path. Just accept and celebrate. Just accept and celebrate the happening that is around us, the existence. Existence will, with all its different dimensions and paradoxes. Don't judge anything. You continuously judge what is going on as something is right or something is wrong. Something should have happened this way, or something should have happened that way. You always try to box things into this category or that category. This is right, this is wrong, this should be this way, this should not be this way. All these various logical categorizations and analysis is what takes the entire juice out of our whole existence. It stops us from simply accepting the existence as it is and celebrating it. That's what actually stops us also from recognizing that so many miracles are happening around us in the existence. Once we really truly accept the world around us and start celebrating it, start enjoying it, just like that man entered the mango grove and just ate a few mangoes and then left. That is the way we can really commune with the existence and establish a feeling connection with the entire cosmos and celebrate it as a happening, as a divine happening around us. Become aware whatever happens in existence is auspicious. In Sanskrit, the word Shiva means causeless auspiciousness. So Shiva, as we all know, Paramashiva, he is the primordial Hindu divinity. the supreme God also, so to speak, in a way, but it's absolutely much more than how we usually understand the word God. God is just the generator, operator, and destroyer. But Paramashiva is not only involved in generation, operation, and rejuvenation, he also does the two more cosmic acts of pulling out of delusion and liberation. And the word Shiva, which literally means causeless auspiciousness, that is what the powerful cognition here is being revealed to us by Swamiji, that enjoy existence as a causeless auspiciousness, because the entire existence is Shiva. The existence is nothing but Paramashiva himself. For no reason in particular, auspiciousness is overflowing all the time, for no particular reason. Again, if we start searching for reasons, we again will fall into the same trap of logical analysis. There is absolutely no reason, just this causes auspiciousness which continuously starts flowing in the entire existence. You too are continuously expanding and growing, whether you accept it or not. So every birth, every action, every single incident happening in your life is increasing your frequency, raising your intelligence. Causeless expansion is happening in you also, but you may or may not experience it this way. That is a different thing. But the truth is that everything that is happening to us is adding something to us. It is helping us evolve and go to the next level of evolution. It increases our frequency. Swamiji says even our enemies add something to us. Even the worst experiences of our life add something to us. They give more depth to us. Even pain adds depth to our existence, our character, makes us more strong and able to face situations in life. So everything that is happening in us, in our lives, in the world around us is nothing but causeless auspiciousness and expansion. And this expansion is life in itself. Only when we accept this truth of causeless auspiciousness around us do we really start celebrating ourselves, our own existence, the world around us, and also the existence of God as well. And only then we start really communicating or having this communion rather with the existence and enjoying the existence. So we'll now be watching a short clip where Swamiji will be revealing to us the sacred secrets related to this very theme of everything being causeless auspiciousness. So let's listen in.
All the enlightened masters on the planet Earth are again and again saying the life is ecstasy, life is joy, life is bliss, life is just shining. And there is a beautiful saying by a great master, whatever happens is auspicious, Mangala, Shivam. In Sanskrit, the word Shivam means auspiciousness. They say whatever is happening is auspicious. But for us, it doesn't look like that. If you walk a few minutes, you will understand. No, whatever is happening is not auspicious. But again and again, enlightened masters are saying whatever is happening is auspicious, Mangala, Shivam. Why they are saying again and again? People ask me, what is this, Swamiji? If they see whatever is happening is not auspicious, if they listen to the news, they will understand. But even after listening to the news every day, seeing everything, I do feel whatever is happening is auspicious. What to do? Very difficult. A logical man cannot understand, cannot relate with what I am saying. But heart of heart, I feel very strongly whatever is happening is auspicious. Shiva. The word Shiva means in Sanskrit causeless auspiciousness. Whatever happens in your life, even if the best thing happens, you can always think, it could have been little better. It could have been little better. Or whatever worst thing happens, you can always say, oh, at least this much I am saved.
Yes. So, as the darshan preparation has begun, we will be concluding this. We'll finish watching this video of Swamiji after the darshan, and because right now is the time to get ready to receive Swamiji for today's darshan. So invite you all to be ready and enter into the space to welcome Swamiji for today's darshan in the beautiful form of Bhagavan Mahasadashivamurti. So this Swamiji will be coming now in maybe about half an hour, and the pre-darshan segment has begun. So we are going to be switching over to that. And as for us, we are leaving you here, and you will be meeting with the next acharyas immediately after the darshan for the remaining sessions of the day. So with this, let's we are going to switch over, and thank you all, and we wish you a very beautiful darshan with Swamiji. Thank you.
Once creating that brain group, the neural pathway, that once you start making an habit, just our lifestyle habits alone, these even dictate the emotions we carry. You're happy, you're sad, you're in love, you're depressed, everything. The depression that you are carrying now might be different from what you were carrying probably last year. But the way you are depressed is the same. The way you react is the same. Now, where and why is it having this similar pattern? First of all, how many of you here are able to catch this pattern? Can I request all the participants to post? How many of you are able to catch it? How many of you see there are many things that just mechanically happen inside of you like a pattern, not always requiring your conscious intervention? Can I request everyone to post? Ma Elizabeth, Mary Crow, Ma Stephanie, Ma Parameshwari, Ma Mary Ann. Can I request every one of you to post? How many of you are seeing this aspect in your life? Okay, Ma Angelica saying yes. And Ma Margarita, Ma Liu Yon. How about you all? Okay, my Isaac is saying is yes, it's like repeating the same thing over and over again and again. Okay, my Elizabeth is saying yes. Okay, let's understand why this is happening. All right, now if you see our brain, not just things, that it's not just the thoughts that we have, but there is a certain wiring mechanism that's actually happening in our brain. What does this wiring mean? When we say wiring or rewiring of our brain, what does that actually mean? Let's understand it a little bit more. When you are thinking, whenever you say, okay, a particular thought is happening in you, or a particular action, your brain is giving a command to your body to react in a certain manner. At the same time, like almost visualize it like a very, very well organized, huge organization with trillions of departments functioning spontaneously, simultaneously, and synergetically. Fascinating. But that's exactly what's happening in our brain. As you breathe, same time the digestion is happening, same time you're blinking, same time you're listening, and you're cognizing what I'm talking. Now, this action is done by specialized cells that are there in the brain. And these nerve cells are called as neurons. These are specialized cells that actually carry the electrical impulses from the brain and reaches it throughout our body. And you should know these electrical impulses, do you know that they travel at a speed of whopping 268 miles per hour? The moment your brain commands, like for example, there is something hot, you touch it. Your reaction is so quick. How? The brain command, it's so magnificent that it travels the command, that the neuron, the moment the brain passes the command, it travels at the speed of 268 miles per hour. So now, we need to understand how this is functioning. In our brain, there are trillions of nerve cells like this. Each of these are passing the electrical impulses to the other such that this information is coming and reaching us. If this is clear to all of you, let's understand how this is working, right? Now, imagine one same department is doing the job over and over again and again and again. The process and the way it happens will become much faster. And that's exactly how even our brain also functions. Every time, let us say that you're doing a repetitive action, such as blinking your eyes, or you trying to think something. When you cherish the same type of thoughts, when you do the same set of actions, these neural pathways, it's like there are trillions of departments, but the department that is handling just your eyes blinking is one. So like this, there are trillions of neural pathways. Neural pathways means how one neuron gets connected to another and to another and to another through these synapses, and how it is flowing, how the information is flowing. And if I have to give you an analogy, an example, if you take the size of your brain tissue equivalent to a grain of a sand, right? As small as that, a small grain of a sand. If you take that much portion of your brain tissue, in that small part of it, you will have 100,000 neurons and 1 billion synapses, just in that one part. Your brain contains trillions and trillions of synapses and neurons. These synapses are something that pass the electrical impulses, electrical signals. Like for example, the moment you touch something hot, that electrical signal, that stimulus is passed on through the central nervous system up to your brain, which is collected by these synapses, as you can see in the picture. This is actually a connection between one neuron cell to another, and this is called as a synapse. Now, even the way how these chemicals are flowing from one to another, it is having a certain pathway. And when we do this action, let's say this is the pathway for you to blink. When you are repeatedly doing this action, the synapse and the way how the neurons are connected becomes like a clear channel. You call it as wiring. The neurons that are wired together fire together, or the neurons that are firing together is wiring together. Means the set of neural cells that are firing like this, the chemicals are going from one to another, we call it as firing of the neurons. When this is happening, you have certain channels in you that are very clearly open and awakened, and that wiring is clear. Now, yeah, this works well for many of our autopilot mode stuff. Like, for example, you are just going to be sitting and you want to blink your eyes. You don't need that conscious effort into blinking your eyes. It happens in an autopilot mode. There are certain mannerisms. Like every time you don't need to be taught how to move your mouth to utter certain words. You don't need to be taught how to ride a cycle, how to ride a bike. Now, all these things are good where your system learns it and stores it, your brain starts firing it, it just knows how it's wired for it, it can do those actions. But unfortunately, there are many actions, many patterns that we go on building, which you are really wanting to break free from. Like you are trying to put in some effort and you know you're failing in certain job and you're not able to perform in certain project properly. And those thought currents are pulling you down. Yet you do have, and you feel like again you're going to repeat the same thing. So you are so afraid to even take up something new. You have a desire, you want to do something, but you are not able to do it because this kind of repetitive pattern, which you're currently not able to see, but you go on repeating it. How many of you are able to see and cognize this repetitive pattern that is there inside of you? Actually, here's a fun fact. Do you know these neurons, these thought patterns that you create, every single time you click with something? How many of you clicked with some powerful cognition today? How many of you had a click where you were like, oh my God, yes, yes, I'm understanding? How many of you clicked with such powerful cognitions today? Understand which every time you have a new thought, a new idea, a new powerful cognition, let's say, your brain is actually creating a new synapse. It's forming a synapse. It's forming a connection. It's forming a new wiring. Now, every time you go back to one certain memory, let's say you go back and remember something that happened in the past which causes pain in you, or some habit that you go back and you do once again. Like, for example, every morning when you wake up, at the age of 7, you start drinking 1 cup of coffee and you build it as a habit. So every single time you build it as a habit, you are getting that synapse closer and closer, which means you are literally making it, it's so instant, so mechanic. It just becomes like a pattern in you. Absolutely. So now something we need to understand over here would be that how, now we saw that this is how the neurons are firing, right? But we need to know, like this is one synapse. Like this, there are trillions of connections that are happening in your brain. All these neural cells are giving certain electrical impulses for a certain set of actions. Here is where the problem also lies. We go on repeating the same set of thought currents, we repeat the same set of actions, but we tend to think, okay, my lifestyle has, suddenly my life has to be different. Suddenly I have to manifest new things. I'm going to get this, I'm going to get that. But this process, we are not changing. So what's happening? How much ever you think, because the fundamental wiring of your brain is remaining the same, you are stuck in your life. How many of you are feeling that you are stuck? You are not able to progress in anything because of certain repetitive thought currents in you. Raise your hands. You can just post it in the chat. We have multiple rooms. All the viewers that are there with us on YouTube, I request all of you also to take a moment and please post it here in the chat. How many of you are able to relate with this so far? Great. Wonderful. I see many of you raising your hands. That's wonderful. Glad to see that so many of you are able to cognize this. Now, let us understand this a little deeply because the problem is here. So, do we have a solution for this? Are we able to actually change this wiring? What does it even mean, right? Like, how can I possibly even change this wire? Is it even possible? Answer is yes. There's actually a study called as the neuroplasticity of brain, and that's where it discusses about and studies, the scientists are studying about how these neural connections can actually be changed. What the recent discoveries suggest is that there is actually a clear scientific experimentation and studies that provide significant evidence for rewiring of brain. Some scientists say that you can even hack your brain. You can rewire it. You could reprogram it. This rewiring of brain, though, requires a lot of processes. And yes, can be done with your conscious effort. But the total rewiring itself to happen, scientists are still studying to see how this can help even people that are autistic, people that are suffering with ADHD, or people that are having some mental challenges that they're faced with. How can it help them? This is what recent studies are suggesting. But way before all of this, eons ago, Paramashiva has revealed a solution for this, revealed the exact methodology for this. Actually, in our Shastras, in the Vedagamas, in the scriptures, our brain, the ability, the capability of the brain's function is elaborately explained. In fact, there's an entire segment, an entire chapter in one of our Shastras, which tells about how your brain actually has the ability to access the higher dimensions of the cosmos, to being able to grasp the subtlest truths of the cosmos. We didn't have any separate devices back then. We didn't have any separate mechanisms. It was our brain which had the ability to act like a microscope and as a telescope at the same time. See, in Agamas and Tantra, Paramashiva has given clear solutions of how you can rewire your brain. And there is a very powerful process for this. This process is called as Diksha, initiation. There's a very beautiful Shastra Pramana. Paramashiva very beautifully tells to Devi, Parashakti. He says, Devi Diksha Vihinasya na siddhihi na cha sadgatihi tasmat sarva prayatnena gurunam dikshito bhave. Paramashiva actually tells this word means that he says, oh Devi, without Diksha, without initiation, there is no you cannot attain enlightenment, and you cannot have even the will to get enlightened. Even that option to the path or the journey for enlightenment doesn't open. And that is why, by all effort, tasmat sarva prayatnena gurunam dikshito bhave. He says, therefore, with all effort, one should go and receive the initiation from the Guru. Now, this Diksha holds the key for rewiring of your brain. Diksha means the transmission of, like I'm giving a very rough translation, where the avatar transmits his very energy, his very powers, his own inner space into us through a very special process called as Diksha, which we use a rough equivalent word as initiation in English. Actually, this word initiation doesn't do the complete justice to what Diksha is. Because Diksha, in its literal sense, means where the avatar transmits the energy experience through a touch or by a look or through a smile. This Diksha is where the avatar literally mirrors himself into you, where the exact activity that is happening in Swamiji, he reproduces and recreates it within us. This ability, see, actually we all learned about neuroplasticity, right? Neuroplasticity is where your brain has the ability, the neuron, the neural pathways, the synapses has the ability to change and adapt itself. This is something that is very recently discovered by scientists, because still recently scientists believe that brain and its neural pathways are fixed. But this study of neuroplasticity established how brain can adapt, change itself. This is precisely what Paramashiva describes in the Agamas, where he says, when the Guru initiates, he transmits the energy, experience, enlightenment itself, which occurs as not just a conscious alchemy, physical, physiological, psychological change in our very system. And this is what happens in the process of initiation. Actually, every day during the darshan, Swamiji is giving us this very experience, giving us the experience of initiation, Diksha, to all of us. When in today's initiation, Swamiji is going to be literally rewiring our brain. Literally, you are going to see how your very neural pathway, the brain, the way how your brain functions, is going to completely change. How many of you here have seen that even without any conscious effort, without you didn't do any particular spiritual practice or anything like that, irrespective of your conscious effort, there are millions of patterns, like there are so many patterns that has just dropped you, meaning like you no more feel those patterns are there inside of you. You had dropped that pattern has dropped you, and no more you're struggling with it. How many of you are able to see, just you just being in darshan, you're attending the darshan every day, you're sitting in the program, and simply just like that, without any other conscious effort from your side, automatically this has become like a practice in your life. How many of you are able to see that? Please post in the chat if you are able to see this in your life. Understand, this is exactly the effect of initiation, because see, usually we have programmed our brain as if, okay, if you do this, then this happens, then this happens, then that happens. It is like we have like created almost like a pattern, what we say when we constantly repeat an action. Many things. This is how even root patterns form inside of us. It's cognitions and the patterns, the habits that form as a groove in our brain. Now, what happens? Let's say, for example, very habitually, every morning when you wake up, you pick up your phone. You want to catch up on Instagram. You want to catch up on social media. Do you know that every single time you do that, you are creating a neural pathway and strengthening it with every repeating action of it? So at one point, why do we call something an addiction? It goes beyond your control because you are not mastering it anymore. It just happens as an automatic process. Much to the like of brushing and showering, where it just, as soon as you wake up, your hands will automatically, your brain passes a command and your hands automatically picks up and you start reading it. But do you know the same thing, even the greatest of your patterns, just through one initiation, through the neuroplasticity, Swamiji can rewire, completely break you free from even the patterns that maybe you created for the last 40 years. Even the last 50 years, you might have struggled. You might have, let's say, every morning when you wake up, you have an addiction to smoke. There are two ways. One, you can create a new neural pathway, try to, do it with your effort, which is also possible. But another powerful, unique method is initiation, where Swamiji rewires your brain. He breaks free, he disconnects these old connections, patterns that are created, and establishes new connection. Actually, there was a very beautiful scientific study that was conducted where Swamiji had, like, the scientists studied Swamiji's brain and how during an initiation, how Swamiji can literally rewire and mirror his neural activity into another person's brain. And that's what now we are going to be sharing with all of you. And so far, if you had learned something and you felt a value, like you have understood something valuable, I request all of you, especially the viewers that are watching us on social media, take a moment now and share this video with as many people as possible. Click the subscribe button and like this video. Post a comment as to what you have learned, what you have understood, and what exactly you have learned so far. Any of you have any questions? You can take a moment and please post it here. And even if you have any clicks that you would like to share, please feel free to go ahead and share. Ma Elizabeth, I see a question. You're asking, are you referring to dropping a habit? It is not just as simple as dropping a habit. See, Swamiji says to drop a habit, you can go on trying. Even when you try to drop a habit, a bit will be there. Again, you try to drop it a little more. Again, a bit will be there. Only until you drop, even when you try to drop that bit, it will still be there. Only when you drop that I, it will completely disappear. The very core of you, the very core, who you are, what you connect yourself with, that needs to transform. It is not just your actions. It is your very thought currents, how constantly patterns like self-sabotaging pattern. Like every time I read in the news saying that someone committed suicide or like there's some gun violence that's happening or terror attack that's happening, it's like really something very, very disturbing. It means what? The people's brains have become that much of wiring has been done to pro violence. That is why people can even take away lives. But this level of violence is also stored where? In your brain. The brain has that hardware. Now, if that hardware can be changed, when the wiring can be changed, the software gets upgraded. Now, what happens? Let's say that you upgrade your PC with, let's say, an added RAM, or you add a better CPU or a better processors, you add a better graphic card. What happens to your system? Boom. That's like a super cool effect that happens where you're able to perform your tasks better, the performance increases, your laptop or your PC is able to handle a lot more work, a lot more load on it. That's exactly what happens to you when you clear up your hardware and upgrade your software. Imagine and see the very way you think, the way you start relating with yourself, relating with life, can completely transform, can completely change. Now, this study that we are going to be sharing with you also is going to be showing how this was scientifically studied, and that's exactly we are going to be sharing with all of you. And also, Helen Gomez, you had posted that it is probably the fight or flight hormone. But actually, one thing we should understand, the fight or flight, the adrenaline induced change, like for example, let's say you have a habit of walking slow. And once you get out of a car and then you see in the night time that a dog is like growling and chasing at you, that you simply drop the habit and you suddenly rush, you just run. But that is because of the rush of the adrenaline hormone. That's entirely different from what happens when the neuroplasticity happens, when Swamiji initiates. So there's an entire change. There's an entire difference that happens. It's completely different from normally what the hormones does. The hormone actually damages your brain system. That's why they say that weakens your nervous system. So here, through the initiation, Swamiji transmits his state into us. We are not just talking about when we say rewiring of the brain, all of that. We need to understand what it actually means. It is where the state that Swamiji exists in, the highest state of consciousness, Swamiji mirrors, recreates that within us. So there is a scientific study that was conducted. Dr. William Collins, a leading researcher and a practicing neurosurgeon at St. Louis, requested to study Swamiji's brain and a patient's brain during healing. And Swamiji readily agreed to his request. And Dr. Collins was amazed at what he discovered. Swamiji met with Dr. Collins on 14th of April 2005 at his office in Washington University, St. Louis, where Dr. Collins wanted to measure and analyze Swamiji's and the patient's brain during healing. And the patient was David Collins, who was a son of Dr. Collins, and who was injured in a car accident about 10 years ago of that date. And the accident had affected the motor nerves, and David was disabled. And he cannot walk, talk, move his hands, or control most of his body much. And his communication was also mostly with his eyes. So this was the situation. He was completely paralyzed, disabled. He was not able to move any part of his body, and same way his brain also only worked to be able to maximum, he would be able to only blink his eyes and communicate. So here all of you can see, this is the photograph of Dr. Collins and his son. You can see David sitting here. And this entire study were conducted in 4 main states in which the brain readings of Swamiji's and David were recorded and compared. So the 4 states were: 1, when both of them were sitting normally; 2, when Swamiji was meditating; and number 3 was when Swamiji was healing David; and number 4 was when Swamiji was radiating healing energy without specifically directing it towards David. So these were the 4 different scenarios or states in which the readings were taken and the measures were taken. And the results of it was astounding. This is something very important for all of us to understand, Because as we see, as we learn about how exactly we are going to receive the initiation, how we are going to mirror the state of Swamiji, and we need to understand how scientifically we need to know what is it that when we say the state that Swamiji is in. Because time and again, multiple times when scientists have peered into Swamiji's brain, they have been astounded with what they have found. Multiple times when scientists have studied Swamiji's brain, they have seen each time it's something new, profound that they discover. And this time too, what Dr. Collins, when he studied Swamiji's brain, what he found was something astounding, phenomenal. And it is important that we understand it because we are going to be receiving the initiation, the transmission, where Swamiji will raise us into this exact state that he is in. The exact space, the highest state of consciousness that Swamiji exists in. So please understand, all of us sit here today for the darshan. You are going to be changing the very way in which your brain exists. You're going to be, let's say, rewiring your brain completely, shedding all these old, unnecessary, unwanted patterns and recreating, raising your frequency to that level in which Swamiji is. Rewiring your brain to restructuring itself, reforming itself to that of an enlightened brain. This entire process is what we call as Diksha. And when Dr. Collins studied Swamiji's brain, the results, what he found, were something that were phenomenal, that were astounding. In all these four states, he saw something that he had never been introduced to before, he had never known before, or let's say that he never knew that a possibility existed before. So simply put, the results created new pages in the history of science. When in the first step, when Swamiji was just sitting and his brain waves were recorded, Dr. Collins observed some interesting factors. One, Swamiji's brain was unusually quiet, especially the right side of his brain. The right side brain of Swamiji's was completely quiet. The brain's metabolism was 1/20th of a normal person. This is significantly less than what he has seen even in very calm people, even in the people who used to meditate a lot. He was shocked because this was just 1/20th.
And this implied that there is an enormous conservation of energy. Oxygen and other chemicals consumed by the brain to process any information was greatly being conserved. And actually, what Dr. Collins did after this was that he saw that it was something unbelievable for him. So he tried to change the electrodes with which he was performing the test. He tried to bring more and more sensitive ones. And even at the change of the electrodes, even when he was trying to change it, still the readings were the same. The readings of the brain activity and metabolism were at such low levels that even after Dr. Collins changed electrodes to more sensitive ones and even adjusted them a few times to make sure that he's getting the accurate readings, the results were still very, very, very low.
And actually, the activity was so less, it was minimum, that only the energy required to run the vital body functions were being consumed. When Swamiji was sitting, he was sitting in such a state of awareness. He was just relaxed, normally sitting in technical, like in our layman terms. But actually, when Swamiji was sitting, radiating that space, only very minimal energy was being used. The left and the right side of Swamiji's brain were functioning simultaneously. And the activity was a minimum such that only the vital body functions were, that much energy only was being consumed. And the strength of alpha waves, which is generally high for people who are stressed, was significantly lower than normal. Actually, Dr. Collins couldn't believe that Swamiji was in his normal state with this activity level in the brain. And he remarked saying that there is no such thing as normal state for Swamiji. And Swamiji, in reply, he said that he was right, that Dr. Collins was right, because Even during the normal state, Swamiji is actually in the state of Samadhi. Next was taken in the second state of this experiment in this study. It was taken when Swamiji was meditating. So when Swamiji was meditating, Dr. Collins observed that higher frequency of the brain waves increased. So the frequency in which the brain waves were passing increased more. And this was found only in people who had meditated for more than 20 years. The lower frequency waves decreased in strength. And this was the reverse of what is normally observed in average persons, where a lower frequency waves becomes more prominent during meditation. And this was when Swamiji was just 27 years old. When this study was being conducted, Swamiji was just 27 years old. And we can see how phenomenal these readings were. And understand, these we're just discussing in normal scientific terms, but this is directly studying an incarnation's brain.
The reason for this unusual reading is, as Swamiji pointed out, that when average people meditate, like anyone meditates, usually people tend to concentrate, but Swamiji enters into the state of awareness. Next comes the most important part. This was studying Swamiji's brain when Swamiji started healing David, Dr. Collins' son, David. They had initially mentioned how he was actually paralyzed and was not able to move any part of his body and only communicated through his eyes, right? Swamiji's brain readings were dramatically different. The right side of Swamiji's brain became more active. The difference between the right side and the left side was dramatic.
Actually, here I'd like to emphasize something that's important to all the participants. We need to pay a little bit more attention to details here, because in scientific terms, what David as a subject was experiencing, the phenomenal transformation that he was experiencing, is literally the exact same, if not more, that we are all receiving during initiation and energy darshans. So what we're going to share with you all now is not just a study. It is going to be your experience in just a few minutes. And I mean, this has always been our experience, but just that we are not yet, if you study your brain, you will find similar results. Because what Swamiji is doing is a process of transmitting the energy of healing. Like, for example, let's say when you put a message to Swamiji during darshan, we ask Swamiji, I request you to please heal my headache, or Swamiji, I request you to please heal my ulcers. I request you to please heal my cancer. When you request a blessing and when Swamiji blesses you, this is the exact process that happens as it happened to David. So that is what we are going to be seeing. So when Swamiji was actually, when the entire study was conducted, the right hemisphere, which is responsible for global thinking and rapid processing, like for example, let's say whatever takes left brain 10 minutes to process, the right brain will process that in just half a second. So the right brain is hundreds of times faster than the left brain. So Swamiji's right brain was much more active compared to the left brain. When Swamiji was healing, Swamiji's right brain was 10 times more faster than that of the left brain. And right brain is also in the timeless zone, where there was no concept of time. There were no parameters. The brain didn't grasp any parameters of time. It transcended beyond time. And this was all studied scientifically by Dr. Collins. And in David's brain, not only were these waves being produced, but they were maintained during the entire healing period, which means, listen, this is the most important point. When Swamiji was healing David, the subject here, the brain waves that was happening in Swamiji was getting recreated in the subject, here, Mr. David. So when David was receiving the healing, the exact same process that was happening. We all studied in Swamiji's brain, right? Like how in Swamiji's healing, the right brain was very active and it transcended a zone beyond time. David's brain started reciprocating this exact same state or experience. And most importantly, throughout the time of healing, he was experiencing, maintaining that same state. This is something that we all need to know. And actually, the moment Dr. Collins saw this, he commented that the world is not going to believe this because this is extremely unusual. It seems as if the right brain, his brain was changing and hundreds and thousands of neurons, nerves in the brain were being rewired. This is the process. This is the exact process we all experience when Swamiji blesses us. Every day when Swamiji comes and he says, I'm initiating you now. I will take care of it. I'm attending to you now. Or Swamiji gives us so many boons and blessings, right? Each time, this is the exact same process that is happening. You go through the exact changes, the rewiring in your brain, where your brain starts reflecting, mirroring the exact same activity that is happening in Swamiji's brain. It happens so rapidly, and most importantly, it transcends the parameters of time, space, and distance. That is why you see during darshan what happens. A person sitting somewhere in Australia, a person sitting in New York, a person sitting in Alaska, or a person sitting in Asia, any part of the globe, at the same time, simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically, all of us experience that awakening. During darshan, people from various different parts of the globe, you're all here from various different corners of the world, but all of you, transcending the parameters of time, distance, and space, you experience, you mirror the exact same activity that is happening in Swamiji's brain. This was what was established in the study where Swamiji's healing to Mr. David was measured, studied. And we can see the picture here, how in David's brain, not only were these brain waves being produced, but they were maintained the same during the entire period. Dr. Collins